The best of Europe and the Middle East have been duking it out for 2 days straight, and today we enter day 3. The 2023 Overwatch World Cup EMEC online qualifiers are underway. I'm your host, Jim Basco, and of course I'm joined by ZP and Hex, the legendary casting duo. It's been 2 days, we're into day 3. Some things are settling and some things are still getting shaken up in a big way. ZP, lead the way here, man. How have the first 2 days of competition been?
You know, again, it's been the expected and the unexpected. On the expected, we wrapped up yesterday with an incredible series between Denmark and Great Britain that lived up to the hype. And then the unexpected, we've had storylines like Finland coming in a little bit stronger than we might have thought. We've had teams like Sweden underperform. And, you have teams like Spain that no one was really thinking a whole lot about before the tournament that have come in very strong. So, all in all, a lot of cool storylines have been developing, and we're just getting started.
Absolutely, yeah. Hex, of course, like you mentioned, right? We just got the chance, to see both Denmark and Portugal play. Of course, Denmark coming in a big way, right? We talked about that Great Britain team for so long and the veterancy of some of those players on that roster, just for Denmark to come in and put on a masterclass yesterday, Hex. So how have the first 2 days of the World Cup been for you?
Yeah, I mean, I think specifically in that match, how Great Britain has bigger names, but Denmark still is at the same talent level, so it's not super surprising. I think the big thing for the next couple days is just someone's going to have to start doing math. It's not going to be me, because there's a lot of weird things that can happen as far as match losses go, map losses, and things are going to start to get a little bit clearer. So as we go through today, through tomorrow, and then also the 4 days next week, there's going to be stakes on the line of this is mathematically eliminated, or they have to win this map or that map. I think today a lot of it is where we have expectations, and we'll see if the results match those expectations.
Absolutely. And we want to mention that the World Cup home and away skin bundles are now live. You can hurry up and get them before they leave the shop on June 27th. That is in 3 days. So there are actually 3 bundles: the EMEC, APAC, and the America bundles, and the bundles support the teams directly by contributing to the World Cup prize pool. You can get both the home and away skins for all the heroes in the bundles themselves, and you can shop now on Battle.net or via the Overwatch 2 in-game shop. And if you want to learn more, head over to overwatchworldcup.com and you'll find all the information you need there. Now, before we jump into the gameplay, let's talk about today's format, right? The EMEC Online Qualifier Challenge showcases 2 groups competing in a round-robin first-to-2 tournament. It's a single-stage tournament spanning 2 weeks. We're on day 3 of week 1, and now that we know how we're playing today and for the rest of the competition here, let's take a look at that schedule. We just mentioned day 1 and day 2 left us with some great results, some upsets, some disappointments, I want to say, but being so early on in this 2-week process, really anything is possible. Let's take a look here. We're going to be starting off the day today with Germany versus Finland, a guaranteed banger. Next up, it'll be Iceland versus Norway. Shortly after, Poland versus Saudi Arabia, followed by Turkey versus Sweden, Portugal versus Great Britain, Denmark versus Belgium, and we'll round out the day with the Netherlands versus France. But let's start at the very top. Germany and Finland, ZP and Hex. I leave it to y'all. Break it down for us. Of course, we know this Finnish squad is stacked, but Germany are no slouch either. Hex, lead the way here.
Well, I mean, I think Germany, has had some interesting matches so far. They're 1-1. They lost to Norway, which I think is expected. They kind of stomped Iceland, which I think is expected. So this might be a nice barometer, nice test in the middle of that. I think they've got a couple of good players. I think their damage line especially can have some good moments. They've been playing pretty much a solid Tracer Sombra, trying to really hone that style in. So we'll see if that ends up coming through. I think Finland, there's more pressure on them, ZP.
Yeah, I think Finland, you go into this, everything on paper says, okay, Finland probably should take it, but, again, as we've seen over and over again over the course of this tournament, anything can happen. That said, I do think across the entire day, today's kind of a day where, if there was ever a time to root for paper in the sense of, it'll probably get things right, it would be today. A lot of the matches today seem straightforward, but again, that's why we play the games, and we'll see if it actually holds true.
And at the end of the day, what really matters are those map points. It's been very close over these past 2 days, and, for Group A, only 3 teams are making it through. For Group B, only 2 teams are making it through. If we're looking at Group A, currently we've got France, Spain, and Denmark in the top 3 there. And in Group B, we've got Norway and Saudi Arabia. Of course, we're only 2 days into the competition. We're on day 3. That is subject to change, but man, the stakes are high. But for that, now that we've said that, ZP and Hex, I leave it to y'all. Have a great first match, and I'll see you on the flip side.
Alright, so we're heading into your first match of the day here, Hexen. Yeah, I mean, I'm just curious to see what happens on Control as we get into it, just to, you know, again, get kind of a mechanical barometer between the two teams, because, you know, I do think this is actually one of the stronger teams Germany has had in the Overwatch World Cup, where, you know, you look at the history of Germany in the Overwatch World Cup, they have not historically been a great performing team. You know, people thought they would be pretty good in 2016, it didn't quite pan out, and, you know, there's been missed expectations, but this team, I do think, has more hope than a lot of previous teams have had, but you're still going up against one of the most tenured teams in Overwatch World Cup history in Team Finland.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. Germany's kind of a strange team to get a grasp on, right? Because I think, like, you know, Iceland is kind of a weaker team this year. So right now, like, they beat Iceland pretty convincingly, but what does that really say? The interesting thing is they played pretty close against I believe it was Norway when they played them on Blizzard World. So like they're going to, you know, have a chance. So this one, it could be really interesting. I think QR has been really good. Phi has been really good. They've been kind of running, you know, like I said, Tracer Sombra, and it's worked out for the most part for them. So, you know, some of the questions I have is, like, Refid, there was a couple moments where they weren't running an Echo or Mercy, or an Echo or Pharah, and Refid was still on Mercy. I don't know if they got caught in that and not being able to swap correctly, but that's something that you might want to watch out for as far as, like, comfort picks. If things are going wrong and they don't need the Mercy and they're still running it, that's kind of a question mark there. Sucrax has also had moments. So, yeah, this is a team that I don't really have a good grasp on as far as where their talent level is.
Yeah, and I mean, I think today is just going to be a very good, just again, barometer of where they are, because going against Finland, if they do well against Finland, we go, okay, this is pretty much for real. If Finland stomps them, well, now we have a much better idea. And speaking of Team Finland, got the roster on your screen right now, and again, Finland's been impressive this tournament. You know, especially I look towards Vistola, I look towards Masa, and Sana's also had some moments as well.
Yeah, I mean, so Finland is really interesting right now because as much as we talk about how good they are and how well they play, they are 1-1, right? They did lose to Saudi Arabia. Granted, it was in a 2-1 matchup. But, I mean, they did beat Sweden. I don't know, where's Sweden at? So the interesting thing I think about Finland is, you know, we talk, I spoke a little bit about France and their tank line being so versatile. But Finland has, you know, LH Cloudy and Vistola on their squad, so they have a tank for every situation that they needed. And, you know, like you said, I think the damage line is absolutely sick. Sauna and Cloud have looked really, really strong. And, you know, Mickey's been solid on the Ana, and we all know what Masa is. Masa's he's gonna show up in the kill feed on one side or the other, but he's gonna show up.
Yeah, I mean, Masa, you know, we kind of talked a little bit yesterday about how FD God was a support where they're going to show up in the kill feed one way or another. Masa's cut from the same cloth in terms of what to expect in support play. Not a support you don't talk about in either case. But Hex, we're going back to Lijiang here today. We did a lot in Nepal yesterday. Looks like today might be a Lijiang day.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably my favorite. I like all control maps, really. You know, that's the kind of solo queue tracer player I am. Just give me a control map and let me play. So yeah, Lijiang Tower is really good. I think one of the reasons I like control maps, just from a spectator point of view or a broadcast point of view, is that they all play out pretty differently. There's almost always one outlier stage in each control map that's like going to be very different. Lijiang Tower tends to be like mecha base plays very different than everything else. But yeah, this stage, I think we're going to load into Gardens. We've seen Pharah on it. But there's been a clash of styles where some teams will still play like Symmetra and rush to the point. So, I mean, it's wide open to anything right now.
All right, so taking a look at both teams already, we have a story for what the Garden stage will be. We got the Pharah in the sky for Germany and Finland. Looks like they're just going to be going to... We're avoiding the Pharah, we're taking the point. So, pretty... Although, is it really going to be Pharah? There's no Mercy. Yeah, okay, never mind. I was like, this isn't adding up for Germany. That's going on here, so... This is why you never trust teams before they run out of spawn hacks.
No, and you should have learned that like 5 years ago. So, I don't know, we still get duped, we still get excited, you always want something to talk about. So it looks pretty mirror matched up right now, just brawls. So really in the brawls, I think the big difference ends up being initiations is where's the wall coming through? Who's going to get better value out of the Mei wall?
Rod right now, watching him on the Mei, throwing in a few icicles back and forth. Germany. Both teams just, again, looking for initiative right now. Finland, though, more on the point, could force Germany to be a little bit more aggressive to contest. No, Finland gonna get first control, even as both teams are at full HP, so pretty good position from Finland to kick things off, but neither team committing here just yet. Germany getting pretty close to building a quick Cole here. You look at Sucrax, 98% and going. Probably got popping immediately, and does. Cole coming up for Germany. It's going to be enough to get something done versus Finland. Finland right now mostly disengaging. Doesn't care too much. The Cole is gone. Germany getting poked down a little bit more. The Stola goes down. Both teams down one. 4v4. Counter Cole coming up from Mickey here. Finland, are they going to drop the beat? They do, but it's not in time to save Sauna. Is Finland going to be able to stay in this? It's very, very close between both teams. Germany now getting a little bit more on the point.
Yeah, it's still on the point, but the Blizzard's going to come out from Cloud as they die. Not ideal there, so I think right now Finland might just throw some bodies at this and try to keep some percentage up as Vistola joins the fight again.
You know, that fight took so long without anyone falling. It is still going on, Hexet. Getting Goat's vibes, but Sana comes in! A 4 Death Blossom as one way to finish out a fight and put an end to a fight that was so long, Hex, it was 55% for Finland on the point.
Yeah, I mean, it was so long. There was just not the finishing blow that happened there, and that's going to happen sometimes in these very sustainable compositions. You know, Reaper can get out, May can get out. You've got really sustainable supports, and so yeah, that's kind of expected. But I mean, the downside is Germany, even if they win this fight, they have to be perfect the rest of the way. We're in like final fight territory.
Yeah, I mean, this is just because they gave up first control early in that very long fight. Look at QR right now, Death Blossom, locked and loaded, not really in a position to use it here just yet. Looking for a way in. Cole out for Germany and Blizzard. Going to slow things down a bit. Vistola getting frozen, but still relatively healthy. QR now on the hunt, going for the Death Blossom. Is anything going to happen here? It gets him quite low, gets Cloud out of it. The rest of Finland, though, able to stay alive. Annihilation out from Vistola. Cole fading. Finland, though, decent spots, still holding on. 99% here, Hex, even if they lose the fight. And again, a very, very long fight. Only one death here so far. Both teams struggling to get an elimination. Alex finally punches Vistola down. And that might be it, because I think you're Masa, you probably saved the beat here.
Yeah, I think if anyone's in position for Finland to get out, now is the time to call the get out. Mickey just happened to be there with Moira and faded in and out. There's no point of stalling anymore at 99%. So I think right now, like, you just have beats and you have Death Blossom and you hope for the best. Germany's going to need very good reactionary supports here. I don't think they're going to go aggressive on it based on what I've seen from them so far, but they do have the reactionary supports, both of them, and the Annihilation to work with too. But really, it's just about can Sauna get anything done, and yeah, that Death Blossom could close it out.
To me, I'm just looking at the Blizzard. Cloud does have an edge if he can get the Blizzard off just a little bit early. Masa hanging on to the beat here in the back. Blizzard coming out from Finland. I don't think it got a whole lot from looks of it. Meanwhile, Masa here in the back, still hanging on to the beat. Mickey gonna open up with the Cole. Beat gonna get dropped now from Finland. QR getting very low as Germany goes for the counter Blizzard. Finland able to get away from it. As Vistola picks up 2, Finland getting just a bit more here, even as the Annihilation from Alex fades. Finland very, very close to being able to retake, still at 5. Way more numbers on the point, pushing Germany back. Sana finishes off Alex and Hex. You know, they're slowly inching to it, but this could be it.
Yeah, Fi has made a switch as well. Now they don't have a Mei on their squad to be able to get in and use these walls, so now it's a Sombra on the point, and now Finland just looking for the cleanup. Taking out his other number is Sauna. It does seem like all signs point to Finland finally taking this one.
Yeah, and I gotta say, like, I feel like I just got transported back to 2018. This might not be GOATs, but in terms of what it feels like, this felt like GOATs to an extent here, Hex. Just very long fights with no one dying just by virtue of the comps that both teams were playing.
Yeah, I mean, I think the one small thing that was the difference there is both of those teams in the last fight ended up with both support ultimates, but Germany completely overlapped their support ultimates with Beat and Coalescence coming out at the exact same time. Finland was able to respond with their own Coalescence and kind of just wait a second longer on the Beat, so just getting a little more value out of their support ultimates in the end. It's a small thing, but when these are mirror matches and the fights are so close, then those, 20 HP percentage points end up really mattering.
Yeah, and you think about why that took place. It was a combination that, both teams running Moira. You have a lot of healing. Everyone's running heroes that are pretty darn good at escaping, as you pointed out. And, it just leads to a scenario where where's your burst damage coming from? It's basically all on the Mei to land a few icicles on the Lucio or something, because other than that, the fights are just going to last a while. Big difference
Finland's going to
here.
take, going to take first position here with the Symmetra on the point, and I mean, how many times have we seen Symmetra on the point? Yeah, BAP is enormous too. So, Sucrek should have the advantage here. Like, definitely, it's a coalescence fire and forget it scenario as soon as you get it.
Yeah, I mean, Germany, they're going to have first support ult. The question is, are they going to have all 5 people up at the very end? Finland gets a little bit more offensive power with the BAP. By them, able to find Cloud early. And yeah, you were mentioning Mei's your main offensive power. Well, that's it. If you're making land an icicle tap early on, you're at a huge advantage. And Germany now can flex that advantage on the point. Finland only at 11% right now. Soon to lose the rest of it as Germany gets control right after.
Yeah, I mean, it's not always just the icicle. I mean, Mei is your most important piece in a lot of situations, just for offensively for the wall and defensively for the wall. So that double shield, it's the initiation. Like, I mean, I say it all the time, but it begs repeating. Like, being able to edit the map is a really strong ability. Sauna is going to switch onto the Sojourn here as they try to reinitiate a little more ranged damage rather than the Reaper or the Sim.
Yeah, I mean, Finland has way more potential now to just burst someone down, but Germany, if the fight goes long at all, they're going to have a huge advantage. Pistola opens things up here at the Annihilation, moving forward, just walking into Germany. Gotta think Reffin's going to be dropping the beat here. Does. Beat goes down right away. Blizzard in from D. Pistola getting very low, taken down, annihilating or not. And Finland now down to tank. They used Window there at the same time, Hex, and it didn't really matter.
No, not at all. And they get some nice kills on the way out. Good chase. And so Germany, 55% and counting up. But, I mean, the bad thing for Finland is kind of a barren cupboard of ultimates, especially with that Annihilation gone. Now, Cloud with the Blizzard incoming. Just going to be interesting to see how you can initiate with this Blizzard. Where are you going to get it that you get some value into it?
Truthfully, if they've been tracking ultimates, they might just initiate here with the beat. Of all things, but okay, Cloud under a little bit of pressure. Beat comes out first. Sauna hits the railgun shot, gets QR out of the fight immediately. Huge amount of DPS loss now for Germany, and yeah, that's going to be a very quick fight for Finland, but they had to pay for it, Hex, at the same time.
Yeah, they did. I mean, initiating with beat just kind of makes sense, and you mentioned that if they're tracking, right? So, like, Masa did use beat, but he's almost still going to be, only 30% behind Refid, so not too shabby there. I really want to see what Sonic can get done with this, the Sojourn ult. Yeah, I think it's one of the most exciting ults in the game to watch. But Germany, they are going to have a Death Blossom too because QR got taken out so early in that last fight.
Well, all eyes on Sonic here. Overclock, ready to go. Pops it immediately. All right, head's going to be found. Looking and looking. Saw Lucio for a second. No, finds the Moira. That's huge. Gets rid of a massive source of healing early into the fight. Exactly what Finland needed, because you lose the Moira in this comp, you just crumple.
Yeah, there's absolutely no sustain once you lose the Moira. We've talked about it almost every time. It doesn't matter who you're running with in these compositions. Like, the Lucio simply can't keep up as far as the healing output needs to go. And not only does that, like, mean you can't get healed, but it also forces out cooldowns on your side, too. Like, the Mei has to Ice Block, Reaper has to Wraith Walk, your Ram has to use Block, right? So it just forces out all your cooldowns, and you're just in such a much worse position. Germany kind of now in a strange spot. They could initiate with beat as Finland did in the last time and try to get in there and get position to get this Blizzard to get some value. But I like where Finland is setting up now. You've got a couple people who are going to be able to dodge some of these ults.
Beat comes out early. Vistola's going to be countering here with Annihilation in just a second. Annihilation comes out. Sauna finds B right after the Annihilation. Blizzard goes down for good measure here from Finland. It is final fight. And 3 pickoffs for Finland. That should be enough for them to wrap it up.
Yeah, just no value out of the ultimates there for Germany as they try to reinitiate. It's not going to happen. If I switch into the Widow at the end, maybe just to get a couple minutes on that. And Finland takes the first map. And, kind of an expected result. I think Germany trying to run the mirror is a little bit interesting. And then Finland kind of puts their own little wrinkle on it. I think Sauna's a talented enough player that they can play whatever they want, but seeing the Sojourn come in is really interesting. It's another wrinkle that Germany had to account for, and I don't think they were ready for it.
Yeah, I also think it was an interesting decision by Finland to swap up comps because, look, I very strongly go by the adage, if it's not broke, you don't need to fix it. They won the first round on the mirror. They really did need the swap, But that first round was also very tortured. I mean, it was probably one of the slowest rounds we've seen in terms of, like, anyone falling, and I feel like internally Finland had to be like, no, we're not doing that again for another round. Like, let's play something where fights go a little bit more traditionally.
Yeah, I mean, I think, like, you know, it's always easy to look at, like, the damage dealers being the difference. There were a couple moments where I thought the support line just were a little more efficient for Finland. But really, if you look at it, like, you know, the giant Death Blossom, of course, from Sauna was the difference in that one fight. But also, on the second stage, both Sauna and Cloud got opening headshots for the fight that switched around control on this, right? So there was Sauna and Cloud getting headshots to start it off, and I mean, that's something that you can't really game plan against. Like, you can't really just be like, okay, well, our compositions can be different. If the other team's just hitting better shots, you're in trouble. Yeah, it's right there. Sauna and Cloud open up the fight with two kills. You're not going to win that fight.
Yeah, and I mean, overall, Finland just a little bit of mechanical superiority on all levels. The second round on Night Market definitely took them a little bit to get going, but once they did, you saw the difference where, you know, Sada opening up with a railgun shot, Cloud hitting headshots on the Mei before swapping. All in all, definitely a little bit of a skill difference early on, but not something that's insurmountable, especially if Germany has a plan for Map 2.
Yeah, and that's what's so exciting about this format. I say it every day, is that, you know, it is only, you know, first to two, but the loser of the first map gets to pick their second map. You can tailor strategies, you can pick to your strengths, so we'll see what Germany wants to do. I've got a spreadsheet. I have some ideas, but I'm gonna wait till after the break.
All right, well, while Hex reviews the spreadsheet, we are going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll see if Germany has something cooking for the next map. And we're back. Finland versus Germany. Bring us back to 2018 for a moment, Hex, with how slow round one went. But Finland decided, you know what, we're pretty good on more hit-scan heroes like Sojourn. Let's mix it up a bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think Sauna is getting enough playtime that people realize that a very, very strong player just hasn't had the opportunity in the Overwatch League because it's on a very deep team. That just happens sometimes. But I mean, that's one of the reasons why World Cup is great. Like you do get these players of like, oh yeah, I know of that person, but wow, they're actually a really, really good player. So right now, Finland up 1-0. This kind of needs to be a 2-0 for them. Like I mentioned, they as good as they are, only 2 teams are coming out of this group, and Finland does have a loss. Granted, it's to Saudi Arabia, but you know, Finland still wants to be in the conversation with, you know, like the Norways and Saudi Arabia's when it comes down to it. So trying to get a 2-0. Germany will have the map choice here. Previously, when they lost to Norway, they went to Blizzard World. They actually played Norway pretty close on Blizzard World, but the result was still a loss. So we're going to switch it up and go to Watchpoint Gibraltar instead. One of your favorite maps.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I love Gibraltar, especially just because you get to see a bunch of different styles usually. How you play point A is not necessarily how you'll play point B, which is not how you'll play point C. And, you know, even yesterday in games like, you know, the Denmark-Great Britain game, you saw change-ups based on what point you were at. So, you know, to me, it's a great map. It's a shame that we haven't seen as much of it in recent years, but glad to be seeing it a lot more here in the Overwatch World Cup.
Yeah, I mean, I hope Germany has like a good plan for this because it does seem that it does play into Finland's strengths at least a little bit. Mostly, I think of like Vestola's best hero being the D.Va, and D.Va being very good on Watchpoint, Watchpoint Gibraltar because the absolute necessity for your tanks to be able to take high ground, not only point A but point B, and then C you can get away a little bit with brawling, but it's not bad to have a tank that can take high ground. And also, you know, what we've seen out of Sauna and their hit scan ability. So it's questionable, but, you know, Germany, I would imagine, has a plan, and, you know, maybe they feel like they can kind of hang with the long-range hit scan on this.
Yeah, I mean, you have to think they're confident in their long-range hit scan if you're going to bring it to Gibraltar, because, I mean, look, you want a full blueprint of how you can really do well in Gibraltar. Look at what Great Britain did yesterday, where, Kai just set up his camper and was having fun on the range, particularly on defense, just, sitting back on the Ashe and going to town. But, and the reason why we'll see Ashe at times more than, say, Widow is just because of the recent Widow changes, but I still think Widow's pretty viable here.
Widow's for sure viable. I mean, Ashe also just gives you the utility and also, just a little better escapability sometimes, depending on where you're set up. But yeah, this is where Germany wants to go with. Yeah, it's all on QR right now, on the defensive Widow.
Yeah, I mean, all eyes on QR early on, and this is one of those things where you can make it work, but your shots have to count. You don't get a whole lot of chances to land them, especially going against a D.Va like Vestola. So we'll see where it goes. And already Hattori in danger, just heavily pressured, just thanking everything that hack does not last as long as it used to there.
Hack used to just be a complete death sentence. I think it just turned off your computer when you got hacked, is my recollection of it. So far, like, Finland just taking the free ground.
Yeah, Hattori, right now, the game plan for Finland's pretty clear. Kill the Winston, because both times Hattori showed his face, everyone in Finland just focused him. Well, immediately.
Yeah, because, someone's got to go down and touch and contest, otherwise you're just getting, like, absolute free real estate here. And now Vestola just kind of bullying out both supports, and there's been no stopping this payload. Vestola, when he finds a moment, is either going to go after the tank or the Widow. So far, no shots have been hit from QR, so it hasn't really been an issue. Yeah,
well, one of those things when you're not talking about the Widow, usually it's a bad thing. Like, you want to be talking about a Widow by this point. Sada finds V early. Zukrak's firing back, but Vestola just dominating presence on the payload right now. Gets slept in the middle of it. Probably going to be looking immediately back to Hattori. But nope, as I say that, says, I'm going to go for the Widow instead. I'm going to fly back up here. What are you going to do about it? And the answer is not a whole lot, as Finland just continues their relentless assault. Germany, though, doing a decent job of delaying, but the Nano D.Va, this could get ugly.
I mean, they still have not been able to push this all the way through. And surprisingly, Germany's doing
unreal.
Yeah, the peel has been sick.
Yeah, that was a little bit ridiculous that Vistola ends up going down there. Probably wondering, how is this Ana not dead? Meanwhile, Hittori getting to the back line on the other end.
I think Germany's going to hold on to this.
Yeah.
They've just got enough kills and enough sustain on there. Like, yeah, I think a lot of it was Vistola was getting, he's trying to take down both supports, but the supports were peeling really well for each other, but he was getting no support from his own back line because, well, Moss is too far away generally, but then Hittori had done a really good job of jumping that back line, so well done. There was also an early kill onto Cloud, which made Hittori's life a lot easier.
Yeah, that was an interesting. Oh, you are just got dominated. The Sombra in the back. So a quick 5v4 now for Finland. EMP ready to go. EMP dropped, hits 3. Sana deals with the Ana. And this is very clean for Finland so far. Still up all their players. Wipe out Germany in full. And this time around, they will be getting point B.
I was just thinking for like, comp players or solo queue comp players, watching a Sombra take down a Widow is like watching two villains fight. You're like, I don't care who wins. They've both ruined my games before.
Well, one thing that's worth noting here, QR still doesn't have recon sight. It has been a tough game for QR. Yeah, that's it. QR says, I'm done. Goes to the Sombra. The Widow experiment not working out. Germany right now just looking to win this all-important point B fight. Finland testing here on top. Hittori gets hit with the hack. Both teams still pretty healthy. Vistola, though, really nice position. Gets over the side. However, gets hacked by gets a nano right after. Might not have expected that level of focus fire immediately, but the nano really good. Keeps him alive. Lets him take down Refid. And just domination in the shuttle right now coming in from Finland. Really good nano boost, though, to keep that alive.
Yeah, Hittori does do a counter jump here to try to alleviate some of the pressure, knowing that he's not going to do a whole lot up there in the shuttle trying to deal with Vistola. Able to get a couple, and we'll see. I mean, there's definitely better respawns here for Germany. The EMP comes out.
That was...
Hit a ton.
I mean, as an EMP going for 1, but it was still not really the most ideal situation. Hittori gets a nano boost. As Germany respawns, come back in. Vistola gonna get DMEC here, drops the bomb. Will Vistola be able to get back in? Pressure comes in. The remech kill! The one danger when you dive a diva, when you know she's trying the remech. Oh boy.
Yeah. Gypsy Danger coming in hot. Gotta watch those mech drops. I actually like that Germany is like going all in on these defensive points, right? It's like playing defensive. The spawns are better for us. Their spawns are closer. You saw it work out for them on point A. I mean, if it works out on point B, like, you definitely have a better respawn advantage, and you can get set up in a really decent spot. So,
Hittori down.
Like the strategy. Yeah.
Hittori got hit with Biodate, and sometimes, the Ana just decides, I'm going to go and finish this myself. Not letting this purple go to waste as Finland. Really, really nice momentum here, and all eyes got to be on Cloud, where this EMP could be the finisher. Goes to the back, both supports in sight, goes for the break immediately, and the follow-through is just there! The support line for Germany decimated, and Finland, this could be all they need now to just finish this one out.
Yeah, finish. Yeah, I mean, the supports were... Sorry, I had to get one in. The supports were definitely the prime targets there. I was going to try to set it up and say, like, Refit has to be aware that there's going to be an EMP on the clock and get that rally out and try to do something to slow it down. But really good coordination from Finland. Not only does the EMP there, but, like, the EMP is there, and then the supports are dead immediately because Vistola is right there. I mean, like, Vistola has played really well. I don't think we've seen Cloudy come in at all this tournament, at least in the Finland games that we have casted. So, yeah. Vistola being able to play the Ramatra and the Diva have done really well for this squad. Germany, I think, had a plan, and I actually liked their plan. To be completely honest, play like really hard defense when you can, but also just the map selection of like, look, we're not going to beat these guys probably in a straight up fight. Let's see if we can just like, if we can get a hot Widow game, and we've seen it from a couple teams. Like if you can get a Widow with just a hot hand, you can win fights. So I like the thought. It's just not working out like super well, and that's not Germany's fault. It's that Finland is a very, very strong team.
Also, obviously, it's on the attack, so they could change, but I don't know if QR is willing to give up the Widow here just yet. That's always one of those interesting things with Widow, where you could have a player that is good at Widow, and then you have a bad round, and then people go, oh, don't play the Widow again. But, if you have faith in your Widow player, 30 minutes before the game, or you got to throw it all away because of one bad round, variance is a thing, right? So Germany, they're going to go to the well one more time, it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, at least to open. So the sim is going to get them the opposing high ground. So, yeah. Interesting, nice little setup. So, I mean, yeah, it obviously does seem like they have a plan. They've got wrinkles that they want to run here. This is a very good spot. It's a very good spot for Widow, but Finland's doing that really annoying thing where they put the Brig in front of the counter snipe.
I like it.
It's like, that's not fair. That's not fair. Another shield? What?
No, not fair at all. But you will get opportunities. The question is, will you be able to land them when they present themselves? Right now, though, QR is just hitting the Brig shield. It's about all that's being offered to QR at the moment.
Hitori is purple and now dead.
Yeah, the tank focus from Finland has been really, really strong so far. Once you get rid of the tank, you go, you know that Widow perch you're on? Let's remove you from this, and that might be the swap. Like, if Finland's able to get this in your face, you do lose value on the ranged hit scan, but maybe QR will go for it one more time.
Well, I mean, speaking of value, it's going to be the anti-heal nades from Ana's, right? Like, Mickey's going to be able to get his in, whereas Vistola can just nom him. Like, it's a huge difference.
And Tori's about to turn purple here. Like, you just look at it, you know, 3, 2, 1. Probably not quite timing at that time, but yeah, I mean, you look where Mickey's been throwing the nades. It's been at Hitori most of the time thus far, and you know, Finland playing this very, very disciplined here on top. Vistola, though, gonna get slept. Sucrax getting hit with Bionade, getting a little bit low. Tracer battle in the underpass. Finland, though, in the whole, you look at pretty healthy, still contesting the payload for the most part. Vistola just saying here is like, what? Make me move. I dare you. Has a self-destruct in reserve. Nano also ready to go. Vistola peeling back a bit here, and I think Finland's going to engage with the Nano here in just a moment.
Yeah, it's possible. Finland has been pretty reactive with the Nano for the most part. It's like if Vistola, for whatever reason, doesn't eat an anti-heal and actually does turn purple, then that's when they've been throwing the Nano in.
I think you see him going this aggro because he's expecting now. But speaking of Nano, Hitori, Nano in the back, gets rid of Cloud immediately. Now diving to the back, supports on the mine. Vistola gets a Nano in response. Finland weathering most of the storm, but Icky, I think he got knocked out of position, then finished by Sucrax. So Germany now with the best opportunity they've had thus far to get point A.
Yeah, really strong engagement there, really smart, and just a much better value out of their tank Nano. Vistola is going to have the self-destruct. Dragon's going to come in and clear a bunch of space here. I am worried, though, about QR. Like, I still haven't seen the value really come through on this Widow.
Yeah, and Sana just went full assassination, got QR, then went to the rest of the back line, got the Brig. Hitori's out of there, and yeah, I don't know. I feel like you're Germany, 1 minute left. Maybe you ride the Widow to the end here because you're not going to be able to get, say, an EMP in time, but should they get point A, I think you got to swap the Widow because right now it certainly isn't working.
I mean, I guess you can use Infocytes, but it just seems like Vistola's just going so deep and onto the Widow, and then it's allowing Finland's supports to stay really out of sight lines. Like, I haven't even seen more like the impact of, you know, it making Finland play differently all that much. Oh, you gotta hit one of those, though.
I mean, it's a lot of body shots, but the head yet to be found. Fee, though, was able to get the quick pick on the Sana. It gives Germany a little bit more room. Finland, 2 people bioed. Walter not going to be there just yet. QR. Right now, just looking for a sightline to really anything. But it's been tough. 10 seconds left to go now, though.
Mickey's anti. They got Mickey.
Oh, Tori able to chase it down. That's big. 4 seconds left here from Germany as they look to stay alive here on Watch Point Gibraltar. They need to keep the map going. Vistola getting lower and lower, but gets Sucrax before dying. Somehow Vistola's still alive.
That's the rally. Massa comes in with the rally.
QR gets Cloud. QR on the board, but Finland, way more numbers right now. They just... Oh, no! They don't stay on the point! Oh, Finland could have kept contesting that, but no people on the point means we go to point B.
Yeah, Sucrax is putting in a lot of work on this Ana, and I think the change has been kind of saving the nade, and just he's actually been nading Mickey on the other side of things. He's been trying to nade the supports for the most part. Cloud knows that that's a problem, goes after him. QR actually gets a nice shot onto the Moira, which Mickey had switched to, because Mickey as a stationary target's been kind of bullied out.
Yeah, I mean, not a bad shot. QR coming alive a little bit now. Tori, though, goes a little bit deep, gets caught, and, you know, again, the first fight here on point B is so important, and Finland has the edge. Sana just getting rid of the Widow with authority. And again, I kind of wonder after something like that, are we going to see QR swap? You got a minute 30 left, it's enough to build on something else, and no. Committed to the Widow here, one way or another, and hey, was landing a few shots.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the nightmare scenario of Gibraltar I was talking about yesterday, and, you know, even though the map's changed a little bit, trying to recontest point B on the offense is brutal. It's like, pick a door, any door, there's death behind each and every one of them, so we'll see. I mean, QR, if he can get, like, a little poke, getting the infra site up would actually be
Tori's down.
Clutch. Yeah, that's brutal.
Yeah, I mean, it was all off screen. It's one of those things where, like, Tori just went in a little bit, and Finland, their pressure and focus fire on the Tori has been incredible so far. It's just ruined so many fights for Germany, where they lose their tank immediately. Recon site is up right now. Best chance for QR to get an early pick. But, final 45 seconds. Dragon into the corner here. QR goes down, and Germany is just stuck in what can be best be described as the stairs of death right now. And Finland's not really trying to let him get out for free.
No, I mean, Cloud is maybe biting off a little too much. He's got flankers on each side, but now he's getting some help from his team. Sauna, meanwhile, in the background just takes on both supports, no big deal. And that should be it, unless Germany has one of their infamous rallies that we've seen so far. But with Phi getting pushed this far back, kind of tough. 15 seconds, they will be able to touch, but, you know, probably not going to be a good one.
I feel like QR might owe Sana money the way Sana's thrown like the last 3 pulse bombs directly on the QR. QR went to the Hanzo, now swaps to the Sombra at the very end. 2 seconds left for Germany to keep this alive here on Watch Point Gibraltar. Let's see if they're able to do it.
Good hack.
They open with the rally. Nano and the Tori gonna get primal up soon, so the fight will last a while if nothing else. If they can get the Stola, it'd be huge. The DMEC is there. The finish could be there. Nice Found Egg. Cloud and Masa both turning purple. They get Cloud. Masa getting low, but Masa turns the tables on Sucrax. Meanwhile, on the payload, you see Fee just keep it going, but Finland still a really good spot. Oh, nice whip shot on the QR. The almost disrespectful just takes him out of the sky. That's going to be Finland finishing it off. Again, Hex, no pun intended. Don't even say it.
I was going to sit here and smile at that. You know, I know it wasn't intended, which almost makes it all that funnier. Yeah, so, you know, the value came a little bit late. You know, I respect the strategy, though. You know, like, we're not going to be able to mirror it. Let's try to throw a wrinkle in there, and maybe our Widow catches the hot hand. It also forces Sauna to kind of just be on Widow duty, which is like you mentioned, like Sauna pulse bomb Widow 3 times. Well, that's kind of your job in that composition as Tracer. Like, you can send your tank up to it, but then it leaves your backline so wide open to peel. And I really like Masa's Brig. I thought it was really aggressive, really well-timed rallies. Mickey had some nice shots there. I thought, you know, the players I expected for Germany to play really well kind of did. You know, Phi is a pretty solid Tracer player, and then I thought Sucrax really was putting in some damage to the point where they started really targeting down Sucrax. So there are some spotlights for this German squad. But Finland is a team that is still vying to get out of groups. They needed to go 2-0 after losing a match to Saudi Arabia. So they are now, I believe, 2-1 so far in the standings. 2-1 with a pretty good map record as well. So, yeah, Finland's still staying alive in it. And again, it's one of those teams that maybe not all the star power of your Saudi Arabias or teams like that, but they've got players. They've got players who have been playing at the highest level. I mean, I think of Masa and Pistola playing at the highest level for years and years. So definitely some talent on the squad that perhaps been overlooked. Yeah,
I couldn't agree more. And also, you know, you take a look at still a long way to go. I think there are a few possibilities for Germany to stay alive in the tournament, but it's going to be tough. Meanwhile, you know, we talked about how good is Finland, and Hex, Finland, as it turns out, pretty good. But everyone, that is just the first match of the day. We still have so much more left in store. We'll be back after a short break.
performing like the Golden State Warriors in their prime. We just watched Finland dunk on Germany, ZP and Hex. That was a fantastic game for Finland, and you mentioned very important, right? We're into day 3 of the Overwatch World Cup 2023 EMEC qualifiers, and these teams need every map they can get, with only 3 teams moving forward from Group A and 2 teams moving forward from Group B. ZP, talk to us about that game. What did we just watch, man?
Yeah, I mean, particularly on Gibraltar, I think what we saw here was one of the great things that we always talk about in Overwatch, where you play Widow, right? It's not even about strategy, it's about, are you hitting your shots? Like, people go, if you hit your shots in Widow, everyone goes like, man, that was great, their Widow was unstoppable. If you miss your shots, you get the reaction of, oh, why did they play Widow? You're missing your shots. It's literally the equivalent of like in the NBA, where a team shoots a lot of 3-pointers, and if they miss, you go, I can't believe they do this. It's the most just biased on the results reaction you could ever have in anything. And, you know, it's not strategy based, it's just sometimes you hit them, sometimes you don't.
Yeah, Hex, did it feel like to you Germany could have even done anything? Like Steph and Clay combining that Widow and DPS duo were really so oppressive. What do you do in that situation?
I mean, I really like what Germany did. I mean, I've said it time and again. I think if you look on paper and your roster just looks like, look, we're not going to beat these guys toe-to-toe doing exactly what they're doing. Let's take it to a map. Let's try to run a hot hand. Let's do a strategy that might throw them off. And I think, like, the strategy itself, it was fine. And I like their defensive strategy as well, of, like, you know, so we usually talk about it like on defense after you've played offense, of let's play against the clock, let's stall out points, let's throw everything we have at it. And on point A and point B, it worked out on point A, didn't work out on point B, but they were throwing in ults into uneven fights, just hoping like, can we get a reset? Can we get people in here? So I like the game plan a lot. And so maybe the execution wasn't perfect, but I mean, I think we're talking about the map like it wasn't super close, and it wasn't like close, but it wasn't bad. Like,
it wasn't bad.
There were moments for Germany, so I think you hit a couple of those shots and you get a couple of different dives, but you know, it's a more talented team. Finland's a more talented team.
Absolutely, yeah, and it kind of reminds me of yesterday, too, when we watched the Spanish team play and we watched Hero just absolutely dominate out the gate, you know what I mean? When you have moments like that, peaks, there are bound to be valleys on the other team. So that said, beautiful match that we just watched. Let's take a look at the schedule and see what we've got coming up for the rest of the day, because that was just the first match. We've got 7 total for the day. So the next one up will be Iceland versus Norway, followed by Poland versus Saudi Arabia, and a ton of other matches throughout the day. We'll keep you posted with all of that. Of course, we're following Group A through the first part of this day, or Group B, sorry, through the first part of this day, and the last 3 matches will be following Group A. So we'll update you on the standings as we go through everything. As it currently stands, though, teams are still vying for competition. This is a 2-week round robin, and only the top 3 teams from Group A, top 2 teams from Group B will be moving forward. That said, Hex and ZP, I leave it to y'all. Iceland and Norway just around the corner, and I'll see you guys on the other side.
Yeah, Hexen, as we get into Iceland v Norway, this feels like, on paper, it's Norway's to lose, right? Where Norway has looked really, really good. Iceland, I don't think, has had quite the upside. But, you know, again, in a tournament like this, first 2, there's always the chance of just changing expectations.
Yeah, I mean, Iceland kind of just needs small victories here. If they could take a map, I think they would be happy with it, because in their first 2, like, they played Germany and they played Saudi Arabia, and the Germany game, you know, wasn't all that great. Saudi Arabia yesterday just bopped them. Like, I mean, it's kind of to be expected, but Iceland couldn't get anything done. Obviously, like, Iceland, you know, Hafikool and Finzi are names that we know with a ton of experience, but so far they just haven't looked strong. And they're going to have their hands full with a tough Norway team, and maybe they start running some different strategies. I think yesterday Hafikool tried to echo mirror against Yazan, and that didn't work out. But this is a situation where you're 0-2, you haven't won a map, that you just need small victories, and maybe you start switching up strategies.
Yeah, Hafikool, man. You talk about a player that's been in Overwatch since the beginning. Hafikool has been around for a very, very, very long time. You know, a player with his highs and lows, but always good to see veterans on the scene. I feel like, I don't even remember the full context, but I feel like Hafikool was the origin of the, like, you guys get paid meme, which, like, an actual team got made of. I don't remember what he said to cause it, but that was, we go way back. But now we look over to Norway and Onigod. What can you say about Onigod here, X? Because to me, also, since the beginning, and very consistent.
Yeah, I mean, so obviously, Onigod is a known commodity. We've seen how well they play, but I want to talk about like pretty much everyone else on this roster, like Psycho, Isaac, JP, and Mimyo. With like, I don't know how it hasn't become a meme. It's the best name ever. Mimyo. They've all played really, really well. Like, specifically, Isaac's tank has been really good to see. JP has been able to duel out tracers that pressure them. Psycho has had moments of on the secondary DPS. Like, I think, you know, we talk about Onigod because it's the name that we know and it's been around forever, but the supporting talent on this Norway team is really, really strong. And yeah, so it's just a really good team. They're 2-0, they're 4-0 on maps. They can't afford to slip up today, and Norway has been running like some interesting stuff like a Junkrat and a Doomfist unironically, so they're a really fun team to watch.
Yeah, and Ilios is where we're kicking things. I don't think we've started a match on Ilios yet for the games we've cast. I don't think so. I think it's been all Lijiang.
No, because I haven't said Murder Hole yet.
Yeah, that's right. On the well stage. I remember if you had. So, Ilios, a little bit of variety for us at the very least. Should be interesting to see what both teams have in store.
All right, so yesterday, Iceland did play on Ilios. They had the unfortunate draw of Saudi Arabia, and they tried to run an Echo into it to try to put some pressure onto Yazan. Didn't necessarily work out, but maybe that's just their strategy. Norway, it's really hard to figure out what they're going to do. Like I said, they ran a Junkrat and a Doomfist yesterday on Control. Not even as a meme, but like as a valuable strat. It worked out really well. So Norway is that fun squad to watch that they could run out with anything, and we'll see what these teams want to run. Psycho and the Echo could be a good thing too. Psycho's Echo's been pretty solid.
Yeah, I like the Echo pick here, especially on Ruins. I mean, there's a lot of room to work with. Also, you stop and think about it, right? The fact that Widow's been toned down a bit means that you can run things like Pharah or Echo here on the stage a little bit more freely than you've been able to in the past, because you don't have to worry about just dying from spawn, right? Like, a little bit of an advantage.
Okay, well, both teams going to come out with the teleporter, and yeah, difference is going to be Ash versus Echo in the sky.
Yeah, for Iceland, the question is, will they be able to ground the Echo, or will Psycho just do whatever he wants? For now, both teams feeling each other out, and I'm just curious where Psycho is on the setup. Iceland, meanwhile, looking to try and get the point. Isaac, though, goes down! The focus fire onto the tank of Norway. Very intense. Psycho nearly falls at the same time, and Iceland coming out pretty strong here. First control, and you know, for Norway, kind of have to just wait till your Junker Queen gets back.
Yeah, I mean, that is the issue with running the Echo and Mercy, right? Your ground forces are going to be way lower, but like I mentioned, JP is a sniper on these flex supports, gets a nice kill on Orion.
JP, not to be confused with J3. As I look, every time I look at that, it's like, nope, different person. But here we go, Onigod in the back with Psycho, a really well-coordinated dive. They get down Futhark, and yeah, time to just rewind that back up to level ground. Psycho and Onigod connecting for multiple eliminations in the back.
You can tell JP's different because JP hits their shots. Sorry, Jay, love
Whoa.
you. It's actually, you know what? I'm going to call him out. Like, a couple of his fans DM me on Twitter. They're like, hey, can you make fun of J3 in the next cast? I'm like, I guess. I don't know. I love Jay. We've known him for a very, very long time. But yeah. JP is one of those standouts that, you know, not Onigod on this roster. So 22% and counting up. And yeah, Psycho with the duplicate ready, and a bevy of ultimates available for Norway right now.
Onigod, hang on to the pulse bomb for now. Moving over, drops the bomb. He's gonna hit anything. It does! Futhark might have stepped back into that one. But a nice, easy release. Psycho finding Krizzy on the other end, and Norway just mopping on up.
Yeah, they use their ultimate advantage to great advantage there, but end up burning out 4 different ultimates. So Iceland should, in theory, have the next fight advantage. At least, like, I would probably wait for Bob here and toss Bob on the point and give you some entrance.
Yeah, you would think that would be the opener here. Or something Nano. Half-Cool getting pretty low early on. I think right now Oni and Half-Cool might have been trading blows somewhere on the map. That looked like a tracer duel from Delphar. Half-Cool getting super low again. Here we go. Rampage in from Isaac. Iceland looking to stay alive.
Nice
Nano in
cleanse.
response. Hefkel is able to get Isaac, and yeah, Iceland, they're burning quite a few ults here, Hex, and it's working out, as it should.
Yeah, he had to. I mean, you want to give Crizzy some credit there, too, because that was a pretty nice Rampage coming in on them, but, you know, Suzu on cooldown, able to cleanse that anti-heal off of him. Pretty nice there. Iceland's going to take over. Norway is a single fight away, but no ultimates to speak of. So actually, you know, a pretty close matchup here.
Yeah, definitely closer than perhaps anticipated for the first round. Buckler going in, has Rampage
Nice.
ready. Nice pulse bomb from Happy. And yeah, I mean, you lose your tank that early and nothing else has really happened. You can't really stay in the fight, at least until you get back up. Rampage going to be used. Iceland looking at mid here, but Okalar might have enough more than they can chew. Take it on down. Ethical, though, finds Oni God in the chaos. It's still not bad for Iceland.
Yeah, I mean, Hoppy's actually taken the better parts of these Tracer duels in the last couple of minutes. It was looking rough to start off the match, but looking pretty solid. Isaac on the point alone.
Oh, he gets caught.
Psycho, yeah.
Psycho was a little bit quiet for a bit, but not quiet at all now. Picks up a quick two-piece, 84 to 84. And now it's coming down to the final fight. Iceland, they're going to have the Kitsune Rush, but not a whole lot else here, Hex.
Yeah, I actually like Norway's small adjustment here of kind of keeping the Echo and Mercy close to their Junker Queen, because in the early fights, when the Junker Queen is getting kind of sold out a little bit on the ground, there just wasn't enough healing. But now that's a big problem. Huge shot from Orion.
Looking for it to connect. No! Does not hit, so Pulse Bomb out of the way. Mimio out of the fight early for Norway. Losing her, definitely going to hurt just a bit as Iceland gets recontrol. Norway mostly disengaged from that, though, Hex. It was smart. They realized they have a little bit of point to give.
Yeah, a little bit. So, I mean, they're going to have Rampage. They just hit every Q ever, right? Both support ultimates out.
Oh my God, finds Futhark immediately. Quick pick off for Norway. Psycho, though, on death's door. Is Psycho going to live? He does. Even Isaac finds okay on the other side. Oni God fishes off Happy, and 99-99, but it looks like Norway has found the way. Just gotta deal with Bob for a little bit.
There's a critical kill onto the Ana. As you look, Ana now has Nano 95%. When Onigod got that kill, that is a fight-changing ultimate out of it. Really good target fire. Iceland putting up a heck of a fight, though. Pretty strong plays there. Individual plays, like Orion hitting a single shot onto the Mercy was critical. Open it up for them. Hafi, I felt, was getting bullied pretty early on, like the first 50% of that fight, but ended up starting to win those Tracer fights and hitting some sticks, so just took him a second to warm up.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, overall, very competitive performance by Iceland, where, you know, I think you mentioned it, but Hafikul was going blow for blow with Onigod for a lot of that, and even when it wasn't on screen, you'd see both Onigod and Hafikul, their health bars just get low, restore, get low, restore. That was just Onigod and Happy just dancing with each other for half the map.
Okay, so Iceland's going to have a faster rollout here as they do run the Symmetra. So now we've got Dueling Ashes, Psycho staying on the Echo. I think it's good. Echo can be very good on this map. Just a matter of if Orion
Happy
can...
low?
Oh, never mind.
Just tapped down by Oni. Gives Norway a pretty large advantage in the first fight. I mean, both DPS down. Iceland not going to be able to do a whole lot of that, unless, you know, Crizzy just goes full DPS Kiriko, but don't see that panning out that way. Alcalcar about to go down here in just a second, and yeah, Norway going to get first control, but a lot of that just off the early pick on Happy.
Yeah, Happy Cool is going to switch to the Sombra now in this case. Can be good against, like, the Mercy Echo, but it also can be very good on the ground to try to neutralize the Diva.
Alright, Psycho floating around right now. Iceland getting pressured as they try and go through the side building. Norway right now just playing very reactive to what Iceland is doing. Not going for a hard engage here just yet. Just poking as Iceland tries to come on in. Isaac, though, gets hit with the bio, has to back out. Former with the fade. Now comes in from the back. A pretty nice flank. Gets met with the sleep in return. And while it's going on, Aquacar was able to get Psycho on the other end, but doesn't matter. Isaac just mows down two, though very assisted by his team.
Yeah, I mean, Iceland will take it, but I mean, it is one of the big benefits of the Diva is just the mobility you have to be able to chase people down. With mobility, trying to find this Kiriko.
Yeah, the
Eventually
interesting
Kiriko
thing there,
goes down.
Iceland prioritized the point, so they did get control for a little bit, but because they lost, you know, 2 people pretty decisively, that was very easy cleanup from Norway on the other end. So Norway's like, that's fine, you can have 13%. We prefer the positioning and winning the fight.
Yeah, so with EMP up, Hoppy's just got to figure out which target he wants. You're not going to get a 5-man EMP against this type of composition. They're just simply going to be too spread out. So it's really about picking targets. Isaac has been the hack target for the most part, trying to neutralize this D.Va. But yeah, the EMP is the next thing to look at.
EMP comes in and right
It's
now it's
Psycho
target on
only.
Psycho, and Psycho's okay. Psycho protected against the hack, and Norway immediately punishing. I mean, I think Iceland went in pretty hard expecting the EMP to be better than it was, and it just wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, you know you're in a bad spot when the D.Va just stops moving.
It's not great. Norway looking much stronger here on round 2. 93% to 13. Last opportunity coming up here for Iceland. Nano in the bank at the very least, so you gotta look towards the jumping screen here.
Yeah.
See what the
Hoppy's
rampage
gonna get caught out too.
Yeah,
Spy check.
Yeah, his translocator got killed. He thought he
Yeah.
could get out, and yeah, he had to touch the point. Rampage in, hits Isaac. We'll see if the fall through's there. No, Isaac doesn't want any part of it. Goes for the bomb, gets sucked right after. Is the fall through gonna be there? It is, but meanwhile, Iceland still to get on the point. Norway still in a pretty good position. You're going to be able to get a little bit of delay here from the Junker Queen on the point. Echo getting pulled out of the duplicate. Norway respawns coming in. Still in control of the point, but not a bad last push here from Iceland so far, keeping it alive. But for how long can they manage? They get Psycho. Uncle Car looking pretty decent here. The resurrection, though, comes in. The res doesn't appear to be denied. Norway going to be back up to a full 5 here in a moment. They did lose control of the point, and Psycho goes down again, this time caught by Futhark. As Iceland holds on, a really good last push, Hex.
Yeah, it's just the incredible sustainability of a Junker Queen right there. It takes like your entire squad to be able to deal with a Junker Queen and mitigate some of that damage. Orion is a huge shot.
Orion, good pressure here from the back from Iceland. 37% on the point. Where Norway's just, they're on the high ground, but they can't really go into point here just yet. Meanwhile, Isaac has had enough, goes to pressure the Ash. Orion, though, dealing with the pressure fairly well so far, but not anymore. It goes to the spot where 4 members of Norway are just able to jump. Psycho, meanwhile, finds Futhark. Uncle Car counters back, gets rid of Isaac. Still not bad from Iceland, really holding on. Tsune Rush just used. Norway having to respect it, back out just a little bit more. And Norway, I mean, they're trying to get all 5 back up, but right now it's just this long brawl where they're not getting the point.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is that this Junker Queen is just still alive, and they don't have enough burst damage to deal with. Finally goes down.
That's huge. The Junker Queen out of the fight meets Norway can actually stand on the point. You see the Nano going down on the Orion. That's not going to be enough to delay for too long. Overtime ticking down. Can Iceland pull the miracle again? No, they cannot even get back on the point. Norway takes it in 2 rounds.
Yeah, another really strong fight, though, from Iceland. Looking pretty good there. Some good individual efforts. I thought the Junker Queen pick worked out really well. There were a couple times, like, I think they did a really good job in the second half of that stage of focusing down the D.Va, because without the D.Va, they were just losing fights, and there was no one to really contest Orion. The Junker Queen was staying alive, consistently putting in damage, because they just couldn't find the angle on her. So Iceland with a much stronger showing than I was expecting, based on their first 2 performances. Granted, one was against Saudi Arabia, not really fair, but, you know, like I said, they're 0-2 coming into this. I think, like, you know, there's something to build on here. They've got some small potential.
Yeah, I mean, you think about highlights here, right, where we've talked a lot about Onigod. Halfagul had moments in this match where Halfagul is pretty evenly matching Onigod at points. I think Focus Fire and Isaac, also from Iceland, not the worst, even as Isaac was playing pretty well. Like, Iceland had moments where the team coordination was there, the individual play was there, but it wasn't there enough to actually take a round.
Yeah, and so, yeah, I think, yeah, I've not casted Iceland yet so far in this tournament. I'm pretty impressed. I'm actually a little surprised that their map record is as poor as it is. They seem to have at least a strategy here. Orion with another couple of clutch shots towards the end. And just, yeah, this just not quite able to put it together, not quite able to win a map. But I did mention, like, coming into this, like, you need small victories, and they're very close to getting one of those small victories, and like these were closer control maps than I was expecting based on prior results.
Yeah, and I mean, again, that's the cool thing about this tournament, right, is that, and we've said it a lot right now, it's sort of testament to that, but a lot of these matches, even with the favored team, have been way, way closer than you might have thought. But all that being said, it is Norway up 1-0 over Iceland. Will Iceland be able to make the adjustments they need to even up the series? Stay tuned. We'll find out soon. Norway looking strong against Iceland in our first map of the series, but Iceland, Hex, definitely some bright points to be had.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing, you know, seeing them and seeing the results and then casting them, you kind of get a whole different thing. It's kind of how this tournament has gone so far. If you look at the results, you're like 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. Oh, these teams are bad, but it's like not really. I mean, if you look at a lot of these, there's been some really, really close matches, and I don't think the groups are as far apart as perhaps we think. Iceland with a couple bad matchups. You know, Germany looks pretty solid in the last match, but also, you know, Saudi Arabia was brutal. But, you know, the format is really cool. We'll see where Iceland wants to go. Previously, when they lost to Germany, they went to Blizzworld. And yesterday, when they lost initially to Saudi Arabia, they went to this map, Havana. It did not go well for Iceland against against Saudi Arabia and Havana.
Yeah, I don't know why you would bring Saudi Arabia to Havana, where Yazan's just gonna look at that and be like, so you mean I get to play Farah on point A and point C at a minute?
It kind of went down in a weird way, and we'll talk about this probably when we do Saudi Arabia next. But I think the plan is that they were going to run a Widowmaker, and also like on defense, it forced Yazan to run a Sojourn. So they were going to run this Widow to maybe deal with it. And what happened was Quartz went off on Widowmaker, like went nuts on Widow. So like that was the issue that happened. So, I mean, I think they had a plan, and it just ended up being like, oh, this Widowmaker on the other team, you know, despite having to deal with Yazan on Sojourn, and Yazan played fair on the offense, but on the defense, you can't really play fair on this map. Yeah. So, yeah, it just happened that, like, Quartz went off for Saudi Arabia on Widow. So maybe, like, Iceland has this plan to maybe run a Widow again. And see if they can get it, because, like, you know, to be dead honest, like, Orion has hit some shots. Like, I feel like the long range hit scan for Iceland is not an issue.
You know, it's kind of fun. We talked a lot about Onigod playing a lot of May yesterday and having a lot of time on it. Hafficool is another player that, well, Hafficool's done a bit of everything in his Overwatch career. I think he's had stints where he's done tank, he's had stints on DPS, but I feel like I've seen Hafficool on May a pretty sizable amount over the years as well.
Yeah, for whatever reason, when I remember the name, I remember tank play, but, you know, it's been a long time since I've seen Haffy in a competitive environment. No,
Haffy, I'm like 90% sure has done both. Or he's like one of those players that, you know, had a role change over time, but involves both. But either way, we're getting into it. It's Norway on the attack, and Iceland being up close and personal. That was a very short Roadhog sighting, and gone as soon as he's there. Well, meanwhile, Onigod! Okay, well, that's a wrap. Just 2 taps with Hanzo, 2 down. Alright. That's fair.
Yeah, I mean, it just that's the way to break spawn right there. JP is going to die, but a lot of those heroes are just designed to break spawn. Like the Roadhog, if you get a hook right away, it's great. Obviously, Hanzo can be really good. We'll see if Isaac stays on this. The Orisa, it's not a terrible matchup, and Isaac's played a lot of different things as far as tanks go, so not super surprising. And the Orisa's good to break spawn too, maybe just wants to stick with it.
Only got a pretty decent position here, getting a lot of free shots on Iceland from the flank. Now moving in a little bit up close and personal. Crizzy nearly down and does get taken down off the bio. Couldn't find any opportunity to heal. Immortality Field not going to save it. Norway. A very good spot. Onigod finally goes down, but the disruption has been huge. Iceland's down their tank, and, well, both teams down a tank. But again, these trades have been very beneficial for Norway on the whole.
Yeah, Onigod's position there really set up everything. He's on that top left flank, and meanwhile, Psycho's got the pincer, so it's just where are you going to find solace if you're Iceland? I think Onigod ended up just like running away and dropping down because he ended up getting killed by the tank. So yeah, it's the double sniper on offense worked out really well. Again, this is Iceland's map pick. Maybe, you know, they're picking it for their own offense, but so far it has been all Norway.
Dragon Strike going right down the middle. Oh, this is big isolation on the Oklakar here. Where will we be able to get out? It's questionable. Super low right now. Futhark punishes Psycho on the Widow, but oh, as I say that, the Orisa ult comes through, slams out 2, and that is point A in a flash for Norway.
And this Zenyatta is getting so much value. Of those 4 kills in the kill feed, Zenyatta had assisted on 3 of them. And it's just brutal because, you know, yeah, you're just going to see Ocular switch too because you're just getting bullied out. On the Ramatra, you get discorded and both snipers firing at you. You're in really bad trouble, so...
Oh, Orion nearly got picked off. I think that was one of those shots where if it were last patch, Orion would be dead. Just slightly out of the kill range of Widow right now is Psycho. Recon size active, looking for anything in the crosshairs. Not gonna hit that one. Looking for the Zen on the other side. Norway, though, getting a lot of space here. Iceland is giving up a lot of territory in respect to the range that's going on. Psycho finds Krizzy. Sets up the 5v4. Oni God, good positioning. The pressure out the Zen. Now turns the attention to the Diva. Aquacar is going to get demeched here. And a flash. The EMP, though, comes out. I just don't know if it's going to be enough. Like, yeah, you get Psycho right after it, but the rest of the fight is so Norway favored as JP is the cleanup.
I mean, this is just looking like one of those momentum-based fights here because you need to be able to hold on B. Like, it's such a good defender's advantage if you get set up on B, but Norway took it away immediately. Norway really wants to get through this. You see Psycho's going to switch just to the Tracer.
Early Transcendence. That's exactly why. Like, they want to be done with this early. They got the DMEC. They use the Transcendence to go aggressive. Oni God finishes off Aquacar. Gets punished by Orion, though. The counter Hanzo buying a little bit of space. Emio, though, she finds Krizzy, Isaac on the Orion, and Norway very, very close to taking this. Futhark drops Transcendence, but it's always the sad Transcendence, right, Hex, where you use Transcendence at the end of the fight. You never feel good about it, even if it's the right move.
Well, I think they know how critical this point is. The Dragon's going to come across and clear off the card just for a second, and that should end up being it, as the tank will fall as well. But yeah, you just see the importance being laid on this point. If you can hold on B, it's, you know, reminds me a little bit of Gibraltar in that way, that if defense can get set up on B, it becomes a nightmare for the offense, and both teams understand that. That's why Norway, you know, even looking early on, they throw in the offensive Transcendence. They really, really prioritize getting B, also because it's a difficult map to finish.
Yeah, I mean, look, most of the time in Havana, if you're able to get B, you've probably already won the map. It is not easy to get through B. Onigon now on the Widow. We're interesting swap up, by the way. Usually you don't see a team swap to two different Widow players within the same map. That's rare.
Yeah, definitely not something you normally see. But I think it's because Psycho had to come back on the Tracer, and now with the Pulse Bomb, and, you know, you don't want to give that up, but also you definitely need a Widow at this point.
JP starts it out, finds Futhark, and that is just a roll. Everything going right for Norway. Fight over before it really even begins, and you know, Iceland even used Window on their Hex. They're kind of drained going to a very important fight. Oh no, Psycho, don't do it. Psycho's looking for the BAP, has the Pulse Bomb. Oh, you gotta think it goes for it here. Just, if nothing else, to at least get rid of the Immortality Field. And yeah, Immortality Field was used. That was a good pulse. You trade
that was a strange engagement. I think Psycho like thought they DC'd and didn't want to engage right away. It was just very odd.
No, I refuse to believe there was that level of honor. I think it was just...
I don't know.
I think it was just waiting for the right opportunity. Psycho, though, finds Happy. Oni finds Futhark. Norway, quick to kill, sets up the 5-on-3. And how long can a tank healer and DPS delay? Well, not long at all, as it turns out. Norway cleans up the rest. Happy comes back out of spawn, immediately gets thrown to the ground. And this is looking like not only a pointsy finish, but that's a ridiculous time bank for Havana Hex.
That's crazy. About 2 minutes in the bank for Norway. Really very little resistance from Iceland. You know, I guess they went all in on point B to try to really hold it off there, which I think is the correct strategy. You know, try to really hold off on point B, because then you can hold there for the rest of the map, but then they're a little behind on economy. Then Oni God onto the Widow, ended up just getting the better end of those Widow trades, and Psycho's Tracer went off as well. Like I said, we talk so much about Oni God, but, you know, JP gets opening kills. Isaac with the non-conventional tank play that we've seen so far through this tournament. I mean, running Junker Queen on maps that other teams aren't running Junker Queen on, like notably I think Blizzard World was one of them. Then running this Orisa and just kind of making, you know, Iceland's tanks' lives really, really miserable. Yeah, Norway looks really strong here. We'll see if Iceland has a different strategy here. Again, this was their map pick, and it did not look that way.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, because if you didn't, I was going to bring that up. That was Iceland's map. And you'd think if you decide, hey, we want to play in Havana, you don't just get crushed on defense that hard. But I think if there's a reason for it, Hex, you know, the one thing you brought up really rings true is the idea of momentum, right? Where Norway just got really good momentum to the point that Iceland really couldn't even catch their breath on point B. And you saw the evidence of that, where Iceland was, you know, basically trying to throw everything haphazardly to save point B at the end, and they couldn't, and it just escalated from there.
Yeah, not even going to be a full hold here from Norway. They just want to set up and get the good sniper positions. Sigma, of course, can be really good on this map to hold corners, but it's really just about avoiding Onigod right now.
Easier said than done is what I'll say. That ethical though gets JP early. Really nice start for Iceland, and you think about the time bank they're up against. They need to win every fight they can early and just keep it rolling. So for Iceland, they need more.
Yeah, I mean, Iceland's got a pretty decent counter to some of the heroes that Norway's running. Obviously, Hoppy Cool is going to be on both Widow and Zenyatta duty. Haven't seen much from Orion yet. Haven't even seen where Orion is.
Oh my god, double tap there. Pressure on Aquacar. And we'll see how that's going to develop. Norway right now, playing around the payload. Isaac able to find Orion. It's pretty big as Onigod gets Aquacar. And Norway's poke really, really strong right now. Psycho able to finish off Prizzy, and if you're happy here, it's just like, well, I guess I might as well build some. Oh, well, you would be building ult if JP didn't just kill you.
Pretty rough stuff there. I mean, the kill onto Orion early on the Ashe is one of the reasons that Onigod's able to get that next kill. Doesn't have to worry about sightlines, able to step out and do whatever. Orion gonna even the score.
Yep, little Widow v Widow there. Orion finishes off Onigod, and with that, Psycho can't die. Psycho got so close to dying there, because Norway's probably going to need the Pulse Bomb to make this next fight work. Isaac, though, goes for the early Flux. Minho has to use Immortality Field early, and Aquacar doesn't care, just annihilates over. Norway, everything going their way here so far. Onigod's back to the fight, but it would be real tough to turn this as Widow right now. There's just no covering fire whatsoever.
Oh, not only that, it was just getting pebbled down by the Ramatra stick. I've heard so many great terms for that, like, aquarium gravel, the little tortilla chips, like this.
Yeah, it's not the most dignified way to die in the game, I'll be honest.
It's almost my favorite thing that happens when a new hero is released, is to hear what people are going to call the abilities, because no one's going to call it whatever it is. The community gets to decide.
For some heroes it's simple, like Sigma, it's rock. He throws a rock. It's a rock. Like, what do you want here?
It's not accretion?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I've said accretion on cast plenty of times, but rock is a little bit more visceral.
Well, Iceland's setting up here, and they're in a pretty good spot because they're going to have EMP. But Norway, the advantage between their defense and Iceland's defense is that they didn't lose everybody immediately. So this is what I'm talking about. Getting set up here is so important. Norway should be able to have people on several different vertical axes. But the EMP could be huge.
At the door right now. Just poking on the side, EMP ready to go. You have to think the EMP is coming soon. Norway, though, positioning in a way that makes the EMP a little bit hard for Happy right now. Not the easiest multi-EMP targets, but as we've seen, if your EMP just secures one kill, oftentimes that is enough. Isaac, under enough pressure that the Nano gets used, and forces out the Transcendence really, really early. And Isaac is still able to get Orion, Transcendence or no. Psycho finish off Futhark as soon as it's over, and Norway, their spread defense does work out pretty well.
Yeah, Hoppy Cool, I think, missed his translocator, banked it off a wall, knew it right away. Only able to clean that up. No one saw that. I didn't see that. Clip it. Everyone clip that. I think that's what happened there. So really what you're seeing a lot of times, and it ends up being a very base part of Overwatch, but the aggressor wins most of the time. So there's being very aggressive with the Nano onto the Devo, which is somewhat reactionary, but then it ended up forcing out so many different ultimates. Now, there's 2:20 on the clock. Iceland still has their EMP.
They got the BAP immediately. And yeah, even though the EMP comes out, I mean, I feel bad for Happy there because that fight was doomed from the beginning as Okokar just says, please finish it. But yeah, I mean you lose your BAP that early on. Okay, you EMP, great. You're still down your BAP. It's probably cursed.
Well, not only that, but with wall hacks, he was just in trouble. Like, the Summer was just dead, no matter what. And I think maybe we're going to switch off anyway, so that's why the EMP comes in regardless. If not, then you take your medicine and you just eat it and come back with EMP again. But now, pretty close to mirror DPS. Orion gets the better JP. I wonder where JP was standing there.
That's huge. Norway is banking on the Transcend for this entire fight. This is a massive opportunity. As Orion gets another! Orion with 2 on the Widow. Might be the end of it with Psycho right on top over here. But no, the support peel is really, really good. Psycho forced back, and yeah, the way Orion's playing right now, you definitely protect Orion. He's the best part of your team.
And now they're going to be able to get this high ground here. Like, this is Widow's, like, favorite spot on this map.
Widow v Widow. Widow v Widow with the Tracer in the back. It's not entirely fair as Isaac comes in over the top as one way of dealing with the threat. Onigod, meanwhile, finds Okmakar, and Norway just devastating off the dive from Isaac.
Yeah, really nice dive, really good coordination, and Norway's done a really good job of figuring out what the problem is. You know, in their matchup, it's like, well, we just can't let this Widow beat us, and now they just get to set up on B again. Again, it's what we talked about, why momentum is so important on these escort maps is once you get set up on B on defense, Iceland's going to need monumental advantage. They have more ults. They've got better ults.
And Norway's got to back up a little bit here. You have the recon site.
Yeah, well,
they have room to give here. Isaac drops self-destruct, hoping for one. Gets one! Somehow gets the BAP! Oh, man. I don't even think Chrissy thought he was in range of that. There's no way. Futhark goes down. Transcend's going to be popped from Norway. This should be it. Everything going Norway's way here. Iceland, they drop the Annihilation, but the Pulse Bomb just stronger. Overtime ticks down, and that's going to be Norway taking the series.
Yeah, Iceland will go down on their own map pick on Havana. Obviously, you saw a little bit more of their strategy on Havana than you were able to see yesterday against Saudi Arabia. But yeah, it's just a stronger team. Psycho and Onigod, the damage line is so good. Like I mentioned, JP holds his own. Isaac is kind of this weird curveball that you never know what you're going to get as far as tank play. Has played almost everything. The versatility of the single tank has worked out really well for this squad. So very good look here from Norway. And yeah, I don't know if people really had Norway doing as well as they have so far in this tournament, but they are rolling through some teams here, and you know, it's been impressive. Mostly, I think a lot of people just didn't know about the supporting cast around Onigod. Like, I think people knew about Onigod, been around so long that you're like expecting, okay, that's, you know, some high level play from Onigod, has been in the league, has been at the top of contenders, but it is all the pieces around that continue to impress me.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Onigod's one of those players where you look at their overall career in Overwatch, they've always been good, but because they never hit, like, the true, absolute top peaks, it's like a player that people tend to sleep on, even though Onigod's performance is still excellent. And, look, I mean, there's some people that make the argument saying, like, hey, there's some teams in the league that should have him on their roster, but either way, very good performance from Onigod. Psycho, also, you talk about DPS, pretty good supporting DPS at times with some very high highs, especially on the Echo.
Absolutely. I think Onigod's one of those players that can elevate people around them because the versatility, just the absolute versatility, and also like kind of just the personality and the humility of it all. Like, you know, just being able to go back and grind contenders every time that like maybe the league doesn't work out, and just be coming back and like, you know, just always he's a gamer, always ready to game, but also like I said, the versatility is fantastic. I can't think of a hero on damage that Onigod can't play.
Yeah, and well, that being said, the series was pretty good. Definitely closer than expected. Norway, though, takes it. Coming up next, it's going to be Poland taking on the favorite in Saudi Arabia.
Welcome back to the Overwatch World Cup EMEC Online Qualifiers for 2023. I'm your host, Shimbasco, joined by ZP and Hex, and we just had a pretty dominant showing yet again from this team from Norway. Onigod, the rest of the support squad, and the tank lineup really coming through in a big way. Of course, that was match 2. We've got 7 total for the day here. Let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule, ZP and Hex, and see what we've got coming around the corner, because I believe our next marquee matchup will be Saudi Arabia versus Poland, which is bound to be a good one, right? Lots of hype riding on this Saudi Arabian team. But before we proceed, let's take a moment to just recap what happened in that Norway versus Iceland match, ZP.
Yeah, I mean, Iceland versus Norway, again, there were points where Iceland was mechanically competing with Norway, particularly when you go back to Control, Hathakul having his moments versus Onigod, but on the whole, Norway just operating on a higher level, way better coordination on their team dives, and just, again, higher level play overall, and, you know, a little bit disappointing for Iceland where you go to Havana and then you just get steamrolled on your defense. Something clearly went wrong there.
Yeah, I really like this Norway squad. The more I watch them, the more I like them. I think, like, I always harp on it, like, the versatility. I said, like, you know, Onigod's versatility helps, but just watching Isaac play tank, you know, watching, you know, Psycho being able to run Tracer and Echo and all these other things, like, they can run any composition. Both of their supports have shown very good versatility to run both, like, an Ana and a Mercy, and then a Zen and a Kiriko. So, like, it's a team that, you know, they're undefeated so far, have lost a map, which may end up coming into it, but it's a team that I think everyone should be afraid of, because there's not anything that they can't play.
Yeah, and I think you made a really good point earlier, guys, and when you talked about Onigod being able to lift others around him, right? His Norwegian squad
That's
squad
not a word.
that's not a word, but the other one was. But they've done a really good job in that Onigod himself, we keep talking about him and his versatility, but time and time again, he was shut down by the enemy team, right? Individually, and we saw that in the kill feed, but it was the team that really came through. So overall, like you mentioned, Hex, functioning fantastically as a group. Can they keep it together? Can they keep that map score in check? Because like we mentioned, Group B, only 2 teams will be moving forward from Group B and 3 teams from Group A. So with that said, let's head on into our next matchup. Of course, you've got a great one here with Saudi Arabia versus Poland. Hex and ZP, I leave it to y'all.
Yeah, and as we head into this, this does feel like a little bit of a David and Goliath story here, Hex, because, you know, Poland, well, you know, they've looked a little bit better than expected at some points. Saudi Arabia is strong, and in the areas they're strong in, they are ridiculously strong. So I feel like the #1 homework here, if you're Poland coming in here, is you better have a plan to control the skies. You don't have to be in the skies yourself, but you better have some way of dealing with the far play that is heading directly at you.
Well, I mean, there's a couple things to talk about there. I think even if you do, you're still in trouble, because Quartz is still like a really good, yesterday, even when when Iceland forced Yazan off of the Farah, when they played Havana, Yazan played a Sojourn, and there were a couple moments where like lit up the kill feed, but it was always going to be Quartz. Quartz had like 3Ks, 4Ks. Quartz is an ultra talented damage dealer in their own right. I think the only map we've seen Saudi Arabia lose was on a Lijiang Tower where they ran Yubi as Torbjorn, which was just kind of an interesting little wrinkle. I don't think we'll be seeing it again. So, I mean, I guess the thing is, and this may be not for Poland, but I think Saudi Arabia is not unbeatable, right? They've lost a map. Let's keep that in mind. They've lost a map against Finland. Finland did take a map off of this team. It was Lijiang, and Finland did it by playing a lot of Cass and Diva. So your Cass doesn't have to beat the Farah Mercy. In fact, I think it's unreasonable to expect one hero to beat 2 heroes, but that has to put them in check a little bit to make them a little bit afraid to do something like else. So there is a blueprint-ish of how to defeat the sky dominance of Saudi Arabia, but it's going to be difficult to replicate. So I just want to put it out there. Saudi Arabia has lost a map. They are beatable.
We've seen them bleed, is what you're saying, essentially, is that we can see them bleed. But this is, of course, the Poland roster where you got not the real Jake, not to be confused with the other Jake, but the fake Jake, which is one of the best names we've seen around. I feel, you know, I didn't take a look back to look at chat because it's just not something you do, but I have to assume that just having Jake in your name means you're going to get a lot of Jake lulls no matter what you do. So, another Overwatch tradition.
I mean, this is a team that went to map 3 against Turkey in a pretty close match. And, you know, they're not winless. They've won maps so far in the tournament. I don't think there's great expectation for this team, but I think that, you know, just they're having some small victories. The one player I did think stood out a little bit amongst the others was Texel on the flex support. A couple of really nice kills and a couple of nice streaks. I think, you know, obviously they're going to be overmatched with Saudi Arabia, which most teams would be. But, you know, if ICAV is best hero is Cass, I'd like to see them at least try it, but it's a really difficult ask for Poland here against, you know, probably the favorite in Group B right now.
Yeah, I mean, look, we have set this up, you know, and the last time we talked like this, Sweden lost. So there's always the possibility, right? But given that we've seen teams play a little bit more, we've seen the actual active performance, you know, a bit more in our face. I'm interested to see what Poland does here because it does feel like a very, very uphill battle. But we're going into Nepal to kick things off. So the era of Ilios was short. Now we're back to Nepal. In fact, we've done 3 matches today here, Hex. We've actually fully swapped up. We did Lijiang, Ilios, now Nepal. Variety.
Well, it's the spice of life, as they say. So far, things have gone pretty much according to script, as it were. So I'd be really surprised if Saudi Arabia doesn't 2-0 this in pretty quick fashion. But yeah, I don't see a blueprint in which Poland can pull any of this off. Yeah, I mean, I guess mostly, like, all of my prep today was just thinking, like, theory crafting, how do you beat Saudi Arabia? So I went back and I watched all the tape, and it was mostly, like, just, like, Vestola harassing, and then the Cass on the ground, not necessarily getting kills, but making them respect sight lines. And I think one thing that gets overlooked a little bit when we talk about Yazun is just how good the Mercy player, I think it's Haku, if I'm remembering correctly, is just good at hiding. It's just really, really good at staying out of sight lines because obviously you don't want to be shooting far. You want to shoot the Mercy, then get to the far. But just the team overall is so good. And like I said, I think we've maybe overlooked like the rest of this squad, which is the core of Twisted Minds, and watching some of the tape of the Pro-Am of when Twisted Minds beat NYXL, they look like they could go toe-to-toe with literally anyone in the world.
Yeah. Also, there is like one hidden storyline on Saudi Arabia where the player only played for one map, and I think it was the map they lost. I forget if they won or lost, but I think it was the one map they lost was... we talk a lot about Quartz and how Quartz is playing. There was a brief period of time where they had a player called Yubi playing on the Torb. And then
I feel played Torb on that was the map they lost.
Yeah,
it was Lijiang Tower. Yeah.
So they played with the roster that they've been running ever since the map with Yubi. They have not dropped a map since they brought in Quartz. But there was like that period of time where we're playing on Control. We're bringing Yubi, who not player I know a whole lot about. I guess maybe a Torb specialist, but that was it.
Yeah, I mean, even in real time, I remember seeing the tournament like trying to be like, well, maybe it's to make them look at different places while Yazun shoots them down. But I think Quartz is just such a talented player that you don't really want to take them out of the roster. I mean, just even watching Quartz play Widow yesterday on Havana was just astounding. The target acquisition time, which is one of the things I always look at Widows, is not necessarily like, are you hitting every shot, but like how quick are you switching from one target to another? It's one of the reasons I predicted that Happy would be one of the best Widows in the league when he entered. You know you're not going to get an Overwatch cast with me without talking about Happy. But it was just like being able to switch from one target to the other. And then Quartz also can play a really good cast. Quartz can play a really good almost everything. So I think it's such an interesting and difficult problem when you look at Saudi Arabia of, okay, we need to focus on killing the far up in the Mercy. And even if you do that, then you still have another problem on your hands, right? You still have an issue of dealing with it with the rest of the crew on the ground. It'd be interesting today to see if Saudi Arabia wants to try different things, against a team that they're expected to beat.
So in case you're wondering why we're just sitting here talking and talking and talking, look, it's not us holding everything up. Right now we're waiting for the teams to load in. I think one player's having an issue or one of those things. So in the meantime, we just get to sit here and theory craft about Saudi Arabia, what we've seen, what's going on, the decisions behind it, and not just layer 1, where there's multiple layers of what we can do to fill time, and we'll go through every single one of them if need be. Hex, we've been down some paths over the years.
Well, Saudi Arabia waiting to load in is not ultra surprising. I think our colleagues yesterday mentioned the only thing that can beat Saudi Arabia is ping and pauses. So perhaps Saudi Arabia versus the server might be a more interesting storyline. But yeah, it's
server's winning right now, as it turns out.
This is a team that came in with, I don't want to say a lot of hype, but enough people knew about Twisted Minds and looked at this roster and knew about Yazan to be able to look at them and say, well, they could do it. But now, after seeing the performance, it's like, well, who's going to stop them? Who is going to stop this team?
All right. Well, we're gonna stop filling because we're gonna take a quick break while we get all the players in the lobby. We will corral them, we will make them play, but also we'll be right back. You know, it took a little bit, but we got the admins on the case. We have found the players. We have put them in the player booths, as it were. We got them, Hex.
All right, let's make them fight. I guess let's make them play the game. It would be a tragedy if Saudi Arabia had to, like, you know, concede a match to Poland or something. Just throw everyone's bracket off. But you know, speaking of brackets, like today has been pretty much by the chalk. I think some people maybe expected Germany to play a little bit better, but it's a tough opponent. So when you look at Group B, pretty much I mentioned yesterday that like the teams that we're seeing today that we expected to win are like the three that we expect going forward: Norway, Finland, and Saudi Arabia. So I think that's still how it's going to shake out unless Sweden catches on fire. But Sweden's 0-2, really tough. I don't necessarily see. I mean, Iceland's 0-2. Like when you start going down 0-2, it gets brutal. But you know, as I mentioned, there's 3 teams I think are at the top. Only 2 teams get out.
Yeah, I mean, this is again a tournament where every map, every match is of the utmost importance because you don't know if that'll be the difference maker between you being in or you being out.
UB.
Right. Yeah,
Sorry.
you did it. I do wonder if we'll see UB play today, though, as his side. I guess, you know, again, the question is, like, do you swap out Quartz, who's been playing so well, especially yesterday? But for reference, we are waiting on just one last player. The difference maker is that, so you have, for tournaments, right, you have a schedule where you go, this is the expected time a team will play. But, you know, for the broadcast, you go from match to match to match as soon as one finishes, and we're ahead of schedule, so I guess what happened is that Team Saudi Arabia thought, oh, we're starting on the actual time, right? It's like, no. The other matches have started quicker. We need you in here now, so that's why we've just been waiting.
Yeah, I mean, so speaking of I mean, UB is part of this Core Twisted Minds thing, and we're not clowning on him at all. It's just it is the one match, and it was Torb. But I'm clowning more on Torb than I am on UB. But you know, thinking about it, if they go to Nepal, it's actually not terrible to run Torb on a couple of those stages. There's definitely some spots you can do it in, but it also might be a situation too where, you know, I think the expectation is that they dominate Poland, and so it could be one of those of like, let's try out different strategies today. Let's make sure that everyone gets play time, that everyone can get in and try out. Maybe this is the thing we want to do on this map. Let's just work on some stuff. Or it could be like, oh, we didn't know we had to play. Let's get this done in 10 minutes. So it could be one of the two things. Yeah. I'm not certain which.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like for Overwatch World Cup, given the nature of the tournament, it's not quite the same as the Overwatch League, where you'll definitely have some days where a team is clearly just trying stuff out because, you know, they have room in the, you know, the standings, and, you know, there's a gap between the two teams. Like, you know, years past, right? Like some of the really good Shock teams. You could tell when something was going on where Krusty was just going, yeah, I'm gonna try some stuff. Like, just absolute madness, right? I don't know if you see that dynamic as much in the Overwatch World Cup, again, just because of a compressed schedule, and also you don't have, like, the Shock, like, way ahead, you know, standings-wise, and Krusty wanting to try stuff out. So, you know, it just depends.
Well, it's also an issue of, like, you just really can't be dropping maps here as well. You know, Saudi Arabia's already dropped a map, so, you know, it's something to be concerned about. As I mentioned, how tight Group B is going to shake out to be. I mean, the Shock used to be one of my favorite teams because they didn't do that. Like, the Shock, if they were going to beat a team, they'd 3-0 and go home, right? Yeah. They didn't mess around, so, like, good, thank you for not wasting my time. So I appreciate that.
Most of the time. There were a few, like, matches, it was like, what are you doing? What are you trying?
Well, like Violet McCree or Violet Cassidy, rather.
Also, when was it that Super was on Genji? That was a thing at one point.
Hey, I will hear no slander about Matthew DeLisi.
Like, that was why did we live in a universe where they just like, that would be really good right now? We're gonna put Super on Genji. Like, come on. What? How did that get approved?
He's a gamer. He's just a gamer. You know what? The funny thing is, and this will be the last point on it, I've seen worse Genjis in the Overwatch League than Super's Genji. I 100% have. I mean... So, all right. Anyway, let's talk about the map at hand, the match at hand as well. We have Poland going against Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, of course, one of the favorites in Group B to go forward. It looks like they will be running their standard lineup. Yazan and Quartz will be in there. KSA, Sermajet, Haku. Fake Jake loading in. ICAV, Forever, Flipper, and Texel for the side of Poland. So, I mean, the question is, do they... I mean, did they go to the sky? Right now, it's hard to tell. Probably. I don't see Haku playing Life Weaver.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's one of those things where it's like usually you look to supports because the supports are less likely to change up what they're doing, but the Life Weaver probably not accurate. You see the Mercy; they're going to the sky. Yeah.
Nice little teleport out quick and get everyone else to the point and then to the sky. So a lot of pressure going to be on Forever and ICAP to see if they can do
Already
well.
gone. That was fast. And Forever was trying to block. That was the ridiculous part. Yazan just finds the opening and wow, that's quick.
Yeah.
I mean, what more can you say? You had the D.Va trying to protect the hit scan and the Rockets still hit their mark.
Yeah, not much to say. There's going to be a switch from the Ashe to the Cass. I do think Cass is a little bit better against the Pharah Mercy, and perhaps if they, fly a little too close to the ground, you can use the new nade.
Looking for it, gets it. No chill. No fear either, is what we're seeing here, Hex.
Yeah. I don't really know what else to say. 90% already nearing the barrage. Poland getting pushed back towards their spawn.
Yeah, and you see the D.Va pressure coming in, but Yazan just doesn't care. There's absolutely... I mean, he might as well be invincible right now is what we're seeing. There's just no counter pressure coming in because the players that are trying to pressure Yazan are just getting sent constantly back to spawn. This is unreal oppression from the skies right now.
No, if you get pushed back this far, maybe you start like just running a Widow and an Ashe out of spawn and just hoping for a double shot. Maybe you have to go Zen and try to help out with this.
Oh, he goes for it. Gets two, immediately lives! What in the world?
I kind of just want to just let people watch. Just, like, what do you want me to say here? Yazan's hitting all the shots.
Yeah, can we get analysis of a Pharah that's doing everything? Please.
Well, I mean, so, High Noon's going to be up momentarily. Get a Deadeye, might force them to the ground. You might have to go to something where you don't try to counter this, where you just try to rush in, and I think that was the idea there.
Yeah, they tried to rush in and also got rocketed to death. This could be a very quick series if there is no answer to what Yazan is doing right now, because, I mean, this is brutal. We've seen one-sided Overwatch over time. Hex, this is actually up there. Like, this is cracking at least the top 15.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of morale breaking for the most part too. That one's rough. Courts, come on.
Oh,
come on. That's, you know what? Usually I'm for trash talk. I do not like that. Right
no,
there.
They couldn't even get out of spawn. Like, what are you doing?
I mean, I guess it's a good time as ever to re-educate people on C9. C9 is not when you don't touch the point. C9 is essentially an unforced error. When you make a mistake that you didn't have to, that you could have touched the point and you didn't. I don't think there was really an opportunity there. I guess Flipper came close to getting to the point. But yeah, I mean, I guess if you're Poland, like I would like the Symmetra rollout, and then just try to rush a point, maybe run a more sustainable composition and try to pick off any of these ground targets.
Yeah, and sometimes you'll be like, oh, just ignore the Pharah. I don't know how much of this you can ignore.
I mean, you can't really, but like when they tried to focus it, it didn't work. So
yeah, I know. It just what do you do? Right now we're looking at Flipper's point of view, but Yazan. I'm just curious what is in Yazan's sights. Haku goes down! Nice. Alright, you got rid of the lifeline, but we'll see Yazan be effective even without the Mercy at times. We'll see though. This is a pretty good opening for Poland, about the best they could hope for. KSA though takes down ICAV. Yazan is still in the skies. Doesn't have to worry about the Cass anymore. Mercy, I believe, is back. The D.Va out of it, and Saudi Arabia still just piling on. A little bit of finish there from Yazan, and once again, Saudi Arabia first capture.
Yeah, I mean, it is part of the recipe, I guess, to be able to deal with a Pharah Mercy. Is I think having that D.Va is critical to pressure down the Mercy. Mercy is so slippery though with the movement that even sending the Pharah at her, like it can be very difficult. And now this is kind of a reminiscent of last stage.
New grenade, finds sports. helps. He's on right now under a lot of pressure from the Diva. Forever is really going at it a little bit more aggressively, so I think needs to be happening. But here comes Zon. The barrage is ready. Drops the barrage in back. Gets ICAV right away. But this time it is a press Q to die. It's a trade out, so it's not the worst. I don't know if Haku has res or not. Valkyrie going to be used. Fake Jake finds KSA. Is Poland making it happen, but oh no, the res comes in. The threat is back once more. As Zan into the skies, finds Texel. And that's one of those things where you can't let the res come in. I think Haku did a great job of delaying and then finding the opportunity, though.
Yeah, delaying, popping Valk, making sure that the ability to heal and the movement's there. So really well played. Like, I will give Poland credit though of like figuring out their best chance at dealing with it. As I mentioned, like in the preamble to this match, that
hey, it's high noon.
When Saudi Arabia has lost, it has been against a cast diva composition. So like this is the comp to do it, to be able to pressure. And obviously it's going better than the first stage.
Yeah, and I mean part of it, the Deadeye there was huge. It got rid of Haku, it got rid of Yazan's lifeline. However,
hey, flips. Poland's got it.
They got control. But Saudi Arabia has key members back onto point, and a little bit indoors fire here for a second, for whatever indoors you want to call the bell. Fake Jake working on the Mercy pressure. It's pretty decent Mercy pressure, but Haku's going to shake part of it now. Counter pressure onto the Tracer. Pulse bomb's ready to go. Fake Jake, where are you going to put it? Definitely looking for the tank here, I think. Goes for the stick, gets the stick, but also doesn't really matter for much. KSA still plenty of shield to work with. Quartz finds Texel. And Saudi Arabia, the mechanical difference here, Hex, is kind of overwhelming, and the barrage successful.
Yeah, 90%. Poland's going to have a really tough time getting back into this one, especially as Flipper gets taken down, Fake Jake goes down. Look, improvement from one stage to the next.
It really shows what the first round was, where you have 32% the second round. You're like, you know what, that's good. That's better than what we saw before. I mean, there was a bit of resistance, but man, it was not much as Majed just picks off 3 at the end. Majed's also pretty good support, by the way. I haven't had to talk about Majed a whole lot, but yeah. Oh, that is actually disrespect. The pulse bomb on another Tracer. Oh boy.
Yeah, that's
that was a stick too, I think.
Yeah, that was pretty mean. Sticking another Tracer is, well, I mean, this actually feels really good when you're a Tracer.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
It is one of the biggest flex moves in Overwatch.
Yeah, absolutely. So look, that happened, and we all know that happened, and that we kind of expected that to happen. What I do respect out of Poland, though, is like having done the homework and kind of figuring out like this is our best chance at it, our best chance to be able to take down the terror in the skies. Like the Diva works out. I think the Diva in the cast so far, from what we've seen, have been the only things that are somewhat effective. You can also, ignore it and run ground and pound and try to go through it, but that also, it just seems like an inevitability when you do that, of like, even if you wipe out everyone on the ground, it ends up being a problem. Poland probably should have known that one was coming, so the barrage, ignore that one, but yeah, so this is who this team is, and it's a question of who is going to be able to find a successful answer to it. I don't know if they're in this group or in this region necessarily.
It's tough. I think even if everyone is playing at a super high level, when you have a Pharah that is playing at this level, a lot of the common anti-Pharah strategies don't work. I mean, the most common anti-Pharah strategy ever since the beginning of the time is, well, ignore the Pharah, fight the team. You can't ignore a Pharah that is playing this well. It is not just something you can do. And it does change a bit in terms of what your response has to be. But either way, that was map number 1, Saudi Arabia. Dominant doesn't even quite describe it. Will Poland be able to find something in the bank to counter the unstoppable Pharah? We'll see in just a few minutes. we said at the beginning, I'll say it again. When you go up against Saudi Arabia, you have to have a plan to deal with the air and Poland, Hex. They had a plan, but it was not executed at all. The only thing that was executed was a whole lot of rockets raining down upon their heads.
Yeah, I mean, let me paraphrase one of my favorite quotes of all times. Everyone's got a plan until they get a rocket in the face. So, like I said, like I think that Poland did their homework, said like this is our best chance against it, and you know saw it improve a little bit from stage 1 to stage 2. I think a lot of that is the geometry of it. Like that very first stage is one where if a Pharah can just hang out over those rooftops, you have nothing you can do about it. You just get shredded. So it is going to be Poland's map choice next, and so you just start thinking of like where is Pharah like the least good. Yeah, maybe Blizzard World. So their previous map loss and map pick, they went to Circuit Royale. So this is a little bit different for Poland, but Pharah, Blizzard Worlds, I mean, you might not see it. I think it's more of an echo that we've seen lately. But again, you know, Yazan's only part of the problem. You still have to deal with like 4 other really good players on this team.
Well, it's kind of like layer 1, right? You know, it's you know, if you think back to like fighting game theory, there's this idea that, you know, if someone can't get through some very basic stuff you're doing, you don't have to show them what else you have in store, right? So it's like, for Saudi Arabia, if you can't show Saudi Arabia that you can deal with their Pharah, you know, you don't get to see everything else. Like, you don't have to worry about the fact that Quartz is just ridiculous or anything like that because you're too busy dying to rockets and spawn. You know, they have to. Poland has to get through stage 1 if they want to get to stage 2.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really dislike the map pick. It's kind of wide open. You've got some sight lines. I was going to say, actually, before we went to break, too, I wonder how much the Widow changes really do hurt your counter against Pharah. Because, like, it used to be a really strong counter just because of the distance. You could almost pretty much dodge rockets and still hit shots. So I wonder, like, if that's really playing into it. I don't have enough of the sample size to really think about it. But it might be part of it because you really want to be able to hit those shots from a really long range and take out the Mercy. And with that nerfed, it might be part of why this is going so well, but only a part of it, not the whole of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely very, very helpful. And yeah, I mean, I do feel like, you know, something that we haven't seen as much, but you could see in response, right, is that if you can't run the Widow normally, you know, there's the idea that you could damage boost the Widow, you know, put it over the top for those sorts of shots. Like you could run like a Mercy Widow or like Mercy Ashe and basically counter pocket. We haven't seen a lot of that, but, you know, in theory that is something you could do, you know, against a Pharah that's giving you this degree of trouble. And yeah, we'll see what Saudi Arabia goes with here. It's also the case, too, whenever you win map 1 that heavily, the other team could mess around a bit, but Haku's going to the Mercy, and it is going to be the Echo that comes out instead. You called it.
Okay, yeah, well, Poland's also brought in Filion, who was, I think, the only player holding over from their last World Cup team, so the only veteran returning will come in to replace ICAV. But yeah, definitely a better Echo map here. We've seen Echo from teams that aren't as vertically gifted as Saudi Arabia on this map, so it makes sense.
Meanwhile, taking a look here at Saudi Arabia, we got Quartz over here to the left on the Ashe. Pretty decent sightline right now, just focusing on the D.Va. Gonna get the DMEC. Of course, there's a group effort at the same time. Jake was able to get Quartz while it went on, but that trade is still way, way better for Saudi Arabia. Dizan over and end the point, looking for the Tracer. Filion running for his life. The Resurrect comes in. Haku's so good at getting these late reses after the camping of the body has failed. That should be a dead map here, just completely surrounded. Yeah, this is going to be a very quick point A for Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, I mean, Fake Jake and Filion were able to collapse on Quartz and take out some of that long-range damage, but yeah, this is going to be difficult now.
And this is just, that is so clean! I mean, whether it be on the Pharah or the Echo, Yazan has just made his home in the air. It's just deadly in terms of knowing when to dive and finish people off. The duplicate right now in reserve, I think it might be used for certain. Oh, don't tell me! That's unreal! Texel out of the fight. That's so brutal.
It's also one of the only people on Poland that can shoot up, too. So, yeah, Yazan got to be feeling pretty good now. Chasing down this Sombra.
This is bullying. Like, at
yeah.
some level, like, how has this gone to bullying? As we look at our payload camera, which is what the picture's been used for most, is like, no, you don't get to have fun. What's your purpose? Push the payload.
Poland needs to just not lose anybody for like 10 seconds and then try to get an EMP going and knock the duo out of the sky and then jump on it.
They got
That's
the
your best
mortality
bet.
build out super early. Window goes down, protect soul. It's on. Time to go for the dupe. Goes for the clone on the D.Va. KSA gets 2 even before the dupe does anything. Poland is in disarray. I don't know how else to describe it. 5.5 minutes, Hex, from here to the very end. That's getting close to, like, quickest theoretical time.
I think there's been a single kill. It's been on Quartz early on, and Poland really went all in on it. Poland does have a chance now with the EMP coming up. Like I said, maybe knock this team out of the sky, get something going. But right now, it's just they've just been losing too many people to commit to a fight. That's nice.
Yeah, that's big. Get rid of both DPS in one shot. Quartz and Yazan just standing close together, and look, that buys you breathing room. Might be the start of something.
Well, I mean, you need one of those just to be able to, like, set up your next fight. It seemed like they were unable to set up anything. And now the setup is there to get EMP in, and maybe you dive this afterwards. There's EMP. Ah, Mercy's so slippery. Gets him, though.
Yeah, Haku still got away. It's not a bad EMP. It's going to slow the offense down at the very minimum. Self-destruct coming out here from Forever. I mean, the only downside is that the fights here, even when you win as defense, you're not gaining as much as you normally would just because you look at the spot. It's right there, right? Like, Saudi Arabia is coming directly back in, and now Poland has gone through a lot of their bank. There's some pressure in the back. Is he going to get Quartz? Gets real close to getting Quartz. Not bad pressure at all by Fake Jake.
Yeah, I mean, I like what the Summer's been able to get done so far. And the Summer's going to be able to pressure the high ground as well, but yeah, right now, Saudi Arabia just took things back into their own hands. Forever had switched briefly to Orisa, then went back to D.Va. Might have just been a remech switch.
I think it was a remech, and Haku just got caught, so it's going to slow Yazan down a little bit. However, the duplicate is ready to go for the next fight. Saudi Arabia, I don't think they're going to go for a full retreat here. I think they're going to look to counter-engage and punish. Immortality field already used here by Poland. They get the D-Mech, and yeah, Saudi Arabia, they're going to go in. Take a look at how they approach this here, where Haku is back in the fight. Illian goes down. That was more Cass than Junker Queen. Junker Queen a little bit of the KS there. As Quartz starts to come alive, has 2 here so far, makes it 3, shot after shot. And Saudi Arabia, 3 minutes left to go. This is going to be a very meaty time bank if this keeps up.
Yeah, to see if they can translocate out and get this EMP going on here. They will be able to touch. EMP comes off, gets 2. No cleanup yet.
It's 2 on them. Was Yazan who's looking to build an EMP of his own. Quartz, meanwhile, taps Fillion, looking for a little more. And with 2 minutes, 52 seconds in the time bank, Saudi Arabia caps it out. One of the fastest times I have ever seen on Blizzard World.
I mean, you see what I was talking about, though? Like, you know, with all the hype that we've given Yazan, is like, when that starts getting quiet and, like, they were able to take down the Mercy, all of a sudden Quartz is hitting, like, 70% headshots from range. Like, what is that? Is that fair?
Credit to Poland. They hit stage 2. Like, stage 1, you know, everyone dies his, and stage 2, everyone dies the Quartz.
It's why I don't play like Souls games or anything, because I think I won, and then all of a sudden here comes Quartz.
Or you know, a lot of times in those games, there's just like a phase 1. It's like, oh, I got this boss parent down. Uh-oh, here comes phase 2.
Yeah, phase 2 is the killer right there. His second health bar comes up, and all of a sudden the music changes, and it's Quartz hitting headshots on a Baptiste through a window. Man.
No fear or respect either. It's like, yeah, I'm just gonna go for this. I don't really care what you're doing. But yeah, for Poland, needless to say, very, very tough road ahead of them. Not only do they need to set quick time of their own just to have a chance in extra rounds, well, you take a look here. They have to get through Quartz, who's going to have a defensive advantage on the Ashe, and Yazan, who, as we've seen, is very adept at using the Train at Blizzard World to his advantage.
Yeah, I want to see what Poland has running here. I think it looks like they're just going to go for their tried and true, you know, Somber Tracer. This can't be the actual tank pick, right? It is. All right.
All right.
I'm for it.
You know, sometimes you gotta get silly with it. There's no hero sillier at times than Roadhog. As Quartz gives them compositional advice after seeing the Roadhog, he's like, I can't do that. I need to assist them. But here we go. You gotta watch the Hog here. Filion already down forever. Do you have that hook in you? You know what? Actually, give Poland an advantage here. Bring back Hook 1.0. Just hook people through space and time. Back in 2016. Hey, good damage on the Junker Queen. The Hog, not too bad here so far, but is going to fall the Quartz, who still kind of a raid boss.
Yeah, little tough there, and also, of course, you know, I thought I heard the Resurrection come in. Maybe not. Big Jake gets Quartz, though.
Yeah, it's not the worst, and Forever still on the Hog. In fact, gloating about the Hog in match chat. That's just where we're at right now, Yazan. On the top right now, looking for some targets. Not getting as oh, just lands some good on the Texel. Not able to finish it. Still getting support all the while. Duplicate's ready to go. Gets hacked, and dupes the Roadhog. Oh no, the Hog v Hog in 2023. It's happening. Lands the hook. Can't follow through, but yeah, that's something that just happened.
Yeah, some showmanship. I mean, Forever gets another kill.
EMP comes out. I don't think the fall through is going to be there, but Tsune rush from Majed in reserve, not going to be needed. 2 minutes left for Poland, but yeah, we kind of saw Hog v Hog for a split second.
Yeah, I mean, they're piecing it together. There's progress on the points. I mean, it's just really difficult to get, like, excited at all for anything Poland's doing just based on the offense that Saudi Arabia just put up. You know, it's like you're already behind if you're Poland, even if you have a theoretical, like, perfect next 3 fights.
Yeah, it's true. Like, Saudi Arabia could take their hands off the keyboard and they would have a faster time. That is absolutely accurate. But we got Filion, we got Pulse Bomb. See if some magic can happen here. It goes over, gets the stick! That's a huge stick! A second stick for Filion that gets both DPS. Second time he's done it here today. And, yeah, the Resurrection might be there for Quartz, but what an opener! KSA just gets whole-hogged, and can Saudi Arabia still hold here? You got Bob to buy a little bit of time.
This Roadhog is unironically doing really well.
I know.
Like, it is kind of the strangest pick I've seen, and it's actually working out really well. Also, it's such a nice threat to be able to, like, deny resurrections and things like that, and Poland is gonna pull it off.
All right.
You got to give Filion all the credit in the world, though. Like, the last couple of, like, only good moments have come from the really sick pulse bombs.
Yeah, I mean, as it turns out, Saudi Arabia DPS really like sticking together, and that's bad if you throw the extra stickiness of a pulse bomb into it. But Fake Jake, here on the back. Fake Jake's been having really good harassment for Quartz, whether, you know, no matter what hero Quartz has been on, but certainly as Widow. Quartz went for the jump shot, not going to grab it. Good pressure.
I mean, Poland's actually pulling out some, like, pretty impressive stuff. I think the Hog is throwing Saudi Arabia off. Bake Jake is playing really, really well, as you mentioned, on the harassment. And, you know, Filion, if he could just keep playing God Mode Tracer, I think it's something going.
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly, you know, again, they're going to be behind in time no matter what, but this is better than getting held at first. You know, the silliness does have some actual tactical utility here, even if the other team might be laughing really hard when they see the Roadhog come on in.
Yeah, but, I mean, Roadhog got the Mercy a couple of different times. They need to get this Mercy here. Missed the balls.
Duplicate on into the Tracer. Immediately removed. Forever was able to deal with the dupe right away. KSA goes down, and keeping up the momentum here. Quartz on the Widow gets 2. Oh, Quartz, really good sightline, gets 3! Quartz just reminds people, yeah, I got a good Widow, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, if you didn't believe yesterday against Iceland on Havana, then you will believe now again. Sightlines also, or Infrasight is up. Forever will continue to live with a breather. Poland, a little under 2 minutes left, and they have used their entire bank. Seems like Saudi Arabia might have, you know, started to turn it on just a little bit.
They've decided playtime is over. Kill the Hog. But here we go. Quartz still in
Poland's done a
position
really good job of focusing down Haku here. Like, it has been many, many deaths. Probably leads Saudi Arabia in deaths. They've done a really good job of isolating and being able to finish off Haku.
Yeah, I think keeping the Mercy alive has been a problem. I think part of it, though, is, like, because of the comp that Poland is running, Yazan is going into some very, like, dangerous areas for a Mercy to follow. Like, anytime a Mercy dies, you really have to wonder, is it the Mercy, or is it the person that the Mercy is stuck having to follow? And I feel like a lot of it is that Yazan's just going deep, and Aku has no choice but to be in these bad positions.
Yeah, Fake Jake again with some more harassment onto Quartz. That has worked out really well. To be able to 1v1 that has been impressive.
Forever goes down early in this fight. Fillion be the hero once again. Pulse Bomb's ready to go. Pulse Bomb so far for Fillion been huge. This one, though, not so much. KSA res back up. Haku, another very impactful resurrection. As Zan just rolls around on the Kiriko clone. Gets a headshot on the person he cloned. And now the payload stops moving. 25 seconds left to go for Saudi Arabia to wrap this one up.
We'll pull in now with much in the bank. Maybe they can stick around long enough to get a beat and try to play onto the card. It just seems like it is the inevitability coming through for Saudi Arabia.
One more good hook forever. That's all I'm asking. One more good hook. We don't know when we'll see Hog get played again. You gotta enjoy it while it lasts. But here we go. Recon sight up from Quartz. Quartz looking to shut this down before it even begins. Overtime in progress. Poland cannot leave the payload at this point. Fillion down. 5v4 for Saudi Arabia. Quartz pressuring from the top. Beat is used. Poland needs to make something happen off this. The counter Kitsune rush, though, a little bit bigger. Fake Jake forever down. Poland getting cleaned up on the payload. But you know, Hex, they made an attempt of it. It's just not enough as Saudi Arabia takes the match 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly what we expected out of Saudi Arabia. I will give Poland a ton of credit, not only for like understanding the homework at the very least on control of like this. Theoretically, this is how you defeat the Pharaoh Mercy for Saudi Arabia, theoretically, and it got a little bit better. Obviously, it went really poorly on the first stage, so a little bit credit there for understanding it. I thought there were moments for Poland. Obviously, you know, we're trying our best to find them. I thought like Fillion played really well. Fake Jake towards the end, the somber harassment on at least the Widowmaker was really good. Good isolating the Mercy. They made some plays that I think some other teams can look at as part of the playbook to deal with Saudi Arabia. Maybe not the Hog, but man, I was entertained by it. So hey, I'm all for it. At least they put on a show.
Look, whatever reasoning you want to give for it, right? And you can come up with various different reasons and ideas. The Hog did work at point A. I actually feel like if Poland had come out on traditional comp, they probably don't get point A, the way Saudi Arabia was playing. But the Hog was just one of those things of... You kind of stun lock the other team going like, wait a second, what's going on here? And you also like get Yazan to go, I will Hog mirror. I must go Hog mirror. So I don't know. There's like a sort of zaniness when you go that off the meta that sometimes it will be more effective than if you played things by the book.
Yeah, I mean, it also allowed for, you know, the healers to not really have to focus it, and it allowed the healers to harass a little bit more. So it was an interesting pick, and you know, I don't think it's the way to deal with it, but I'm all for it. Look, we all knew this was going to be a pretty one-sided and extremely difficult matchup for Poland going forward, but you know, there were moments. I don't know why Fillion comes out of this roster, really. I guess maybe ICAV is allegedly they're better just like pure hit scan, but the Tracer looks pretty solid.
Yeah, I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head, right? Is that some players are better at, you know, pure hit scan, other players, you know, more so on something like Tracer. So that has to be the reason there. But still, really good performance from Fillion, even though across the board, Saudi Arabia was definitely working with a pretty sizable advantage.
Yeah, I mean, just just respect to Fillion. Like I said, the only holdover from the previous Poland World Cup roster. They've had their ups and downs, and were unable to secure funding to go to the last World Cup. So nice to see some big moments there. And like, you know, the World Cup is kind of about this like coming together of nations and different people and different teams. So it's nice to have, nice to see people like having fun, which I think Poland, despite being rocked by Saudi Arabia, was having a little bit of fun. And it's nice to see these players that maybe don't get the attention that they deserve have moments to shine. And like that highlight reel is probably going to like be forever saved on Fillion's hard drive and back it up too, you know?
Yeah, and definitely going to be the case. But that'll do it for me and Hex today. Coming up next, it is going to be another slate of matches, kicking off with Turkey versus Sweden. CB and Epitomes will be casting that, and we'll see you soon.
that intro music makes me hype every time. Welcome back to the Overwatch World Cup EMEC Online Qualifiers. It's 2023. I'm Jim Basco. That's Epitomes and CP. Of course, Hex and ZP brought us the first half of the day, and now I'm privileged to bring them on for the second half of the day here. But before we get into the schedule, before we recap any of the matches that happened, and before we look ahead, let's talk about some of these World Cup home and away skin bundles, because they're live and you can get them in the shop right now, but they won't stay there for very long. They're only staying there until June 27th. So you have about 3 days to get in on that. There are 3 bundles. They come in the EMEC version, the APAC version, and the Americas version. You get both the home and away skins for all the heroes in these bundles, and they support the teams directly by actually contributing to the World Cup prize pool. You can shop now on Battle.net or via the Overwatch 2 in-game shop, and of course, learn more at OverwatchWorldCup.com. All right, back to the games now, CP and Epitomes. Before we jump back in, let's talk about the format real quick, right? This online qualifier showcases 2 groups competing in a round-robin format. First to Sue is a single stage tournament that will last 2 weeks. We're on day 3 right now, and we just saw Saudi Arabia once again just unstoppable versus Poland. Coming up, though, we've got Turkey versus Sweden. CB, lead the conversation here. What are your thoughts going into this match?
Yeah, so with Lethal at the helm, Turkey looks pretty good. You know, they're sitting at 1-0 right now, but they're still kind of looking to be in like that middle of the pack at this this group that we keep calling an uber competitive group, because the level of parity between all these teams is so close. If they want to try and change that narrative and turn some more heads to them, and maybe think, hey, maybe they're like upper middle of the pack, maybe could be buying. Taking out a struggling Sweden team might actually be the play here, so this is like their chance to like really take advantage of the situation, try and come out ahead and make people believe in Turkey.
Yeah, absolutely. Epitomes, with that, let's go ahead and take a look at the rest of today's schedule and bring you the matches from that. Of course, like I mentioned, this is match 4 of the day. As CB mentioned, Group B continues with Turkey versus Sweden. Afterwards, we swap on over back to Group A, and we've got Portugal versus Great Britain, Denmark versus Belgium, and then the Netherlands versus France. So, Epitome is going into this match with Turkey versus Sweden. Yeah, CB brought up a great point here. Turkey currently 4th in the standings. They're at 1-0 with a 2-0 map score. The team above them, Finland, at 2-1, 5-2 in that map score, and of course, only the top 2 teams from Group B will be moving on. Sweden, currently at the bottom. They could use a victory. Epitomes coming into this one. Obviously, there's still a long road to go. What team are you looking out for in this matchup?
Well, I definitely feel like Sweden, they've been struggling. They had pretty high expectations for themselves going into this matchup. So I feel like being able to take out a team that's kind of middle of the pack right now, Turkey having a bye yesterday, so they didn't get to a game, so they're only 1-0 in the scorings right now. So Sweden, they could definitely use that type of win, and it would move Turkey down, move themselves up, give them a better chance at making it out of qualifiers for Group B. So, I mean, I definitely feel like Sweden, they could really use a win like this one.
Absolutely, and the action will continue. Turkey versus Poland just around the corner. I leave it to y'all. Have a great match, and I'll see you on the flip side.
All right, thank you so much, Jim. And like looking at the rosters for these 2 teams once again, I mean, on one side, we've seen a lot of Sweden in the past 2 days, you and me, CB, and I think we both thought that Sweden was going to do a lot better. There were high expectations for this squad, especially because of that DPS line.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Sweden, but we haven't really seen as much of Sweden as we would have liked to, if you catch my drift here. Let's go ahead and focus a little bit more on the Turkish team over here. Again, like I said, with Lethal at the helm, the London Spitfire DPS has been a pretty good piece for this team. Again, we only saw them in that one match earlier on in the week against Poland, where they performed very well as a collective, and I do kind of want to see a little bit more attention being drawn onto this team, and it's going to be kind of up to that DPS line to, turn the head, start to get the attention on this team. And again, Sweden is struggling right now. And if you can take advantage of that situation, you can kind of catapult yourself a little bit further up the standings just a little bit. You can start to, be perceived as a little bit more of a threat and slightly less of an afterthought. And I would never want to disparage these players, consider them afterthoughts, because they are definitely talented. They're worthy of the attention. It's time to go out and take it.
Yeah, that is for sure. And it's another thing about when you have that London Spitfire DPS of Lethal on Turkey's side, and then on the other side you also have Sparker. So I'm wondering if there is like some degree of counter-stratting when you know you're going up against a teammate, when you know kind of what their play style is, and like you can kind of get into each other's heads that way as well. So I mean, either of these teams could give themselves an advantage by kind of having some sort of playbook of the way the other DPS is going to play.
Yeah, well, interesting change of pace here. You actually, interesting that you brought up that, you know, that London Spitfire DPS versus DPS situation, because Sparker is nowhere to be seen. Mod check, Sparker. We've actually got Skyle swapping over to the DPS. So we're actually going to see the debut of Melon in that backline there. So, like, and I kind of did want to bring that up a little bit as well, because you were talking about like those two players countering each other, like knowing how each other plays. Again, Sparker and Lethal. But like Sparker hasn't been playing the things that we've known Sparker to play. We've typically seen Sparker on like the Hanzo, on the Sojourn, on some of these more longer range heroes. In this situation, like he's been forced to play a lot of Sombra, and I don't know if that's really like his cup of tea. And with the Sweden roster, I think like it's pretty much been down to like Kevster hits a pulse bomb and we win the fight. Kevster does not hit a pulse bomb and everything just kind of collapses and crumbles. And you can't always just have the weight of the world on your Tracer player's shoulders. You know, even Kevster, that's a lot to try and have to carry. So hopefully this like role swap helps kind of fit some of these pieces together and make things click, make things fire on all cylinders, and kind of get some wind underneath their wings.
Yeah, and I mean, Skyle is really interesting, changing Skyle over to the DPS. So I'm wondering what's happening there internally. They know they need to make some changes. They feel like they've been underwhelming in the last few performances, but we're actually headed to Ilios.
So actually, I do want to bring up one thing as well. Skyle is actually traditionally a DPS player, but has actually swapped over to being more of that support player for the Swedish team as of late. And it might be that they have decided that just hasn't been working out, so they're going to try and bring Skyle back over to that DPS line, and maybe that's the change-up that Sweden needs. I'm optimistic here, actually. I think this might benefit them. It's something new. It's a new look. What they've had before hasn't been working, so yeah, absolutely. Show us something new, like that gorgeous new Junker Queen statue in the background there of Ruins. Yeah, Ilios, I'm curious to see what Sweden ends up coming out here with, though, because with Skyle's hero pool, we might not be seeing the same as we have before with like that Sombra Tracer dive that we've been seeing out of Sweden that, again, hasn't bared all that much fruit.
Yeah, I mean, Lulzish has been just playing a lot of Winston, and they've kind of been like beating their heads against that wall of the Winston dive composition, and Lulzish going to take out that Winston once again, but Skyle actually transitioning onto the Sojourn is really interesting, but obviously pre-round, never trust the teams in pre-round. Like, we see Lethal hovering the Genji, and are we sure that that's going to come out?
I mean, it could realistically come out. Like, I think Lethal on the Genji is definitely a possibility, but I think that might be a little bit more trolly. But I would take a little bit more stock in Turkey's composition as a whole, because they are playing the Junker Queen. Again, still in a phenomenal place in the meta right now, but also really good at dealing with a Winston. And looking over at Sweden, yeah, the Sojourn is sticking, so that's what Skyle's going to be coming out here with. So who's going to flinch first? Is Skyle going to be able to find a pick off with a rail shot once it gets charged up here? Or is this Junker Queen just going to run right over Sweden's composition? Right now, it feels like the latter.
Ooh. I mean, there is that anti-nade that comes out very quickly, and Sweden doesn't have that counter in the Kiriko, but that's a nice sleep once again. Romani trying very hard to kind of force Sweden as far into their spawn as possible, but it's not really looking too good with the Junker Queen. Sweden, on the other hand, they're trying to find a way in. Kevster looking for some kind of flank. Oh, runs right into Neferin for a second, but going to go and blink back towards the team, while Lulzish's Winston is just hopping on over that entire building to try and get a dive onto the back line. Kevster, on the other hand, in a 1v1 with the Sombra. Sombra forced to go ahead and teleport back away, while the Junker Queen has taken down a lot of focus fire. Commanding shout with the overhealth is going to save her for a second, though. And oh, Romani finally getting a pick. Skyle trading it out onto Neferin, but it seems that finally kills are being swung in one direction or the other. Sweden looking to capture, but forced off the point once again as Turkey continue to contest.
That one pick off there onto Nefrin might end up becoming a factor later on, because that is going to kind of slow down the EMP charge, but thus far, like, it's been very slow. Like, it's been a lot of skirmishes here and there and a lot of 1v1s, and Turkey has actually been winning them out. Romani hasn't been taken down, Lulsish has been punished a couple of times already, and yeah, Sweden, like, Turkey's at 60%, and Sweden hasn't really found their footing on the point yet. Here's a Kevster Pulse Bomb. In the past, this has been what has kind of turned the favors to them. Let's see if that happens again.
Yeah, it feels like the pacing of Sweden, of both of these teams, is pretty slow in general right now, which is interesting since they do have that Junker Queen. Now with the Kitsune rush out, it's countered by Hempe's Nano Boost onto Lulzish, but it's not going to matter with the DPS line down. Now it's only that Winston that they're being counted on to do the DPS, but he's just going to have to jump away. Want to regroup with the team. Jagged Knife does come out from Romani and a lot of those ticks on the passive, but other than that, Turkey still hold on to point.
Yeah, and it would have to be a fumbling of the bag of epic proportion for Turkey not to win this round outright. With 5%, yeah, Lulsish is dead before he's even given the chance to use the Primal Rage. Melon has a sound barrier, but likely won't get a chance to be too effective with it. Actually does catch 3, but the Blade from Lethal is going to come out as that overhealth expires and just slice right through everybody, and there's just not even, like, really a full fight for Sweden ever on this point.
Yeah, there really felt like there wasn't a single team fight there, and now the Primal Rage does come out very late. The overtime is active on the point, but even then it feels like Sweden is kind of grasping for straws here. Lethal finding another pick with the help of Romani, and now the overclock to come out. Romani actually going to go ahead and take out the Doomfist as well to secure first point. Not a very traditional comp from Turkey, but it's working really well, and Sweden is just kind of losing their footing.
There was kind of a glimmer of hope there from Lulsish from that Primal Rage. You know, he was able to contest for a long time, and you started to see some of the reinforcements for Sweden come back into play, but again, like I said, Turkey had all the ultimates, they had the positioning. It was entirely up to Sweden to play into Turkey's hand there, and I said it would have to be a fumbling of the bag of epic proportions. They kept that bag firmly in their grasp, but you know, there's still time for Sweden to kind of turn things around. Skyle, it looks like, is hovering the Ash right now. It still isn't the best at supporting the dive composition that the rest of Sweden are flashing right now, and yeah, Lulsish sticking on the Winston. Also, Skyle, I think, is going to be pocketed by the Mercy from Melon here, so that's going to be, you know, pretty much entirely on Hampe to keep that monkey in the fight, build up those nanos, and find some sort of value while he's likely going to be under a lot of pressure from both Nefrin and Romani at all times.
Yeah, the switch for Skyle onto DPS, they definitely want to give him as much advantage with that damage boost from the Mercy, but Lulzish is just under a lot of focus fire every single time he's tried to go for a dive, especially with the fact that the Sombra is there always hacking Nefrin, building up to that EMP steadily. And this time though, Sweden is looking for that first touch, first capture. Lethal, however, harassing away this long-range backline. Melon takes out the pistol and is actually able to secure the kill on the Genji, and it seems like Sweden will be able to get first touch.
That was actually a really good Guardian Angel away there from Melon. He kind of left Lethal confused, looking like his ankles got broken there, and Skyle with some good shots to try and clean that one up. And yeah, I mean, it's also the early pickoff from Hampe onto Nefrin that ends up taking that for Sweden, right? Because now they've lost both their DPS. They don't really have much, they can't really keep the pressure up, and Sweden are actually able to run on over them, but they've given up a lot of space, and Turkey are already back on the point. Gonna go ahead and go for a contest here. Romani trying to burn down Lulsish, but the support is currently there. We'll see what ends up becoming of that. Kevster getting really low.
Okay, they are just giving up the point almost for free. Lulzish does come in to contest at the last second, and Romani, not really much that Muzo can do to save that tank, even with the Suzu coming in a second too late. And Kevster expending the Pulse Bomb to try and win the fight, but Turkey is still securing the picks back and forth. Melon falling, gonna put Skyle in a lot worse of a position, and Farouk with a nice boop onto Kevster. Still being contested by Lulzish though, but now it's just a sole Winston on site with 2 DPSs to contend with. Drops down the bubble, tries to weave in and out. It's the Primal Rage to have the sustain to keep him in the fight, and now trying to push Romani away from the rest of the squad. Once again, the Sombra looking for the hacks, looking for the damage, but Lulzish is just trying to dance back and forth, even with the bubble this time. The team just isn't there for the support. The backline of Skyle and Melon is just, they're sitting pretty far back and trying to get the damage away from far away. Cannot contend, but Melon does go for the good resurrection with the the Valkyrie, and now back in the fight is Lulzish, but still no cleanse from Akiriko after that anti-health does come through with the Rampage. And the fight, once again, Turkey, they seem to be coming out on top, but Sweden is still holding on to the point.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of ults invested on every side. The EMP from Nefren actually didn't find a whole lot. I think I would have liked to have that one back and maybe try and invest it now that we're getting into 99. This has been staggered up pretty much from like 50% all the way up to 99 here because, yeah, Sweden, they just keep using ults to bail themselves out, and Turkey haven't been able to just get rid of them entirely. It's mostly been Lulzish that's just been hanging around constantly for, like, by hook or by crook. They just can't take this Winston out. Nefren deals with Kevster, but the res comes through. Hampei's down, though, so this might be Turkey's opportunity.
Yeah, Melon is getting so many valuable resurrections just for free. Now an extra DPS in the field. You can hear Lethal trying to ring with the Widowmaker and has to actually go for the touch instead of firing from long range with no one on Turkey left over. But Sweden, without much of a contest, they've been able to get this one down. But it was actually scrappy despite what the 100-0 scoreline seems like.
Yeah, scrappy is definitely a way to describe it. That whole point felt just like one long fight, right? Like, Sweden should have been done and dusted like halfway through that. But like, so Hampei invests the nano to keep Lulzish alive in a period of time where it's just the two of them. Lulzish, again, like the last person alive, invests the Primal Rage and gets criminally low. But again, it buys enough time for the rest of Sweden to keep the stagger going for pretty much forever. Kevster comes in, gets a couple kills. No one's really able to dedicate their time to dealing with this Ashe Mercy in the back, and so Skyle's able to pump out damage, uses the Bob to stall, and like Sweden just kind of trickle their way all the way to 100, and Turkey just never really close it out here. So, I mean, it's 1-1 and it looks kind of even, but it's like, you know, both of these teams have to try and find a way to like definitively shut the other down because neither has really been able to do that thus far.
Yeah, I feel like we haven't seen just a single team fight from, like, just a full 5 coordinated team fight for either of these teams. It's just been trying to get the picks, but Lulzish, that's a huge one onto Nefren. They're now missing that Ashe, and Kevster switching onto the Echo. So now we have this Echo Mercy DPS line as well, in addition to that Ashe. So lots of control from these farther distances. Kevster trying to burn down Romani, and it does work out with the Echo. Now it's just left up to the Lucio on the point to try and contest and stop the first touch from going over to Sweden. Once again, Melon getting Lulzish back into the fight as well with the resurrection.
There is like a slight weakness with this composition that Sweden's running that is going to be Melon on the Mercy, because now that you have two DPS that kind of really want to have a Mercy pocket, you can't pocket both of them, and if you have to leave either of them to go for a res, that's an opportunity for Turkey to strike. Lulzish is down, and so is Skyle, so if you're Melon, who do you go for? And if you go for anyone at all, is it going to be worth it?
Yeah, it's going to be Skyle, a little bit of a safer position here, and Melon having to hide around because of that dynamite being popped by Nefren, but Skyle still having good overhead control. Unfortunately, did not go for the touch, so
they don't
that
have point control,
is
yeah.
surrendered over. So, like, you have the high ground, but who has the point? And it is not Sweden. But with the pick from Skyle, that could turn things around. However, Melon down without that Mercy, it is going to be tough to have Skyle have that same kind of sustain and DPS. Does not matter. Farouk still goes down, Dynamite still ticking away, and Sweden will recapture.
All right, Sweden look to be in the driver's seat at this point in time because they're going to have the Bob, the Nano. They're going to have essentially all the ults that they could use except for that that duplicate that Kevster used. That pickoff there onto Hampei, it's going to get rezzed up, but that's now out of the fight. So you've dwindled that resource, and now they're pressuring the point here. So Turkey have a chance. The Kitsune Rush might be enough to get them over the edge there. They're about to build an ult bank of their own, and hopefully that's going to help them build up to something more substantial.
Ooh, using the Kitsune Rush to just shred down this Winston, and like you mentioned before, that res was already used, so they can't bring Lulzish back in any way, shape, or form. There's the Rampage to come through, there's no way to counter it from Sweden, and Melon tries to hold on to their life, but it's the bleed that eventually dulls the Mercy in. Now it's all left up to Kevster. Kevster does get the health back for the health from Hampei, and Lulzish is coming back into it. Now with an anti-nade onto Romani, gets pretty low, but the heal is back, and the anti doesn't last. Turkey, they're going to clean up Sweden on this fight and recap.
But this is still that same kind of story where, like, Sweden and or Turkey on either side, whoever doesn't have the point just kind of keeps trickling in. I mean, Lulzish dies before he gets the Primal Rage there off of that Kitsune Rush from Muzo a while back, and, like, it keeps just kind of trickling out from there while Sweden don't have the points. So like now Turkey are up to 70%. Sweden have the ults to try and take a full fight here, but Turkey have an ult bank as well, so it's going to be scrappy either way. And they've already been forced to invest the res, so yeah, like Sweden, they have a way in, but they have to find a way in and like stay in and not be evicted from the point.
Evicted is a good word for it, but that Bob coming from Nephrin right as that Primal Rage comes through, that point is hotly contested by the Bob, but it's only going to be a duplicate now from Kevster. Oh my god, Nephrin just completely uncontested, allowed to fire away without consequence. Turkey, they are unable to touch. Sweden is simply going to be able to lose that 2-1, but still very, very scrappy. I don't even know how I'm supposed to describe that, CB.
I mean, it's very much so the story of Sweden in this, these qualifiers thus far. It's still very much so looks like they haven't fit the pieces all together. There's glimmers of hope, and there's promise with Skyle on the DPS. Like, yeah, there's some shots there, but I feel like composition-wise, like, the Mercy's being pulled in too many different directions, and once the res is forced out, like, Turkey can just go in, collapse on any one target, and, like, odds are they're not going to be getting enough support because, you know, they have to be playing in hand-paced LOS. There has to be, there has to be something that, like, can keep Lulsich alive, and there's not always. He's able to live by sheer force of Primal Rage when he has it, but if he's taken down before he has it, it's just, they don't really have a way in. They don't really have a way to keep things going, so Sweden kind of have their feet under them a little bit, but they're still stumbling a little bit, and, Turkey's able to stick their foot out and trip them over at the last hurdle there.
Yeah, I mean, it just felt like every single fight, it was never really a proper 5v5, and Sweden was kind of getting a little bit lost and turned around and just like tripped over, like you said, especially on that very last team fight. They waited a long time to try and regroup, and it ends up being Lulzish going in alone, and because it is this map on Ilios, it is a bit more difficult for players like Echo or Farah to kind of contest that point, since you don't really want to be trapped in place with such a low ceiling, and they were really looking for that high ground control, didn't want to drop down to contest.
Yeah, it's looking pretty shaky overall for Sweden here. I think, there is still something that could be here. With this Skyle and DPS, I kind of hope they stick with it, and I kind of hope that they continue along this trajectory, but it's going to be their map pick. We'll see what they decide to do, if they want to keep investing in the Skyle DPS or go back to old Unreliable, which is the comps they've played in the past. But don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Sweden's map pick right after this break.
made it to day 3 of the Overwatch World Cup EMEC qualifiers. I am Epitomes, joined by CB, and we are here for map 2 of Sweden versus Turkey, coming back from a little bit of a messy first map of Ilios.
Yeah, if I could go ahead and read a tweet from the Team Sweden Twitter account really quick, where they said, "Don't worry guys, ahead of today we've worked on our communication, aim, map awareness, crosshair placement, ult management, resetting, target focus, positioning, point control, retake ability, skill usage, space control, and getting kills." I think that irons out most of Sweden's issues, but I feel like there might still be a couple more underlying issues that they might need to address here, because again, like, resetting is an interesting one to put in there because they didn't ever really do that. And sure, yeah, that won them Ilios Ruins, but like it kind of lost them Lighthouse in a way. So there might still be a little bit of work to do at the Team Sweden house. Again, the talent is there. There's so much talent on this roster. We came into this week thinking they were going to be potential front runners for one of the playoff spots that are up for grabs, but now it's looking like they might just be struggling to maintain middle of the pack. And like, on the other side, Turkey is stepping up, just like I wanted them to. You know, I'm seeing a lot of good things out of Turkey. I've been very impressed by their backline. Muzo had some great plays there. Of course, like, you know, their DPS core is also, like, they're frying right now. And Sweden is just like, they look lost. Like, they're somewhere in the forest and they just don't know where they are. Someone please get this team a map. And like, yeah, there's just something. There's just something that they still need to fix. I don't know what it is. I'm hoping their coaching staff can figure out what it is, and I hope they figured out what it was over the break and factored that in to their map pick.
Yeah, and we will be seeing what they're going to. It's going to be Numbani. Okay, I haven't seen a Numbani in a hot minute, but I definitely am liking this pick. And, you know, Sweden, maybe some of the problem might be the fact that they're just not really sure how to play around Skyle just yet, because it was, like, I assume that they've been doing most of their scrims and practices with the Kevster Sparkar DPS line, so maybe they're adjusting to different play styles as well. So it's just that, like, awkward period of adjustment.
It might be. This map pick of Numbani both kind of, it makes sense to me given what we saw from them on Ilios composition-wise, but it also kind of frightens me because, again, that composition didn't work. Like, so I feel like as a defender or as an attacker, you can try to run like the Ashe Mercy or you can try to run the Echo Mercy on Numbani, and either of those could work out pretty well. But like, again, like they ran on Lighthouse where they had the Mercy with the Ashe and the Echo. And, you know, again, that Mercy's getting pulled in like 6 different directions. She doesn't know what to do. She doesn't know where to go. Help. Like, everyone's crit HP and I can only help one of you at a time. So, like, I feel like if they do that, that's still a very exploitable weakness that Turkey can capitalize on. And the map pick Numbani kind of tells me they want to still go in that direction, and it hasn't worked out yet. I would, however, like to see a Kevster Genji. I think that would be a good change of pace if that's what they want to go with.
Yeah, I am honestly at this point kind of begging for any tank other than the Winston, because I feel like Sweden just feels so uncoordinated when they're trying to push in with Lulzish's dives, and it was like even maybe a little bit better when Sparker was playing like the Sombra, but Sparker has returned to us. He is on the Hanzo, and now Kevster I think might actually be sticking with this Genji.
I like this though. Okay, so that it's like the Ashe and the Hanzo are both heroes that Sparker is, you know, a little bit more known for. And you know, when we see what he's played in the Overwatch League, like these are heroes that he has definitely excelled at far more than the Sombra pick. So I definitely like this. And this time when you have Kevster on the Genji, gonna be, you know, a little bit more likely to be healed by the Ana, so you don't have Melon being pulled in all those different directions, can focus on pocketing Sparker, and Sparker can start to pump in some damage and contest these high grounds. And once Lulzish goes in for the dive, like, yeah, right there, it's gonna start to pay dividends for Sweden.
Oh, and nicely done to eliminate the sleeping target off of Skyle's sleep, and now it's just lethal left harassing the backline, and Sparker, ooh, okay, landing quite a few shots, and obviously a very big improvement immediately off that.
And so maybe Sweden has just been like overcomplicating things a little bit. Maybe the answer was as simple as put Sparker on something that Sparker is good at playing. And that, yeah, like I said, is kind of those longer range heroes. Sparker's a really good Ashe player, a really good Sojourn player, really good Hanzo player. You put him on those heroes, he's more likely to pound, and suddenly the weight of the world isn't on Kevster's shoulders right now, much like Romani's head is not on Romani's shoulders anymore.
Oh, that was some nasty shots from Sparkar. And now
ditto for
Nefrin,
Nefrin.
also, similarly
Sparker,
decapitated.
calm down.
Sparker
This is the Sweden that was promised, though. This is what we've been wanting to see out of them. Like, give me more of this, Sweden, please.
Yeah, this is like literally what we've been expecting this entire time, but we've been seeing them stick to a lot of these really heavy dive compositions that maybe it just wasn't as comfortable. And honestly, this part just kind of goes to show how playing your comfort picks can sometimes just be better than playing what is meta. However, Sparker finally annihilated and neutralized by Nefrin for the moment if Melon can't get that good resurrection in, which it doesn't look like will be happening in this fight, as Lulzish is also getting focused down and trying to burn through by the Echo with the focusing fire. However, they've been able to successfully disengage.
I mean, Sweden were able to snowball that pretty far. It's very unfortunate they weren't able to get, like, all the way to the end and try and force, like, a potential C9 sort of situation with, like, you know, Kevster maybe going for a back cap, force everyone to play on the point. But Sparker being able to take up Nefrin there, that's going to get them at least a little bit extra meterage as Farouk goes in for the res, but is going to get naded by Skyle.
Yeah, the nade from Skyle to take down Farouk right after the res come through on Nefrin, though. So at least they do have that Ashe who is neutralizing Sparker once again. It's the Ashe 1v1 of a lifetime. Nefrin is just barely able to get that Bob right through before that fight ends. But Bob, stuck in a corner, doesn't really have any targets to shoot, so they're easily able to get the second checkpoint.
And they have over 5 minutes to cap here. And, like, yeah, the cart tends to stall out a lot of the time on Numbani here, but if you stall out for 5 minutes, then yeah, you didn't deserve to cap in the first place. At this rate, Sweden is going to have a pretty beefy time bank for a potential OT push if, you know, Turkey's able to full cap on their attack here. They have to try and slow things down, burn as much of this off as possible.
Oh, the Valkyrie is forced out because of the way that Lulzish just decided to dive on the backline, and the Bob also securing lethal, the flying targets, just basically shooting fish in a barrel for that ultimate. But Romani does neutralize with that Jagged Knife. However, Valkyrie from Melon could mean a potential resurrection onto Sparkar. It doesn't look like it, though, as Kevster continues to try and harass down their DPS. Romani taken down with the Primal Rage, and they're able to force more than halfway to the last checkpoint without as much of a struggle. Nefrin, though, does sneak some shots onto Kev to take him down.
That's a great bubble there by Lulzish, though. That makes that res bowl. Sweden back at full strength. Sans the res, but that's okay, because there's not a whole lot on Turkey's side that's going to make them need it, save for, you know, lethal hitting a potentially deadly headshot here. He's looking for Kevster, but might not be able to find him. Kevster going to be quite slippery indeed, and Sweden are threatening to full cap here. That cart is inching very close to the end of point C here, and Sweden, like, they're just kind of forcing Turkey into the spawn door here. It's really only Romani that can contest, and everyone has to keep him alive, but now they have to look at the Nano Monkey.
Okay, lethal switching onto the Widowmaker. Now 2 people are trying to contest Sparker's Ashe, but still, Kevster, that gives him free reign to kind of harass, since both of them are kind of squishy, immobile backline champions. And this is just 3 minutes left in the time bank. This was a speed run of Navani.
This was, I mean, again, this is the Sweden that was promised, and what we all thought what we were going to see when we were like, yo, Kevster Sparker, that's a sick DPS line, and then it wasn't living up to expectations. I want to see this. I mean, honestly, I don't even care if you're going to a map where the Sombra Tracer is more dependent from here on out, more favored from here on out. I want to see more of these, like, long-range heroes that Sparker excels at, that he's known for, and that he absolutely pounded Turkey into dust for the first, like, almost 2/3 of this map. Like, give me more of that, and I think Sweden has a shot at kind of turning their fortunes around a little bit, because right now, like, we're looking at Group B, and we're thinking, like, okay, Saudi Arabia is, like, the favorites now, right? And at this point, it's like, who's going to take that number 2 spot? Up till this point, it hasn't really looked like Sweden had a snowball's chance in hell of taking that, but now, like, we're seeing glimmers of what could potentially be the start of that upswing back up to that peak there. They might, like, you know, they have to do this before they dig themselves into a hole that's too deep, but this is a really nice shovel to start digging yourself out with.
Yeah, I mean, now they're falling back on a little bit of that weakness that we saw over on Ilios with the Echo and Ashe. Kind of both of them wanting that Mercy pocket, so you're kind of having them ripped in two different directions. But we'll see how Melon does with this and how it might be changed, especially now that Sparker is on that comfort pick of the Ashe, and it might just go their way. Lethal, however, picking onto the Genji. It's an interesting pick, able to escape in just a matter of time with the help of the Suzu, but still not able to get much engaged here past the choke.
And the other thing I want to bring up about the Mercy composition, by the way, is that there is no one to realistically peel for Skyle, so that's going to be a constant, point of contention for Sweden. Like, Turkey can just jump on Skyle wherever he's hiding, and if they're able to get rid of that Ana again, there's no one to keep Lulsish alive, so it all kind of collapses from there. So Skyle has to play very safe, potentially close to Sparker, and hope that the peel comes through, but they want that Ana.
Yeah, and they're going to get the Ana. Lethal able to find it. Nephrin onto Kevster as well. And now we're looking at Lulzish being eliminated. Just like you said, it's all falling apart like wet bread. And Skyle coming back into the fight, but far too late, far too little. The point is captured in a matter of minutes.
Falling apart. I would have gone for something a little bit more topical. Like, I would have said falling apart like an IKEA desk that I put together because I'm not good at building furniture. Much like Sweden was not very good at mounting a defense there. And again, it just kind of collapsed when Skyle got deleted. And, Turkey, they identified that. I think Sweden has as well. And Melon has swapped over to the Brigitte, but now you don't have the damage boost for Sparker or for Kevster. And now Kevster is a potential weak spot if he gets hacked like that. Nephrin not able to close that one out, but that's going to be danger for Kevster if he ever flies too close to the ground.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely do kind of need the Brigitte to be able to defend on Skyle here, but on the other hand, you have both of your DPSs that are just like missing out on that little extra bit of damage and like the benefits of the pocket. Now trying to get things done and starting the engage with the duplicate. There's the second tank in the fight now with the Junker Queen going to go ahead and look to take down Muzo. That does take out a little bit of their burst healing. However, the Kitsune Rush has already gone through and is going to give Turkey so much extra DPS, which Nephrin is going to display alongside Romani, taking down Lulzish and Skyle. And Sweden, without their support and their tank, the DPSs are just going to have to back all the way up.
I kind of like the swap from Kevster over onto the Genji, so Sweden's still kind of slowly making a little bit of change here. Now, without the Mercy in play, you don't really want to be playing Echo. It's not going to be as feasible. You can still get packs from a Brigitte, but not all the same here. Lulzish going to go in for a touch, but Kevster is already dead, and the Blizzard comes out. Sweden, what do you even do about this?
These switches are just so much good adaptation from Turkey, and there's a Rampage to come through, but the Primal Rage does come out for that health sink, and Melon also has that rally available. The Nano Boost came out earlier as well to ensure that Lulzish was able to sustain through that fight, and now they're going to fight around this deeper choke point, make sure that they can't touch that payload.
That's really costly for Sweden, though. Nano, Primal, and Bob all had to be invested there, and Kevster, like you said, we just saw him swap, so he's nowhere near the blade. You have the rally to kind of, weather the storm here, but there's going to be another storm in Farouk's sound barrier there, so as soon as something is built up to by Turkey, it's going to be curtains for this point, I think, for Sweden.
Yeah, the sound barrier and rally both come out. Two big support ultimates expended. Now the icicles from Lethal is threatening to do a lot of damage here. Building up that ultimate very quickly is Nephrin with the AMP, just a single percentage away. And with the translocate away and the Kitsune Rush, that EMP could be huge. Romani is able to find one, and the EMP does come out. That tank, just a thorn in the side of Sweden, right in their faces. Farouk able to secure the last pick. There's the ice block, and it's all left to Skyle, who can't do much here on his own.
I think Sweden might have done enough to set themselves the better time bank here, but it is definitely looking like Turkey has a shot to cap this if they can start to snowball things. But yeah, Sweden, they're coming up on a lot of those ults that you would have liked for them to have in the previous fight, but now that they do, they can try and stall things out here a little bit. But again, Turkey still have some big fight winners of their own coming up. Lethal's got the Blizzard. Farouk has almost got another beat. He's 2/3 of the way there. Ditto for Romani's Rampage. So this isn't going to stall out forever. Sweden have to cycle their ults out effectively in order to try and burn as much time as possible.
Yeah, they've got 3 ultimates for themselves, but Romani, such a huge pick onto Skyle, and Sparker immediately goes down after throwing out the Bob. Now with the Primal Rage and Blade available for Sweden, they might be able to stall a little bit more, but instead it's a retreat. Melon goes down, and then Lulzish, no sustain. Skyle is just coming back out of spawn, and they've got that barrier from the Mei as well as the Blizzard to keep them off the objective, but the Blade does come out. Kevster with 3! That is huge in order to keep capping that point. Now it's all just Nephren, and there's not much you can do when the Genji goes big like he just did.
That was such a hero play from Kevster. Take nothing away from him or the rest of Team Sweden for helping to set that up, but that was nearly disaster for Sweden. They had all those ults and they died before they had the chance to use them. Turkey, they damn near capped it, and Lethal put the Blizzard down on point. Sweden, they couldn't even get in. If Kevster hadn't killed like 3 with that Blade, you know, we might be talking about Turkey having capped here, but now Sweden have a shot, and Kevster just handed it to them on a silver platter.
Oh, the EMP is so good, as well as the sound barrier. There is no shot that Sweden can get any picks down their way, but Sparkar is somehow making it work. Melon with a huge impactful res, and the Primal Rage to come through as well. Sparkar goes big. It's going to be hero play after hero play from Sweden, just fearlessly marching into the jaws of death.
And like, even if it hadn't been for the hero plays from Sparker, you still had the Valkyrie and you still had the Primal Rage in play for Sweden at that point in time. That's a lot of sustainability to keep the fight going as long as possible. Lulzish now going to swap over onto the Orisa, play something a little bit more close quarters, because, you know, can't really be risking jumping off of the point when the cart's that close, but Sweden are doing a great job of stalling this out now. Kevster, again, gave them a chance, and Sweden are taking it. That's a great sleep, and a pickoff onto Nephren. Nephren gets caught out. Turkey have to back up.
Yeah, Skyle is hitting these sleeps like his life literally depends on it, and it does. And instead, they're going to go ahead and disengage. Turkey trying to dance around the corner. Sparkar once again going huge, and the damage boost is looking nice as well, since they've switched on to the Tracer, which relies a lot less on the sustain from your supports and backline, looking more for that harass.
Yeah, Sparker's gonna have the Bob too, so that's gonna be a lot more time bled out. We're only down to a minute here. Kitsune Rush online. They're building up to the Blizzard here, but the Bob is gonna stall things out, throw a wrench in the equation.
And that's great anti-nade, forced out the Suzu as well, and they don't have as much of that burst healing, can't save much. Ooh, Nephren goes down, but it's a trade onto Sparker's Bob. Not really too huge here. Romani is able to get that down and out of the way. Nephren now switching onto the Cassidy. This is definitely interesting. So now they don't have that ultimate in the back pocket. The Blizzard does come through onto the objective, attempting to contest, and Kevster is trying to get a lot of damage down here, but gets real low himself, looking for Lethal. Lethal, however, has something in the back pocket. Lulzish with the Terra Surge on the objective is going to be what saves Team Sweden, despite Kevster forcing that backline push.
So it's those 2 pickoffs from Nephren that came off early, right? It was that sleep dart, and then the next pickoff onto him that came up. He didn't have time to build up to that EMP. Has to make the swap to the Cassidy, and he just doesn't have an ultimate. Turkey don't have anything to force us the rest of the way. Sweden can just keep them at bay forever, and there's nothing Turkey can do about it. Sweden have taken a map. We're going to a map 3 here. That is, again, that's the Sweden that was promised. That's what we wanted to see from them this whole week. They're finally showing it, and Kevster, you know, with the hero plays as always, but Sparker on the Ashe is what this team needed. That's the shot in the arm that needed to, you know, the wheels on the Swedish struggle bus to just stop, fall right off. You know, it's just one map. I don't want to put too much stock in it, but I'm really excited because now it's like we have a game.
Yeah, we definitely have a game on our hands here, and I just really love the adaptations that came out from Sweden and how they looked so much more confident as well on this map and on this matchup. Sparker returned, you know, better than ever after a little stint off and vacation from Greece, and now we're looking at such a nice play from Sparkar, just popping off the first 2/3, and we thought for sure that this was going to go into overtime as well, and Sweden would just have a slightly larger time bank. And I just have to call out that play from Kevster, where you have him going in, dashing into the enemy team while Mei has Blizzard down with the Dragon Blade. It was absolutely insane, and I have to say, clutching them from the jaws of defeat the way that they did with this Dragon Blade, just unimaginable.
Look how low his HP was that whole time, too. That's the kind of thing that only a player like Kevster can do, to take these clutch situations where it feels like all hope is lost, somehow kill like 4 people, and then suddenly your team is able to full hold at the end of point C there. Before that was the only lifeline that Sweden had, but now they've got so much more in the tank. I want to see them. I want to see what they do in this next map. It's going to be Turkey's map pick. So, I mean, Turkey, they've looked good as well. Nefrin has been hitting a fair share of shots. Take nothing away from Turkey because they have looked good, which is making Sweden's clutch look all the better, but it still hasn't been perfect thus far. They need to iron that last little bit out and have to do it on Turkey's terms here.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting what Turkey is going to bring for that last push map. And you know, push does play a little bit differently. And considering that very first map of Helios, we saw them having very, very staggered resets and they were just unable to get some team fights in. I'm really worried that might be befalling either of these teams in that last map as well. That might make it just a little bit too scrappy and too messy for either of them to really have a good foothold on the map.
All right, well, we've successfully gone from the Swedish struggle bus to the Sparker show for Sweden. We'll see if that trend keeps up, if this gets renewed for another season. Don't go anywhere. We got map 3 of this coming up right after this break.
everyone, we are headed to map 3 of Sweden versus Turkey, and you know, Sweden has decided that they are going to they're going to go ahead and take out Sparker on the Ashe. Sorry, my cat is apparently very excited about this push map, as I am. I am Vietnamese, joined by CB, and you know, CB's, any thoughts on this next matchup?
I mean, I would be excited too, and I am quite excited because if I'm not mistaken, I feel like this is Sweden's first map win so far, and that's huge. If I'm wrong, it doesn't matter because I'm still excited about it all the same, because this is a potential for Sweden to deliver as was promised. You know, again, we saw the Kevster Sparker DPS lineup in the roster announcement for this team coming into this week, and we were like, they're gonna be sick. We just know it. Like, this is a top contender for one of those spots. And historically, Sweden has been pretty consistently a top contender in the in the EMEC region, and it just kind of felt like it fell flat the first 2 days. It's now anything but flat. It's so flavorful, so jubilant now, as long as we get to see more of Sparker's Ashe popping off, and it's, you know, Kevster with the clutches as always, the kind of things we expect to see out of this team. As long as that trend keeps up, Turkey might be in trouble.
Yeah, and Turkey, they did have some really good adaptations over by the end of the map. You know, they took out the Mei, they knew that Genji was coming, and they wanted some way to lock Kevster down and prevent that hero play. But even through the Blizzard, they were able to get such huge value out of the Dragon Blade, and we are headed to, forgive me for how they say this, Esperanza.
Esperanza, close enough, I think. No, so this is a map that I do kind of feel like they can still get away with the Ashe and potentially the Hanzo as well, because there's a lot of high ground to play around, especially towards the center part of the map where the bot's going to start off. And, you know, there's also some high ground on some of the streets on either side, you know, past checkpoints. So this might be a good pick, both for Turkey and for Sweden, because again, Nefren has been showing up on the Ashe as well. Not quite matching Sparker, but getting close, and at times, you know, putting in a ton of damage, doing a ton of work, and being the linchpin for this Turkish squad. Will it be another season of the Sparker show, or is it going to be a Turkish takeover? We're gonna have to find out. It's map 3, and I'm pretty excited about this one.
Yeah, so am I. And I mean, with Sparker back, we also have that question of, do you think Lethal's calling? Oh, Sparker's definitely going to be playing right here. Watch out for these angles, etc., etc. Or Sparker doing vice versa against Turkey. And I know, it's just like something that food for thought, you know?
A little food for thought, but it doesn't look like, you know, it doesn't look like Turkey is showing any compositional things that might be trying to, like, hard counter or grief Sparker right now. Like, they're going back to the Mei and the Sombra that they were showing towards the end of Numbani that they stalled out with. They weren't able to get the full push there. Meanwhile, Sweden, yeah, they're showing pretty much the same thing as what we saw before, but now they have Lulsish on the Junker Queen and Skyle on the Kiriko, so they're gonna try and brawl out a little bit more, so it's kind of up to Sparker to get some damage in, sans a Mercy Pocket, and up for Kevster to try and mop up some of this damage that Lulsish is going to be pumping out with the shotguns.
Yeah, I feel like the last map was literally the first time we saw Lulsish play anything other than Winston when he pulled out that Orisa. So this Junker Queen, definitely a breath of fresh air. Sweden going to take first cap here to try and push that robot a little further, and Turkey isn't really looking to contest out in the open, instead dancing around these corners. And the great news for Nefren right now is that there isn't an Ana in the back line who can sleep in, so Sparker can turn around and double headshot him. But now they have taken the control back of the robot to try and push it a little bit further. But Sparker going to initiate with that pick on the tank.
Yeah, I mean, Lethal invests the wall there, not that one, the one before. You know, when Turkey tried to go and take that fight, Lethal invests the ice wall, but it doesn't really catch anybody out. Sweden are able to just, like, you know, duck around it, peek around it, start to pump in the damage, and they don't really get a whole lot of value out of that. While I say that, though, Lethal has 83% to the Blizzard, so he definitely did a lot of work in that last fight, and that's something that, you know, Sweden might not be aware of. They might not know that Blizzard is already just about online, and Turkey might be able to get a quick flip here if he's able to build up that last little bit and nearly dies, but he has it now.
Kevster really trying to take control of this high ground as well, and that Suzu has already been forced
Kevster.
out, but the Blizzard comes through from Turkey. That was huge. Even though it's just to take out Lulzish and Kevster, without the tank, they don't want to be pushing any further than they possibly can, so they're going to go ahead and disengage. Lethal, however, looking to push into their spawn. Actually, Turkey's entire team wanting to push all the way into their spawn while they have one person just sitting on the payload.
Yeah, I mean, and like I said, there was no way Sweden could have known that that Blizzard was coming in, and Lethal just mops up with it, but now some ults are coming online for Sweden, but Turkey did anticipate this. They tried to go with the Kitsune Rush, it's met with a Bob. That's okay, a trade for a trade, because they still have control of the bot, and Sweden have to invest their own Kitsune Rush just to go in for a contest, but Turkey snagged the lead.
Now Turkey able to push a little bit further past. They have two ultimates on Sweden's side, but ooh, they're not even gonna need them. Kevster, Skyle, Lulzish all finding picks pretty decisively. Turkey kind of falling apart. Not much of a contest in that fight. And Kevster looking to chase after Nefrin. I don't even know if he knew that.
He was just spy checking, you know, he was just fishing, caught a sucker, and then just chased Nefrin down. And Nefrin was getting close to that EMP. That's actually gonna be a pretty big pick off there, because A, Turkey can't go win. Sweden are able to tap the point now, take the lead. B, they don't have to worry about the EMP stopping them from doing so. They can take the initiative here if they so choose and just go in with a Blade or with a Rampage and take the checkpoint here.
Yeah, very close to the checkpoint, but that EMP comes up just in time for Turkey. Romani able to take down Kevster, and that's a Dragon Blade off the table, and with the Rampage to come through, Lulzish wastes the Rampage as well, dying just in the nick of time before it can cast, and now even with the sound barrier to come out before, Sweden investing so much into this fight, and it looks like it's a losing battle. They're having to disengage now and allow Turkey to once again take control of the robot before they're able to capture checkpoint.
Yeah, the window for Turkey to capitalize on that, for Sweden to capitalize on Nefrin's death there, it rapidly closed, and you could tell that, like, Sweden, they feel like they might have, you know, gone a little bit too slow, not pulled the trigger when they had the chance to, or it might have just been the contest from Turkey that made them think twice about it, but there wasn't enough time to think more than once, and now here comes the Bob from Sweden. They're trying to come back into this and not lose the point.
Yeah, Lethal having an angle enough to stop them from completely focusing this Bob down, and that just extra bit of suppressing fire from the Bob from behind has to force them around the corner, and now Kevster's able to isolate Farouk in a very hard position to escape out of, while the rest of the team slowly falls apart without the help of their supports.
Okay, well now Sweden should definitely be able to get the checkpoint here, initiate butt scratch mode for the bot there. It's gonna buy them some time. They're now firmly in the lead, but they only have Kevster's Dragon Blade. Farouk invested the beat last, in the last fight. So Turkey really only have either the Blizzard or the Suzu to try and counter it out. So I want to see how Kevster decides to use this, if he tries to wait until, like, both of those abilities are off the field, or if he just wants to try and go in, kill Muzo as quickly as possible, and then just deal with the consequences from Lethal after the fact.
Definitely seems like they want to just play together. They don't want to go for something a little bit too aggressive or look for those flanks just yet, especially with that wall to come through, but the blade does come out and they have to disengage because of how quickly Kevster was brought down low, and it's the opening for the Blizzard to come through as soon as that Genji backs off, and it's actually just Kevster left alive, but it won't be for long. They are all sent back to spawn. A team kill from Turkey to attempt to push further to that checkpoint.
So every ability that I called out to try and deal with that Dragon Blade did come out and then some, and I feel like there's a chance that the call from Sweden might have been to use the Blade to bait those out and then collapse on the team, but if that's the case, they tripped on their shoelaces during the collapse phase of that, and yeah, Turkey, they've got control. They're threatening to cap the checkpoint here. Sweden have time to take another fight, but they only have the Kitsune Rush and maybe the beat here soon to try and stop this.
Yeah, that EMP once again going to do quite a bit of disengage for Sweden once again, and there is the Rampage from Romani that's going to get so much damage down, especially onto Sweden's DPSs, and nothing Skyle and Melon can do is going to save them. Now with Melon out of the fight, Lulzish doesn't have anywhere to run, and Skyle not looking too hot for him either. A second fight in a row won by Turkey to secure the checkpoint and a potential overtake on this push map.
So the pendulum swings back the other way, and Turkey have now taken the lead. The beat from Melon in the last fight was really good, but came in just a hair too late and Kevster was down. Sweden have a lot of ults here, but again, like, they have to try and stop this. They can't let Turkey start to run away with this. You know, again, we're looking at Lethal with the Blizzard coming up here real soon. Sweden have to try and scout that out and do something before it becomes a threat, but now it's on the field.
Lethal is able to just build up this Blizzard so quickly, and every single time it's been a huge threat, and it doesn't seem like Sweden has found a way to counter this just yet. They're sticking to their guns, they're sticking to their comp, even though this Blizzard has steadily and increasingly become more and more of a threat.
Yeah, like, Lulsic has the Rampage, but, I mean, Turkey have everything they could want to counter it, right? Like, they got the Suzu, they can just cleanse that and make it a complete non-factor, and even if that gets baited out, Farouk has the beat, and, you know, Turkey, they can just keep the pressure on, and if nothing else, bleed time out here. Like, Sweden have to try and get an early pickoff here, or shut Lethal down in order to stop this and, like, not just stop it, but turn the bot back in their favor.
Yeah, now the Kitsune Rush from Muzo is allowing Turkey to just push so much further every single time. Every ultimate that they've invested thus far into this map is so intentional, and there's so much action that happens behind it. While Sweden, they've just been playing their comfort picks, which is what it seems like. They started off really strong, and it seems like they're falling apart as soon as Turkey got a rrhythm.
Yeah, and again, Lulsic dies before he's even given a chance to use the Rampage, so I think the window might have closed, and Nefrin wants to slam it shut. That's a huge EMP, and Skyle is taken down. Sparker soon to follow. Turkey are just pushing Sweden all the way back into the spawn. They might even full cap here, and I mean, Sweden, they've got 4 ults, but are they even going to get a chance to use them, or is Turkey just going to shut this down right now?
Yeah, Melon needs some way to get onto the point, and does so with that sound barrier. The overhealth is fading quickly, though. There's a Kitsune Rush to come through. They're investing everything they possibly can. It's the Dragon Blade, a possible hero play, a second one for Kevster with the blade, and Farouk still trying to contest around the point, but there's not much that Lucio can do, and they do eliminate everyone, but invest almost every single ultimate. Now the Rampage is all that they have left over from Lulsic, and Spark are a potential Bob in a few seconds, but that was very expensive, and it was exactly what they needed.
I mean, it's exactly what they need, but now they need to essentially run it back all the way through the entire map here. Like, they got the first checkpoint, but they have to get the bot there to get the forward spawns, trigger the overtime spawns from Turkey. They can't lose anybody here. Lulsic can't, yeah, this has to be huge. Hits Sword, the Suzu's good, but it doesn't get the supports.
Oh my gosh, but it doesn't matter. Romani immediately takes down Lulsic without the threat of that Suzu. Sparker is also immediately eliminated as well, and suddenly they're running back all the way towards Sweden, and this is looking like definitely an overtime play if Sweden want any chance back into this map, but otherwise they have to hold pretty far back.
Turkey, okay, this might be a small thing that might not be the most consequential, but Turkey might be making a mistake pushing the bot up. Right now, at this stage of the game with 25 seconds, you want Sweden to have this brutal walk back to the bot. This right here is where you want to take the fight, and now it's where they're going to be able to. They're just going to bring them all into the meat grinder, toss in the Blizzard and Lethal once again, and that should be it for Turkey if they're able to close this out, but the Bob is huge!
The Kitsune Rush to come through from Turkey, and then the Blizzard as well, but it actually doesn't find anything this time. That Blizzard was dropped on top of the Bob instead of any of the players of Sweden, and Romani is the only one to find the Bob eventually. But Nefrin coming in from behind with the sound barrier on. The overhealth is huge, and now Kevster left on his own, but Farouk is going to neutralize that quickly. It's up to Melon to try and do something, try and contest, but it is not enough. The overtime fades away far too quickly, and Turkey, they go 2-1 against Sweden to win this matchup.
Now, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Turkey do not get fooled twice by the Sparker Ash. They don't let it happen again. They press their advantages, they use their ults wisely, and Lethal building up to them so fast that, like, Sweden can't even track the Blizzards from this guy. Like, you know, you need a meteorologist with a radar to see it coming, and even then it would be too late. No time to board up the doors. Lethal is just running wild on Sweden right there, and yeah, Turkish takeover. Sweden, the struggle bus continues. We saw that flash of brilliance on Numbani, but it just wasn't enough. All the props in the world to Sparker for showing up and, you know, turning that map into the Sparker show, but at Turkey, they look pretty good here on Esperanza. Like, once it switches in their favor, like, the pendulum goes back and forth for a while, but once it starts going past that checkpoint into the street space for Turkey, it doesn't slow down until you get another hero play from Kevster. Yeah, but this time it's just too little too late.
Yeah, it looked so good at the beginning, but I think this exact fight that we're seeing in the replay is where things just immediately turned around because of what was invested here. The blade went through from Kevster, and on the other hand, they immediately were able to disengage and pick off the rest of the team, leaving Kevster alone and low health, and then they suddenly are able to turn things around, winning fight after fight after fight. Their cycling of their ultimates was so incredibly thoughtful and intentional, and they were able to capitalize every single time. And there was almost never a time where they used an ultimate and were unable to get picks off of it.
Yeah, despite that slip up on map 2, Turkey definitely looked like a team that we need to talk about. So, from here on out, let's talk Turkey. We're gonna have to start considering them a contender here at some point in time, at least towards that upper half of the pack in this group, to potentially try and take down the giants that are Saudi Arabia. And if not, maybe, just claim enough bodies to claim that number 2 spot. It's not entirely out of the realm of possibility for Turkey, because they look pretty darn good today, and I imagine that momentum is going to keep going in their favor. As long as Lethal keeps up this pace, is able to build up these blizzards so quickly, as long as everybody else is firing on all cylinders. Nephrin hitting the headshots, some big plays on the Sombra when he's not getting caught out there. I was very impressed with Farouk's beat usage, and Muzo as well, the Suzus, and a lot of the play in the backline from Turkey was just phenomenal. It's a team to watch out for, absolutely, I feel.
I definitely think that Turkey impressed us today. They went above and beyond all expectations. Their last match against Poland, yes, they played incredibly well, but I think we didn't expect as much out of Poland out of the get-go. But Sweden is a team that we've been looking at. We've been talking about them for a long time. We've been talking about the potential and the raw talent that they have, and today they really showed us that Turkey is a name that you need to be afraid of.
Now, we're still less than halfway through the qualifiers. There's plenty more time for the rest for tomorrow and the rest of next week to talk about how good Turkey looks right now. But for now, we have to transition a little bit over to our next matchup. That's going to be Portugal versus Great Britain. We're going to throw to another quick break. We'll be right back with that one. Don't go anywhere.
4 fantastic matches, 3 more still to come. I thought I was muted for a second, but I'm not. It's a false alarm. I'm your host, Jim Basco. That's CB and Epitomes. We just had an awesome Game 3 matchup between Turkey and Sweden. Stacked squads on both sides, but Turkey proving that they're here to play. They're here to make a name for themselves. And of course, against a veteran squad in Sweden, they have definitely done exactly that. Match 5, though, of the day, it's going to feature Portugal versus Great Britain, a team which we saw play for the first time yesterday in Portugal. And of course, Great Britain with tons of veterancy on their side. Epitome, talk to me about this matchup coming up today.
So, Great Britain, they actually did go down against Denmark yesterday. So they are coming back fresh from a loss after being basically the top of their group, losing to a team that had a bye during the first day, and maybe a bit of a rude awakening for them. But Portugal also yesterday, when they played, they did unfortunately go down 0-2 as well, going up against France, which is also one of the top teams in the entirety of Group A thus far.
Yeah, absolutely, CB. You know, watching Great Britain go up against Denmark was definitely tough because you have so much talent on these squads. But with Great Britain now going up against Portugal, of course, a team that has a little bit more to prove, right? What are your thoughts on that one?
I mean, Portugal's in kind of a rough spot schedule-wise because, you know, they make their debut yesterday. They go up against France. And yeah, like Tyler said, they're one of, France is like one of the favorites in this group to try and take one of their playoff spots. They're going up against Great Britain, who's another potential frontrunner for that. Even with that loss to Denmark, Great Britain, they still looked really good. And you're still kind of expecting them to be in that top 3 picture. But, it's starting to get a little tight there where there's 3 spots and there's maybe like 5 teams that could realistically take it. And right now, Portugal's not in that conversation yet. If they're able to topple one of the tyrants of that 5 stack there, they might have a shot of starting it, but it's not looking too great right now. Like Great Britain, they're still looking every bit as strong as they have. Again, slipping up a little bit against Denmark. Denmark also is really, really sick and potentially like the favorite. So it's like, pick your poison here. What do you do? What do you do against this squad? I'm hoping to see something big out of Portugal, but the eyes are mostly going to be on Great Britain to shine here today.
Absolutely. And with that said, let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule, CV. But you mentioned it, Great Britain, they went down in their match against Denmark yesterday. We're expecting them to do great things. So Portugal almost has the pressure off of them, right? Great Britain almost expected to win this one. Is this the opportunity we see an upset? This is the moment if there was any. And of course, the action continues tomorrow and into next week. We got 2 weeks of round robin action with the top 3 of Group A moving on and the top 2 of Group B. The next match we've got up is Portugal versus Great Britain, followed by Denmark versus Belgium, and we'll round out the day with the Netherlands versus France. CB and Epitomes, I leave you all to this amazing matchup, though, and I'll see you guys on the flip side.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to believe that we are only on that second match of the day so far, after
the last one took
Turkey
a lot out
and
of us,
Sweden.
I think.
Yeah, I think we were really surprised that we were confronted with such a scrappy and close game, just right out the gate for the 2 of us. But Portugal versus Great Britain, I'm definitely excited to see Great Britain again. The last time we saw them, there were some amazing Widowmaker plays, and it was just really entertaining to watch.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be upset if this was another scrappy one. I don't even care if I blow my voice out at this point in time, because it's like, the EMEC region has been, really competitive across the board. We've seen a couple of stomps. Usually whenever Saudi Arabia is in the game, there's a high chance that their opponent is going to go down pretty easily. But, barring that, there's still, a lot of competition between a lot of these teams. There's some really evenly matched teams. There's a lot of parity between a lot of them, and this is a chance where maybe Portugal can start to, change things in their favor, maybe prove that they are also one of those scrappy teams that we need to start looking at and having a look at their roster. Flamenzo is one of my favorite just names for a player because it's so fun to say, so I'm really glad that I get to cast this team, and I'll hopefully be saying a lot of Flamenzo's name going forward. I was also really impressed with Kurama's Tracer play for the most part on their performance yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a little bit more of the unknown names, but they are going to attempt to make a name for themselves going against one of the teams with a really talented individual player roster. Coming in on Great Britain's side, we obviously have Kai, huge name in the scene, Backbone as well, Funny Astro. There's just a lot of talent. You know these names.
Yeah, and I also kind of know what these names in this particular order means to me, at least. So when we go here onto Control, Backbone on DPS to me almost certainly says Mei. Cronus is coming in typically as a Baptiste specialist for this team, so I think they're going to try and go for something rush-centric, because every other time that you're seeing them play like a different comp, like if you're seeing Jikaru on the Winston, you're typically going to have the return of Bone back in that support line there, playing the Ana or playing the other flex support heroes, which he's actually really, really good at. Surprise, surprise. Like We've seen Backbone as a support in the Overwatch League. It's worked out well for London. We've seen him here so far. It's worked out pretty well for Great Britain. So it can keep up that momentum. But at least for map 1, Backbone is likely to be on the Mei. And of course, I can't just gloss over Kai. Kai has been absolutely astonishing pretty much nearly 100% of the time. Definitely someone else to keep your eyes on. I just wanted to kind of highlight the compositional swaps and the player role swaps that Britain like to come at you with.
Yeah, and it's once again back to Lijiang Tower. Like you said, the Backbone or Bone back, whichever one we get. But with the Backbone, Lijiang Tower typically starting out on the control center. So we are likely going to see that Mei in a very brawl composition like you mentioned. For Kai, I feel like it's possible to see a Hanzo as well to kind of slot it into a possible Ramatra Mei.
And like, that's pretty much what I expect exactly. Like, they might play like the Moira version of the Ramatra composition where they just want to get like right up in your face, and that's something that I think Cronus could also do well. But yeah, I mean, you're pretty much only bringing in Backbone for the Mei because you've got Kai to cover like all of your hit scans. We've seen Maimon be phenomenal on like the Genji and a lot of the other flex DPS heroes that he's come into play. So like, to me, that's just what it feels like to me. Like, Backbone spells Mei, and Backbone is known as like one of the better Meis across the entirety of the Overwatch League, so it fits. As we go on to Night Market here, I'm kind of expecting, yeah, exactly what Great Britain is running right now with the Mei Sim, Cronus on the Baptiste. They want to teleport to the point, and they want to hold it tight with a death grip.
Yeah, I feel like Kai is even going to be sticking on to that Symmetra, which is a lot of what we see over here on Night Market. Just setting up shop on the point, don't let anyone get in, but it really means that they need that first touch, which is probably why that Symmetra is there as well. Quick teleport over to that point, and Funny Astro, of course, with the speed boost here.
So you're going to see Portugal go for the Sim TP out of spawn. Great Britain going to be a little bit slower because, yeah, they want to TP onto the point, and now they've got control. And it looks like Portugal are actually going to give this up for free and make some compositional swaps. Yeah, they're actually going to swap over onto a Pharmacy comp and, yeah, coming in with Pharmacy Dive.
That's interesting, you know, as soon as they see what Great Britain is running, they're like, we need to find something that can counter the amount of hold that they have and the splash damage from the rockets that Pharah has. Oh, really nicely done. Takes out a little bit of that Sim turret and now just trying to fire from above. And with the Mercy at Kurama's back, they're not going to really need to regroup with the team as much, but it still seems that they can't get that first touch off.
I mean, Kai still might be able to get the back cap here. Yeah, there's going to be the first cap coming in for Great Britain, but there's only 2 left standing of these 7 Lions. Kai going to fall, Jikaru not going to be able to stick around for all that much longer, and Portugal going to be able to get a pretty quick flip here. I like the read, swapping over to the Pharmacy, you know, being able to do a little bit of window shopping, peeking through the windows, blasting some rockets, but while Great Britain, they move forward to try and rush and collapse on the rest of Portugal. They just leave the point behind. You know, they have to go back to deal with the Pharah, and by the time they do, everyone's just dead, so Portugal get the point for free.
Yeah, and look how quickly Kurama is also building up to the barrage as well. So it's going to be a lot easier for these ultimates to come up with the Pharmacy pocket, and already the barrage is up, but JKRO, Funny Astro, you see the switch that comes through. Kurama is trying to counter the dive composition after taking down Dizzle and making it so there is a little bit less sustain needed here, but JKRU now finding roped. I'm not sure how to pronounce that, and it means that Kurama goes down in quick succession.
I'm wondering if we're going to see swaps from Portugal. And yeah, it looks like we are. Rod going to go ahead and swap over to the Lucio and Kurama over onto the Tracer. So now we're in, you know, essentially that mirror, but the difference is we have Cronus on the Moira and Dizzle, who's been hitting some pretty big nades on the Ana, who already has the nano boost, so this might be a good shot for Portugal to flip it back, especially with Flamenzo hovering over that EMP. 1 HP, might not get a chance to use it, but yeah, translocates out to safety. No, not to safety, right into Backbone, actually.
Whoa. Okay, well, Kai still does have that pulse bomb in the back pocket, and since Great Britain, they flipped this point over in their favor, Backbone being allowed to take down Kurama, who switched onto the Tracer. It's going to be nice and easy for Great Britain thus far. They've realized that they need something to kind of protect their backline a little bit more, since they've switched onto the full dive and having the Ana, it's a little bit of a sore spot.
Flamenzo dead again with the EMP, and like we're at 68%, going up to 70. Great Britain, they have all 5 ults. Like Portugal, if they keep losing Flamenzo early and he's not able to get into position to hit a big EMP, Backbone can go right into their spawn and do quite literally just that. Gets spy checked a little bit there, but has the translocate. But yeah, Flamenzo's EMP comes out and it's kind of blunt.
And the coalescence now from Great Britain's side, the blunt EMP, like you mentioned, not finding much since Flamenzo was immediately eliminated after using the ultimate. And now they're able to just spam down everyone who's trying to get into the site as well. Kurama might have been able to get a touch, but with Funny Astro down, it's still not enough for Portugal. They do get 30%. There was a really good adaptation at the beginning of the round, but Great Britain, at the end of the day, they cap that point and hold on to it.
And like, you know, we were observing the little bit of a duel there between Backbone and Kurama at the time, and that's honestly, that duel is why the EMP from Flamenzo looked so dull there, like why it just didn't get anything. It's because your Tracer just wasn't there to be able to clean up on all of the damage. It's like, I mean, it sounds like the stupidest, most simple thing in the world, but if you're doing one thing, you're not doing another. So, like, he's too busy taking the duel with Backbone, he can't be there to follow up on the EMP damage, and there's just not enough. Flamenzo falls, and, you know, they invest almost all of their eggs into that basket, but with the one missing egg, they can't make the omelet, and Great Britain, they just hold strong there with their 5-ult combo.
Now Great Britain, they have switched back the Backbone May into this composition and JK Aru on the Reinhardt, but okay, Rod in a 1v1 versus Funny Astro is able to actually take down that Lucio early. Cronus still has quite a bit of burst healing in the back pocket, but missing the speed boost from the rush composition means that they're going to have to back off this point a little bit, and Portugal looking like they might be able to get first cap, and they are after JK Aru just steps out of the point. However, now isolated by the Mei wall, it's going to make it a lot easier to try and shred down this Reinhardt, especially since they picked that Reaper specifically. But oh, Kai from the side, such a huge headshot onto the Reaper we were just talking about, and now looking for Kurama, forcing the ice block out of the Mei. And okay, Cronus was able to, okay, what was that?
Does Kai have like Spidey sense or something? Like, I know Reaper's teleport isn't quiet, but the fact that Kai is able to just 180 double storm arrow Flamenzo into the dome and delete the Reaper is absolutely bonkers. But now, like Great Britain, now that they have the point, they're in a position where they can hold it pretty effectively with their composition. So Flamenzo is on the Reaper, and the rest of Portugal's comp, it's very fast, it's very in your face, very rushy. Kai on the Hanzo means Great Britain, they want to play back a little bit, so now they can play these angles, try and like keep Portugal at bay, and let Kai keep hitting headshots.
Yeah, I mean, Kai having that high ground on that overpass, it just means so much control over this map in general. Now that Amp Matrix going to come out pretty early, allow Kai a really easy headshot as well, just on this overpass, and okay, Kurama fell off the map.
That is just about the most ult-efficient fight you could possibly win. They only use the Amp Matrix, and like Baptiste sneezes, he gets another Amp Matrix, so like Cronus will have that back in no time. Portugal, like, they're gonna have ultimates to try and recontest this, but so are Great Britain, because they haven't been forced to spend any of them yet. Look for Backbone to likely be coming out here with a Blizzard, unless they want to go for like a big shatter, just for like an ego play there. Pun intended, ego is the tank on Portugal.
Yep, and now the Nemesis form does come through, the sound barrier from Funny Astro to counter the Blizzard, and right after that overhealth fades away, going to go ahead and try for the Annihilation. Backbone's own Blizzard does come out, and the Annihilation doesn't find anything here, but still a few picks swung in Portugal's direction. But you know, a trade of a DPS for a tank, if I were Great Britain, I would take that, and they do still hold on to the point. This is the second time the Kuramas fell off the map, and I feel like they are just trying to fast back.
Yeah, that's the reset to get the spawn. You can even tell that Kurama like knows that urgency is like it is getting more urgent. Gonna swap over to the Tracer to be able to get a touch, but Kai takes down Dizzle and Ego is just walled off.
Oh.
It is up to the Tracer to touch, and they do get the touch, but they've already lost like all of their healing, and when the Sound Barrier bleeds out, there's not gonna be a whole lot left of Portugal.
Yeah, and it seems like the Portugal is just being melted like they were in a microwave or a pressure cooker, because Great Britain, they were able to get that really easy, and it's just the amount of resets that they had to go for and fights that they kind of had to give away because their backline was being picked off a little bit too early, or they weren't cycling their ults well enough. I felt like the Reaper pick was also a little bit too weak, even though they were against that Reinhardt trying to really shred that shield up close and personal. The Death Blossom never really came through, and it just didn't feel like it was enough on this first map.
And they just like they never let Flamenzo get close. Like they never let him get close enough to do the damage with the Reaper that you're playing the Reaper to do, and it just like completely negates one of the beefiest, most damaging parts of that composition. I do like a lot of the things that I'm seeing out of Portugal composition-wise. Like it looks like these two teams are kind of playing chess with one another with the ways that they're kind of like counterpicking and reading one another, but like Great Britain are just coming so much further ahead in it because the comps that they're playing are able to effectively shut down, in theory, what would counter their comp. Having to look at this flick from Kai here, by the way, just onto Flamenzo for no reason.
Yeah,
like,
that was
it's like, I need to deal with this Lucio. Hang on, hold on, let me get this Reaper. Okay, good, back to the Lucio. Like, that's just insane. Like, you can't strategize around that with a composition. Like, you can't plan for Kai.
Yeah, you just have Kai kind of sitting there, buried inside of his headset, sound all the way up, and he's like turning around 180ing to headshot that Reaper. I mean, it was just a good thought, you know, trying to get up close and personal with the more immobile champs, but it just didn't really work out that way.
It didn't quite work out. I want to see what they come out here with though, because maybe now, like, they have an opportunity to, like, it's playing chess, but maybe they can, like, switch it up to Chinese checkers or something, you know, like, change the game a little bit with their own map pick when they come out here and have, like, a game plan ready to go. But, I mean, again, you can't really plan for Kai if he's just gonna hit 180 headshots on your Reaper and your Reaper is just not allowed to play the game. It's like, that's not really all that much of an... Hello. That's not really all that much of an option for you to be able to counterpick that. So, I mean, we'll have to see what they do, but it's... Yeah, like what? Like what is the answer here?
Well, as we contemplate from our cat cafes that we apparently live in, we will see what the map they're going to bring us on to next with Portugal, it being their map pick. It definitely did feel like, especially just right at the very beginning, they had such a good read with the switch to the pharmacy after they saw the Mei Symmetra comps that they were coming into, and Kurama was doing really, really well on it, and then all of a sudden they were countered because of the hard dive onto their backline.
Yeah, we'll have to see what Portugal wants to do about it. If they can plan at all, if there's an effective strategy to be had, it's their opportunity to find it. It's going to be their map pick. We got map 2 for this series coming up right after the break. Stay tuned.
welcome back. We are currently on map 2 of Great Britain versus Portugal, and we are looking forward to potentially a really strong map out of Great Britain and the Portugal, with Portugal going on their map pick.
And Kai continues to be incalculably competent while Portugal's pre-planning does not quite pan out. They're going to take us to Numbani here for their map pick. We'll see if anything ends up coming their way here, but this does kind of seem like the kind of place that Great Britain can still be quite strong on, because they've shown to be really good at the dive compositions. This might be, the return of Boneback here, going to the flex support position to play Ana, help support Jkaru there. That's kind of what I might be expecting to see out of Great Britain, but meanwhile, from Portugal, we still haven't seen a lot from them. What we have seen, there's a fair bit to like. They're a very likable team. I do enjoy, these players and the way that they approach the game, but, I still need a little bit more data. I want to see what they bring to the table here on Numbani. What's the strat? Why are we here? Let's find out.
I mean, Numbani, another one, I'm not complaining. I find Numbani to be a treat to watch, especially after that last matchup that we had just seen. So hopefully Great Britain and Portugal can also show us some of that magic that was happening between whatever was going on between Sweden and Turkey.
Yeah, I mean, well, whatever was going on was Turkey definitely taking it to Sweden here. But I mean, it was a great map with Sweden beating Turkey. I mean, we might just get to see a little bit more of that here on Numbani between Great Britain and Portugal here. And yeah, as I predicted, you do have Maimon coming back in for the DPS slot of Great Britain there, and then Backbone moving over to the flex support. So that's going to be a dive composition. You got Funny Astro on the Brigitte. This is a composition that they've been pretty competent on. And again, you have Kai on the Ashe, and just an absolutely insane hit scan player. That shot on the Reaper, it might have just looked like one shot where a guy was standing still, but it was still a 180 flick on him. You're not supposed to be able to just do that and get away with it. And it looks like Portugal gonna mostly mirror here. I mean, they have the Sombra, whereas Great Britain sticking with the Kai Ashe there. But if Flamenzo's able to get a good hack onto Jkaru, maybe get them caught out, this might be enough to get their foot in the door.
Yeah, I'm hoping to see a lot more of Flamenzo in this matchup as well, since we do have a diveable backline for Portugal, but for now it seems like Great Britain opting to play pretty far up and stop the first choke point rather than allowing them to fight over on the checkpoint.
Yeah, it's just kind of like Portugal trying to look for a way in. It looks like they want to try and pressure Kai from this back alleyway there, but Flamenzo gets forced away, Ego gets booped off, and now, yeah, just kind of stuck on the low ground with all the damage coming in. Gets the jump and has to go back out there. And yeah, everyone's just kind of caught out because that dive just doesn't go nearly as planned. Everybody that tried to go in got forced away one by one. It was like a Jackie Chan movie where all the henchmen just come and attack one by one and just get dispatched. There goes Dizzle. So now that's going to be a full reset coming out from Portugal. And yeah, Great Britain, they can just keep sitting comfortably here.
Yeah, they're gonna have to go and reset since they don't really have any other choice without Dizzle. It's actually Rod switching over to the Kiriko. Interesting choice here, but they have that little bit of extra healing. Flamenzo trying to get a touch onto the point, but is forced to translocate back to the team after Kai just turns around, spots out the Sombra, and they still have W Maimon kind of playing around the objective as well instead of going for those hard flanks. And now as soon as Ego tries to go for a hard dive onto Dizzle, it's just an anti and a quick follow-up from the Pink and Brigitte to just force them off.
Yeah, so Ego is actually I believe a flex DPS player that has swapped over onto play tank for the World Cup here, and learning a hard lesson for tanks that if people just get really upset when they see a Winston dive, everybody wants to just pounce right on top of that monkey and take him down before he does any damage. And yeah, Ego learned that lesson the hard way there as all of Great Britain just collapsed on top of him here. And it's still Portugal trying to go through this back flank route where they have they have that mini health pack hacked, but yeah, Jkaru's got a Primal Rage. I don't know what you're gonna do about that, but if you're Karama, clearly not much.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of a BM Primal Rage to just kind of get one person trapped in an already very small corridor with a large monkey with a cannon, but they're going to go ahead and reset, and it's pretty easy since they have build up to so many other ultimates on their squad. It's not a huge sacrifice to go ahead and use that Primal Rage and secure the picks, force the reset, and just whittle down that timer.
And it's one that you can, like, cycle your ultimates very well with, because, yeah, you're going to have the rally as well. You can bleed out more time with that. Jakaru actually going to get deleted, though, by the EMP from Clemenzo. It's huge. You know, in Great Britain, now they can't cycle the ults out. They have to invest them to hold the point here.
Yeah, but not even one check is done by Portugal after the EMP play, even though they were able to eliminate JKRU. But Funny Astro goes ahead and tries to get that rally out. Dizzle actually survives the pulse bomb, but W Maimone able to finish off the kill, and now without the backline, the sustain from Portugal has been completely melted. W Maimone going crazy with these pulse pistols on the Tracer and going to look for a little something more onto Karama, but Karama not going to want to force a stagger.
Yeah, Maimon, like, just on cleanup duty there, just pulls out the mop and bucket, takes down pretty much everybody, wins that duel out with Dizzle. It took a while, Dizzle quite survivable, but Maimon able to get the better of that one, and we're already down to like 20 seconds for Portugal to try and get the cap here. It feels like the time has just breezed by, but that's because if Portugal haven't accomplished all of that much, save for getting that one tick, they have ults to try and force this through, and they've finally taken that back hallway. They might be able to force Britain off the high ground here, but they've already lost Karama.
Yeah, they are getting the ticks though. Great Britain is completely ignoring the point thus far. They've been able to get a small contest and they keep touching from Portugal, but however, it's just weaving in and out from Great Britain. They've dropped the bubble down, now playing around the objective. Clemenza goes for the touch, and now it's Ego who has to try and get the overtime to continue, but eliminated so quickly. Overtime still active, but now Dizzle being cornered by JKRU. Not much that Portugal can do. Not even 1 point taken by Portugal.
We highlight the great read from Portugal on Night Market back on Lijiang Tower to swap over to that Pharmacy comp, but this time it looks like they're the ones that get read like a book because they keep trying over and over again to take that back hallway. Like they did successfully do one time, towards the end there, the very end. But the fact that they kept taking so long to try and take that approach and kept getting repelled over and over again by Great Britain means that by the time they actually successfully do it, Great Britain have the ults and they have the position and they have the ability to sustain. It was also pretty smart from Portugal to try and take the fight not only off of the high ground, but off of the point entirely so that you can have people capping. But that unfortunately means that there are going to be people just not participating in the fight. So eventually you lose that fight. The players that are still alive on Great Britain all just come back, collapse on the people contesting the point, and it all stalls out from there. Portugal are able to get 83% to a cap off of that, but that's not a lot. You definitely want to have more than that to hang your hat on. Like, this was your map pick. You kind of want to have more of a lifeline than 83%.
Yeah, I think that it's definitely not what Portugal was hoping for, and Great Britain, they had a lot of wiggle room to just get themselves, take their time, and now they've switched onto a potential Mercy, and I think they were attempting to pair that with an Echo, but Kai now switching onto the Hanzo, which I definitely don't blame them for, but now it's at Hanzo pocketed Mercy, potentially? No, they switched off that, and it was just going to be Funny Astro switching back onto the Brigitte, trying to protect Backbone in the back line.
You say Hanzo pocketed Mercy? It's a little...
Oh, sorry, a Mercy pocketed Hanzo. My
Who's
bad.
Who here? The dynamic has totally shifted here. Great Britain, okay, they already have Kai on the high ground, and that's the benefit that the Hanzo wall climb gives you. And like, they're putting Kai under a lot of pressure, but the peel is there. And yeah, too much pressure, and pressure makes diamonds, and Kai, a diamond for sure takes down Dizzle as well. I got nothing. Like, hitting a shot like that as you're about to fall asleep, like, he's hitting shots you just shouldn't hit, and that should be enough for Great Britain to just take it. I don't think anyone's alive for Portugal to get the cap here, and that's going to be not with a bang, but with quite the whimper that Portugal goes out, and Great Britain takes this one 2-0.
Yeah, I feel like that was definitely a little bit anticlimactic for the second map, and Portugal, there was just some glimmer of life that we needed to see, and it just was not at all present, especially on New Bonnie. They were doing the same thing over and over again. There wasn't as much adaptation as we would have liked to see, but we know that they're capable of.
Yeah, sometimes the strategy isn't always to try and go for those like plays where you circumvent the point and try and take the high ground from behind. Sometimes you take the more direct approach where you just climb right up the high ground and kill things like, Great Britain did there. They set Kai up there, they gave him the support, they gave him the peel, they collapsed on top of everybody that tried to pressure Kai down, and that just ended up being like a full British kill feed there, and they just take the point, like, easy as that. Like, there wasn't even really much of a fight coming out from Portugal. Just a couple quick picks and they collapsed.
Yeah, this is just basically, I mean, we definitely expected Britain to be the favorite going into this matchup when they were going to go and win it all between the two of them, since they have that much individual talent. And Portugal kind of surprised us at the beginning with the Pharmacy, with the adaptations they were making, and with how patient they were with first capture over on Night Market in Lijiang Tower, and we just never saw that again, unfortunately. And obviously Kai is a huge factor in the success as well. So much peel for this Hanzo, and the fact that he's just hitting insane shots that feel like maybe they shouldn't be entirely legal.
And like I said, it's not even just Kai, it's Britain setting him up for success there, right? Like, he's able to hit those shots, but you could even see in that last clip there that you had Jikaru and Funny Astro on the Brigitte there. I don't even know how... Oh no, sorry, that was... I'm getting completely mixed up with who was up there, though. That was like all of Portugal, but you did still have Jikaru there to try and support things. You still had a lot of the healing coming through. You still had people trying to make that space and let Kai take those shots. Granted, he doesn't even need it because he's just hitting Hanzo headshots at point blank. But I get, like, again, that just felt like such a non-fight there towards the end. Just like one scrap that Kai just simply kills two people. The rest of Great Britain mop up the mess that he made, and yeah, suddenly no more Portugal. We didn't see, like, we saw not nothing from Portugal. There is like glimmers of something more that could come to fruition later on in this tournament cycle here. But for now, like, that was just all Great Britain's map. That was a good way to blow off some steam. I think after the Denmark loss yesterday, able to try and bounce back, maybe flex their egos a little bit, get ready for some more of the troubles that may lie ahead as they try to stake their claim, solidify their claim, as a matter of fact, as one of the top 3 teams in this group here.
Yeah, and this is definitely just what Great Britain needed. Unfortunately, Portugal, they are definitely off to a softer start, I would say, than they actually expected to. And since they are 0-2 now, that does bring them near to the bottom of Group A. But Group A, lucky for them, they have those 3 spots that can qualify. So they do have a little bit more wiggle room. They still have a lot more days, about 5 more days, I would say, to crawl their way back into the potential light and qualify to the playoffs.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to see more from this Portugal squad. There's definitely some fun to be had with this team in the lobby, but we got some more fun coming out for you. Next matchup is going to be Denmark versus Belgium. We're going to bring Jim back for a quick little intro there, and we'll be right back with that after the break. Don't go anywhere.
We are down to the final 2 matches of day 3 here at the Overwatch World Cup 2023 online qualifiers for the EMEC region. I'm your host, Jim Basco, and of course, I'm joined by Epitomes and CB. Epitomes, Tala, talk to me, man. Great Britain is a stacked region, it feels like right now, up against this Portugal squad.
Yeah, I mean, but speaking of Great Britain, yesterday they were actually beaten, despite how stacked they were, by a team that we are going to be seeing very soon called Team Denmark, who were able to beat them 2-1. And I would say if you have a roster as stacked as Team Great Britain and you still lost, then I wonder who's playing for this Denmark squad.
Yeah, it's a good question to be asking here, and it's something to look forward to as well, right? Is that Denmark and Belgium game, like you mentioned, we only have so much data for these newer teams in Denmark and Portugal to be going off of, but Denmark did pretty well against Great Britain. They definitely put up a fight there. Belgium's got some star players on it. CB, talk us through that matchup.
I mean, Denmark, like you said, has some star players, and we got plenty of data on those Danish players. A lot of stars, you know. We got Naga, I feel like one of the most underrated DPS players, you know, in a long time, was pulling out some hero plays in the Overwatch League and is showing up for this Danish squad. You still have Shockwave, the young hit scan extraordinaire. And, like, everybody from Denmark is impressive. Like, I also do want to highlight Doge as well. I will admit I'm a Houston Outlaws fan. I know Payne. I know he was picked up for Houston briefly and didn't see much playtime because they were, like, you know, all about Dante's leadership. But they picked up Doge for a reason, and it's because he's good. And, like, you know, the comms weren't there. Sometimes, like, team play dynamics change, and you need a, you know, a change of pace for your tank player. But Doge is stepping up and showing, like, what he's got right now. I was very impressed by Doge and the entire Danish squad in that matchup with Great Britain there. And on the other side, you know, we got Belgium, who does also have a fair DPS line. You know, they got Logix and Ken. They're capable of making miracles. But it's like peaks and valleys with this team, you know? And
Definitely.
There ain't no mountain high enough and there ain't no valley low enough for Denmark not to just run right over you. So they have to show a little bit more consistency as a whole, I think, if they're going to want to have a chance in this matchup.
Yeah, really aptly said. You know, let's take a look now at the schedule and look at the matches. Of course, we just have been talking about Denmark versus Belgium. That's match number 6 of the day. And the final one afterwards features the Netherlands versus France. But just to recap what's been happening all day long here in day 3. Great Britain 2-0 over Portugal. Turkey 2-1 over Sweden. Saudi Arabia dominant 2-0 over Poland. Norway 2-0 over Iceland. And the same score goes for Finland over Germany. Sorry about that. Talking about standings real quick, though. Currently, when we're taking a look at Group A, Group B, 3 members at the top of Group A will be moving on, and currently it's comprised of France, Spain, and Denmark. And at Group B, only the top 2 move on, and in the current state, it's Norway and Saudi Arabia. So, with that being said, of course, map score is going to be something that we pay close attention to. We've got 2 weeks of action underway here. Day 3 leads us 75% of the way through the first week. Of course, we'll be back with more action tomorrow as well. And then take a little break all the way back until Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday of next week, where we'll be back with round 2 of the action here. But Tala, Epitomes, and CB, please take away the match. Denmark versus Belgium. I'll see you guys on the flip side.
All right, thank you, Jim. So Denmark versus Belgium, lots to talk about with Denmark specifically. Yesterday, they did go to all 3 maps with Britain. They did win 2-1, and it was Watchpoint Gibraltar, New Queen Street, and Nepal. That was their map pool, so I'm pretty excited to see where we'll be going today.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited. I mean, I'm gonna lift the curtain a little bit and say that you know, production has already spoiled the surprise for us, and we're gonna start things off on Nepal. I promised that I would pretend I didn't hear it, but you know, you said where are we going, so like I kind of had to. We're gonna kick things off on Nepal for this Belgium versus Denmark matchup here, and like you said, all the talent on Denmark, they've really impressed in that Great Britain matchup. You know, again, Doge, I wanted to highlight this guy because he was a great player that didn't really get the fairest shot on Houston Outlaws, but is showing why he was picked up in the first place. You got Shockwave and Naga, 2 very underrated DPS players from Owl history that have been, you know, just popping off against Great Britain in that matchup yesterday. And then Kelix and Slay. That's a really solid support line. This is just a solid team with talent across the board that can just hurt you. And like, that's really all they need to do, is they just need to hurt you.
Yeah, I mean, like, we were talking a lot about Saudi Arabia earlier in the day. We were talking a lot about Saudi yesterday, and Calyx and Slay are actually part of that Twisted Minds Corp, right? So they have a lot of experience at a very high level, and they have definitely their fair experience with, like, winning, especially in that EU contenders circuit. So I definitely feel like Denmark is a team to watch out for. But now looking over at the other side, let's see what we have coming for us from Team Belgium. And right off the bat, obviously Logix is a huge name for Belgium. He's popped off for them before, and he's just a really solid DPS for this team.
Yeah, but like this team kind of as a whole, it's like the story of Logix with those kind of peaks and valleys where he's capable of absolute miracles, but he's also capable of kind of going quiet for a little bit. And Ken is kind of like the same way, where you have some of these huge pop-off moments where Ken just like kills 3 or 4 people on the Hanzo just out of nowhere, and it just like Belgium wins a fight that way. But for every time that that's not happening, they're losing fights and they're not able to make up the difference here. So I want to see that consistency coming in across the board. You know, a little bit less of that streakiness that comes out from the DPS core. I want to see their peaks more frequently and a lot fewer valleys coming out from Belgium here.
I would have to agree with you. Belgium really needs that streak of consistency if they want to have a hope of beating Denmark, especially since they've already gone down to Great Britain, who lost to Denmark. So it's definitely already an uphill battle once you see what you're up against if you are Belgium. But hopefully going on to Nepal, they will be able to show us something good.
Yeah, and this is also an opportunity for Denmark to like make a statement to the rest of the group as well, right? Because like you're looking at these 3 matches that we're going through in a row back at the schedule. Like we just saw Great Britain. We're watching Denmark versus Belgium now, and the next matchup is going to be Netherlands versus France. Great Britain, Denmark, and France are all like the potential favorites to take those 3 playoff spots right now. So they're all going to kind of like, even though they're not playing each other, they're still kind of that subtle like, maybe we can like one-up each other, try and make sure we go up 2-0 as much as possible, show the dominance that Great Britain showed against Portugal, keep that consistency to try and keep the race close. And by the way, there's a couple other people on the outside of that bubble as well. You know, you've got Spain that turned a lot of heads. You've got the Netherlands that still have the talent to potentially make some noise. So, you know, you definitely want to come correct here.
Yeah, I mean, I think Spain not playing today, so they don't really have the chance to make that statement here in Group A, but they have definitely showed themselves as a dark horse in Group A, being able to beat out the Netherlands, who a lot of people thought were going to be one of the favorites going into this group. And Netherlands, obviously, yesterday they were able to win a match, and Netherlands going to play later today against France, which is currently top of the group with a 4-0 record. So it's going to be a really tough last 2 matches for this Group A.
All right, the Sim TP from Shockwave. That's okay, so it's not going to be a swap. They're actually going to TP and then speed boost to the point here, but Ken is on the pharmacy, so going to be doing some damage from above, just around the corners of this point here, and it's kind of up to Doge to like mitigate that as best as possible. Denmark should be able to get first control over the point here because Belgium can't really commit to it, especially not if they lose their Ana like right out of the gates.
Yeah, that's super unlucky for Belgium there, or just a really good shot from Denmark's squad. But this pharmacy composition, Ken looking to get some work done, destroy that shield on the Reinhardt early, but it seems like they can't really get a say in edge-wise over on this point. Ken, however, now finding Naga means that they're able to push forward on Logic's Tracer, and that's just a lot of damage to go out over onto Doge. So all of a sudden, Denmark crumble and Belgium flip point.
And that's kind of like death by 1,000 cuts there. Like, you know, they do take down Slay. And like I always say about the Sim May composition, especially on Village here, it's great at holding the point. It's not so great at capping the point. So once it slips through Denmark's grasp, yeah, you can see they're making wholesale swaps. Like, I think literally only Calyx is the person, like the only person on Denmark that didn't make a swap here. So now we're on D.Va with the Sombra Tracer. And I think this is still something that Denmark can excel at. They almost lost Slay early there again. They can't be doing that, though.
Yeah, Slay, the source of basically all their hurt burst healing. Doge, however, Antide is going to have to wait a second before that re-engage, so that it's just the point, it keeps ticking for Denmark as they've been able to flip it back over. Belgium just letting it go basically for free. Pulse Bomb, though, in the hands of Logix could do some serious damage, but not if Shockwave's going to go behind. But Ken's there with the cover on the barrage. Now another DPS ultimate in the back pocket, but Calyx is doing quite a bit.
The solo barrage, yeah, Shockwave saying that's fan behavior, but like, I mean, you take that, like the barrage is gone, you've just taken out Logix now, Denmark still have control of the point, and like the trade-off was like, they took out Potanova really early, and like, yeah, I'll kill an Ana and then happily be solo barraged, and then, you know, you got an ult and a support out for free, like, you can trade your life for that, like, that's totally okay.
Yeah, I mean, the barrage also was built up pretty quickly, but over here on Belgium's side, okay, Naga just walked right into a rocket, unfortunate, but there's the Valkyrie now coming out from Chaba, seeing the opening that was left by Naga's non-presence, but Shockwave does have that EMP, and the Pulse Bomb is still in the hands of both of these Tracers. However, Belgium, they do expend that Valkyrie, the only ultimate they expended, to flip that point back over. Not too expensive of a fight, and honestly, I would take that.
Yeah, and like Denmark's in a pretty good position. You can tell like they don't invest any ults to try and hold that because they know they're at like one fight territory and they have, you know, a full house right now. Like they can just royally flush this right down for them. Go in with an EMP, try and catch maybe Ken, get him out of the sky there. It looks like that's what Shockwave kind of wants to do. Or maybe just go for it on the point. Yeah, he caught Ken out on the point.
Yeah, that's an excellent EMP, catches so many of Belgium's players, and they do go for the nano boost over onto Ken, and Ken's able to survive the onslaught for a few seconds because of it, but Denmark still flips the point nonetheless, and Ken doesn't have the Mercy in the pocket anymore, which means that spam from Doge's primary fire very easily takes down the Pharah in the air. Now on side of Denmark, 2 ultimates still available after that fight with Kitsune Russian Sound Barrier as well as EMP expended, but they should be able to force Belgium back further and not even a touch to come through before Denmark finds that first point.
Yeah, with like no Lucio and the only fast hero on Belgium's side being Logix, like yeah, that was kind of your only opportunity to touch there, and Denmark just like completely shut that one down. And like you said, like they still had the Pulse Bomb and the self-destruct if they needed it. And Belgium, like, they had the barrage that could have maybe won them a fight if Ken pulled out a miracle there, but most of what Ken was doing was just, like, kind of systematically finding, like, a rocket here and a rocket there that amounts into a kill. And it's been phenomenal Pharah play, but it hasn't really been, like, enough. You know, Denmark, like, they're wise to this. They're you know, they're too smart to keep falling for that, and they're not going to just let Ken get into a position where he can do more than solo barrage Shockwave, so we're going to see Denmark swapping back onto that rush comps, dishing the Reinhardt, now going for the Ramatra, but Shockwave going back over onto that Sombra. Ken on the Echo still wants to take to the skies, but wants to be something a little bit less Mercy dependent.
Yeah, so now we see the Denmark, once again, looking to take control of the high ground rather than the point directly, and Belgium seems to have the same idea as well. A little bit of ult charge on each side as they're able to trade a few shots back and forth, but in general, Denmark should be able to capture that first point with the first touch, and forcing Shira back as well, not looking like they are able to get a touch. Denmark flipping it over to White and just brawling with the Diva on the side.
I keep looking at these situations right now where like Denmark is just kind of taking the point and Belgium's not touching it to contest it. I'm wondering where Logix is, because like you could be using that Tracer to try and like slow things down, try and alleviate some of the pressure, but I think he's trying to like take duels elsewhere and it's just not really panning out because no one from Denmark really seems to be going down. Like he's doing some damage, yeah, but he's not really catching anybody out. Shockwave, though, gets caught out by a spy check there, but is able to hack the Mega before he translocates out. That's going to be, if nothing else, pretty annoying for Belgium to not have that as a resource, but nonetheless, it's time for them to try and go in and get another attempt at the point here. See if Logix is able to come in and make some magic.
It's this time going to be that nano boost onto Ken once again, and I think that's what they're trying to do to make them less dependent on that Mercy. There's a stick to come through from Logix, and they're trying to finish off this kill desperately. Doge finally does go down to the boosters from Shira, but the EMP from Shockwave might be able to delay. However, with the Mei wall, it's not looking for a way back into the point. Now just a fight for survival as they're waiting for their supports to regroup with themselves. The contest comes through with Kelix, but he does go down quickly from the focus fire, and Belgium finally flips the point over, going to have to surrender that from Denmark.
And like using that EMP in a losing fight there might seem kind of egregious if you're Denmark, but like that's okay because, you know, this is Belgium's first time getting any percentage. You have time to build up to another one. You have time to like go back in once you have it, and Shockwave's already 40% to it. Did enough work in that fight to build up to it. So if Denmark even need it, that's still an option for later on down the line, but they want to go in right now. That's a huge boop there from Kelix.
Okay, Kelix knocking off the most of the sustain of Belgium off the edge of a cliff. It's going to have to be the duplicate forced out with the Annihilation now onto the Ramatra to try and get that little bit of extra sustain. But Belgium, Ken is just being melted. There's a self-destruct. Shockwave is caught by it, but Doge still surviving. Slay now switching over onto this Baptiste to try and get that little bit of extra brawl potential as well. Denmark coming out on top after expending, I think it was 2 ultimates, both that sound barrier and the Annihilation.
Yeah, and like again, going back to Shockwave's EMP, right now, like now Denmark are at 80%. It's gonna be one fight, and Shockwave should be able to get the EMP in the middle of it. And even if he doesn't, you have a Blizzard. You're gonna have an Amp Matrix, and if they find an early pick, like there won't even be a chance to use it. But just Logix versus Slay here. Keep a close eye on this one because Kelix has already fallen actually.
And this is such a good fight from Belgium already. Ken is so good on this Echo and finding a lot of value. That last duplicate wasn't enough to win them the fight, but already building up to one very quickly and flipping that point over. Denmark in one fight territory, of course. EMP coming up very shortly from Shockwave and Blizzard. So much area control from Denmark. They could potentially make a lethal combo with these 2 DPS ultimates and the Amp Matrix to boot. On the other side, they only have that duplicate that could potentially contest, both support ultimates being used. Now that anti-nade does stall out Denmark for a second, but the Amp Matrix comes through from Slay, and then the mecha is done and dusted. However, they are able to get that pick down onto Logix. Denmark, they're in such good territory right now. Now the Annihilation from Ken, though, as they go through the duplicate, but just melted, but not before taking down Naga. The sound barrier has to come out. The overhealth and the shields onto Denmark's squad will keep them alive for a few moments longer. Logic spamming down onto Doge. Gotta transform into Nemesis form for that survivability, and Slay has been able to boost jump onto the elephant and escape some of the damage that Logix has been outputting. However, the touches from Logix are so good to keep Belgium in the game. Finally, the Blizzard does come through from Denmark. Naga forced into the ice block. The Blizzard doesn't do enough damage. Logix brought down really low, and the Pulse Bomb brought up through that fight, but it's the Annihilation that's going to finish things off for Denmark. And finally, the kills come through for Denmark to win map 1-2-0.
That point gets kind of uncomfortably close there for a little bit from Denmark. So like I want to rewind like a little bit. Like I want to go to that fight where, you know, you saw that duel coming out between Slay and Logix. What happened there was like Denmark was all trying to cut the rest of Belgium off at the pass on the high ground, and Slay stayed on the point, so they were like split. And then even though you don't see Logix like outright win that duel, it's another case where it's like if you're doing one thing, you're not doing another. He's too busy being split off from the rest of the team, taking that duel with Logix, that the rest of the team just kind of collapsed and Belgium flipped the point. And then like, you know, Naga dies before he gets the Blizzard off in that early fight there, and that's how Belgium's able to come up to 99. But then, you know, he comes back, uses it, zones everybody else off the point. More and more ults come online, and eventually Denmark are able to just kind of brute force it over the edge there, but they almost got caught. Just that one little mistake there, that, you know, splitting off, leaving Slay behind on the low ground there to try and take that duel with Logix. That's the kind of thing that a team like Belgium can capitalize on, and as you know, as dominant as like a 2-0 on control looks, it's still not perfect from Denmark, and I don't want to highlight that one mistake too much because, you know, Denmark's a much better team than that. I don't think they're going to keep making that kind of mistake, but if they do, they might want to watch out. But nonetheless, they take Nepal pretty handily and, yeah, set themselves up for success in the series.
There was a lot of scrappiness in that fight, like you said, down to 99-99, and I feel like a lot of it came from the impact that Ken was able to make on this Echo, despite not having that pocket, right? Was still able to get so much value from this bird, since there wasn't really a lot of focus on taking out Ken, and every chance that he got, even though they saw like an occasional Sojourn switch right at the beginning trying to get to the point faster, whenever Ken popped that ultimate, it was to duplicate a tank and bring that extra survivability to the team, and the Annihilation is so powerful no matter who it is on.
And again, with like the duplicate and the way it works, like you build that up so fast, like, and it's such a high value ultimate that it's just like no one can touch me. Like, if you come close to me, you'll be taking constant damage, so you have to like try and melt me down from like arm's length. And that's just a ton of value, especially when you already have like another tank on the field that's also like making space, trying to push people away. You can utilize that just to take the point, repel the entire enemy force, and like it works out well for Belgium there, but just not well enough because Denmark still feel like they're one step ahead of the game here. But like I said, there's a couple key slip-ups there that a team like Belgium, or maybe even a better team somewhere else in this group, could potentially take advantage of. That Denmark might want to take a chance to iron out. It's going to be Belgium's map pick though for this next matchup here. So we'll have to see what Belgium wants to do about it. If they're able to find something that they can force a little bit more errors that they can capitalize on.
Yeah, Denmark definitely going to have to go back to the books, do a little bit of homework, review the VODs, but we're going to see what we can have out of Belgium on this next map. It's going to be their map pick like you mentioned, and we're going to see on the other side of this break, so you then don't go anywhere. We are nearing the end of the day of today's Overwatch World Cup EMEC qualifiers. I'm Epitomes, joined by CB, and we are looking at map 2 of Denmark versus Belgium. That was quite a banger matchup in that first map of Nepal, and even though it was a 2-0 scoreline, it was a lot closer than it looks, CB.
Especially there on Shrine, and I want to highlight Ken. I can't highlight Ken enough on this this Belgian squad. He's been a standout on this roster, definitely a highlight for their team, a standout from EU contenders, and is showing up, but it definitely feels like it's either Ken go kill or, you know, Logic's with a hero play, and if that doesn't happen, Belgium have a tendency to kind of stall out. Like, they don't always know where they're going, what they're doing, what their win condition is, and how to execute that game plan, and again, that's something that needs to be ironed out. They can capitalize on mistakes because players of this pedigree, of course, they're not going to just, you know, see a lonely Baptiste on the point and not pounce on that. But there needs to be a little bit more because that's not always going to happen if you're not forcing those errors. Like, unforced errors you can capitalize on, heck yeah. You got to force them, though, and then make Denmark flinch, and they didn't flinch all that hard on Nepal. Belgium, where are you taking us to? What errors can you force out of them on what map? It looks like we're going to go to Numbani. We've seen a lot of Numbani today.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think we have seen quite our fair share of Numbani today, and it just seems like, you know, they're having a lot of, maybe it's a Numbani day.
Maybe, and to me, I feel like this might be a case of where you want to try and put Ken on a Hanzo, maybe an Ashe, because he's been phenomenal on the Hanzo. We're thinking back to some of the plays from like day one that he was hitting where, again, it was like Ken kills like 3 or 4 people with the storm arrows and like Belgium wins a fight just purely off of that. And if they're able to keep that pace up, like, yeah, absolutely. Like, they can definitely make some headway here, but Denmark is, you know, a very strong team. Again, one of the potential favorites from this group. So I want to see what Denmark comes out here with. You know, you gotta imagine, like, you know, Shockwave might go to something hit scanny as well. Shockwave on the Ashe has been historically a pretty solid hero for him. And then, you know, of course, you also have Naga, who has been phenomenal on a lot of the flex DPS. You kind of associate him with Mei, but is no stranger to playing, like, you know, your Genjis or your Pharahs or any of your other heroes that you might see. So, yeah, I like this pick for Belgium for the potential there. But I also kind of am looking at Denmark and being like, yeah, this also kind of suits them.
Yeah, I can definitely see it where Denmark can be strong on a map like Numbani, but Belgium also, maybe we're going to see why this is their map pick as well. Logic's going to stick to the Tracer, but like you kind of predicted, the Ken goes on to the Ashe, while Shira going to pick that Diva. So kind of sticking to their guns a little bit, but on the other hand, Denmark, Naga going on to the Echo, and this is definitely a lot more air control than they previously put a lot of focus on.
Yeah, but like, so with Belgium, there's no mercy to pocket Ken, so this Echo isn't going to be under quite as much threat. Chaba's mostly going to be using the whip shots to repel Mulfig, who's going to try and, like, you know, use the rocket boosters to get up onto the high ground. Chaba wants to make sure that doesn't happen, but as far as the Echo goes, Brigitte can't really do much of anything, so, like, the pressure is on Ken, who's not going to have, like, that extra little bit of damage to get that bird out of the sky. So, like, Denmark, I think once they identify this, they kind of have an in. Shockwave going to go ahead and go to the Hanzo to try and pressure some of Ken's angles as well. And, yeah, just going to really make it difficult for Ken to get anything done.
Yeah, Ken is going to have to be looking in 2 different directions, but as I say that, Logic's immediately taking down Kellex makes Naga very, very vulnerable here, which Ken capitalizes on, very obviously. Shockwave going to have to back off as soon as Logic is just going to go get a nice little 3-piece for himself while they eliminate that last tank. Mulfig going to go down and out into the Baby Diva mech now.
You know, just going to stagger out Mulfig, like, let him go back into spawn or jump off the point there. So that's going to be a lot of time actually bled out for Belgium there. That's a really great first fight. And again, like you said, like, taking out Kellex, taking out the Mercy is everything there because it means that suddenly Naga is under a lot of pressure. There's no more heals, no more lifeline. You know, Slay has to be scoped in like every different direction to try and keep everything up. And that's just, it all just kind of crumbles from there because you're really banking on Naga getting something done. And if you just can't, then, you know, there is nothing to be done. Ken gives up the high ground here, though, so Naga gonna go in with the nano boost.
Yeah, the nano boost now onto Ken, trying to get a lot of damage down, but instead of going for the picks, all it's really done is pressure them to try and go away from the point. Shira looking to re-engage, having the self-destruct in the back pocket as well, so could potentially take a lot of damage without consequence, but Naga now finding Chaba is going to leave Pondonova very, very vulnerable. The self-destruct does come through and nothing found by it, but does clear up a lot of space. However, Tick goes in the way of Denmark anyway, still contesting the objective relentlessly, and now Molfig or Shira out of the mech. Baby Diva goes down as well. Naga going huge, especially with the Mercy in the back pocket, and now Podonova is just left on his own. A team kill for Denmark to start things off on Nubani and start the payload.
And like, Belgium getting forced off that high ground means they have to invest the nano, the self-destruct, and the pulse bomb all just to try and hold the point, and they don't end up actually doing that, and they were forced to make that investment, and they were forced to make that error. And Denmark, you know, they're able to hold on to 2 huge ultimates and build up to the Valkyrie as well. It only really cost them, you know, the nano to initiate and the self-destruct to allow Molfig to remech there a little bit along the way. So yeah, like, Denmark, they just kind of outposition Belgium and force a couple of those errors. Bob now going to come out to contest, but that's only really going to buy Belgium time. Killing Kelix is going to buy them some space, though.
Yeah, Naga is going to have to play a little bit safer, play around the pillar instead, the glide away, looking for the heals from Slay as well. And since Molfig is also brought down very low, it seems like they're looking for a disengaged Ken, however. A nice few shots, Slay taking down Logix with the nade. So both these teams slightly staggered, playing a little bit more passively. Shira going to come back and defend for the backline as Denmark is regrouping.
I mean, Denmark are still, like, they're sitting pretty. Like, they still have a decent ult bank with, like, you know, nearly 3 minutes and some ults as well. But this gives that Bob bought Belgium some time to build to some more. This rally is going to stall things out just a little bit. This Dragon Strike shouldn't kill anybody, but it is going to force a lot of positioning, and Chaba actually gets caught out by that.
Oh, Podonova dies to the Dragon Strike, and it's just so much space that's gained by Denmark in a matter of seconds. Now Logix with the Pulse Bomb is still going to attempt to contest, but Slay does find the Tracer, and Naga as well, finishing things off. It's just a cleanup crew from Denmark after that Dragon Strike was initiated, and now they're almost all the way up to that self-destruct again, and the Nano Boost is ready for them as well. On the other side, Belgium has a support ultimate in the form of Podonova's Nano Boost. It's just the mirror with the addition of the Pulse Bomb.
Yeah, and because Chaba has now swapped off the Brigitte and onto the Mercy there, and like I said, like Brigitte doesn't really do much of anything against an Echo, and I think Naga now knows that the skies aren't going to be, you know, quite as easy to access on this third point, and, you know, now that you have Ken with the Mercy, like, yeah, switching to the Tracer here is a good good heads-up play there from Naga. The cart keeps trudging forward. Logix with the Pulse Bomb, though. No, doesn't even need it.
Immediately. Yep, Slay goes down so fast, and Kelix is nowhere to be seen to help and defend. Now Kelix isolated. However, they do have Naga trying to defend for it. It's not going to work out. Logix, a huge flank to stall out Denmark for a few more minutes. And the Pulse Bomb still in the back pocket, not having to invest that ultimate just yet, allowing Ken to build up to the Bob as well.
And that was kind of like another situation where they kind of just left Slay a little bit too far behind, and the peel didn't come through in time.
Yeah.
Like, you did see Molfig come back with the defense matrix, but by then, like, it was just to try and keep Shockwave alive. And you know, Denmark, they just kind of crumble there. Belgium, they're doing a good job holding here, and they've got a pretty decent ult bank to keep it going. Gonna try and like let Denmark come around this corner before they start to pull the trigger on anything though.
This definitely looks like a lot more traditional dive comp out of Denmark. The Bob does come through, the sleep onto the Bob though, and they're going to just try and avoid hitting that ultimate altogether. Molfig now eating all the damage possible with the defense matrix and self-destruct in the back pocket to potentially clear up the space. They are pushing very close, and Belgium is unable to contest the point with Diva forcing them back into their spawn, and Molfig just cleaning everything up behind Naga. Lucia. Shira's the only one who finds a pick, and it's on to Slay, but without any support line to back them up. It's the self-destruct that comes out. Baby D.Va does fall though, and with the shields, there's nothing to be found from the self-destruct. Now they're going to have to pull out the Sojourn, but the EMP from Shockwave, it could potentially turn the tide of this fight. Denmark is finding a lot of value off the back of Shockwave's ultimate, and there's not much to be done by Belgium. Still able to contest Shira onto the Doomfist now, and attempting to bully Kellex. Slay onto the Lucio, wants to get back to the point quickly and get some sustain down for this squad, but they're doing such a good job of doing it themselves. The Tracer Sombra has such good survivability against this team, and even Shaba having the rally now, looking to contest, but now it's going to leave Padanova on their own, even on the Kiriko. No survivability. The Suzu comes through, the Pulse Bomb comes through, but there is still so much contention from Denmark. The self-destruct finds Logix, and I'm not sure what Belgium can do now with round 1 complete and 3 points for Denmark.
It does get really, really scrappy there, and there's even that swap off over from Slay onto the Lucio that almost kind of like, you know, hinders Denmark's chances there because they don't really have the healing to keep sustaining, and they have to play really carefully on the point, try and let the passive cart heals along with the AoE heals from the Brig and the Lucio come into play. But then Kellex dies on the Brig, swaps to the Moira, and then gets back to the fight, and suddenly you have a little bit more. And plus, like, as soon as Belgium comes out of the spawn there, Shockwave has the EMP. It just deletes, I believe it was Ken on the Sojourn who had the nano boost, so it just takes that ultimate right out of the fight there. Even though he gives his life for that, it's enough to, like, it's enough for Denmark to claw their way forward just a little bit there. And they do cap with 40 seconds, but that's under a minute, and that's a really important timetable there for Hybrid, because this means if Belgium, you know, somehow sets like a rapid pace, like, you know, or sorry, this means if sorry, never mind. I'm just gonna completely derail my train of thought here. I have no problem looking like a fool. Denmark able to cap with time though. It would have been nice to get a little bit more, and they definitely have the potential to get a lot more there. But yeah, great stall out from Belgium, and now I want to see what they have to offer on the attack here though.
It seems like it is just going to be that same comp they were running on the defense. They have decent power, especially since Logix, those peaks and valleys that you mentioned, they are very prominent, especially in that last round, getting a lot of value in some fights, and others they're just being bullied out of the objective. Molfig going to take early stances close to the choke and just get some early damage down and eating the damage with the defense matrix as well. However, rest of the squad is still kind of sitting pretty back on the objective. Wouldn't be surprised to see Naga trying to fish for an early pick over onto the backline, especially since Brigitte not able to do much against the Echo. However, already Molfig out of mech means the Baby D.Va very vulnerable, and Ken on their own. The anti-nade is going to prevent a death occasionally, but Molfig loses the mech for it.
That might be problematic if Belgium can regroup quickly, but I think it's going to, it's still going to be fine. Like, Molfig might not be in prime position when he finally gets back to the point, but he's still on the D.Va, so he's going to get back relatively quickly. If Logix gets caught out here, though, that, like, kind of just throws everything down the well for Belgium, and they're going to have to take another fight here. More pressure coming onto the backline. Shockwave gets really low there. Denmark, like, they have to be careful here until Molfig is back at full strength.
Yeah, they're just going to take the brawl on the high ground. Oh, Ken was completely caught out, looking towards the other side of the balcony rather than Shockwave's angle. Thought he was too busy fighting the D.Va. Knows exactly where that Ana is as well. Lots of ticks going out on the Dynamite, and a little bit out of position. Logix now running up onto Shockwave. Shockwave gets very low, but the Mercy does come in clutch once again and is able to heal all that damage right back up. Logix gets caught out as well, and it's all just the support line left over, and they are in a sticky situation. The bomb now thrown out, and Chaba trying to eat up the damage with the shield and the shield bash. However, still hiding in that room. Not going to be a good situation with the remech.
That's a double mech remech killer from Molfig there on both supports. So
that's what happens when you're in a small room with a D.Va, I guess.
So Shockwave is using all of his dynamites to try and pressure the backline from Belgium, so Padanova and Chaba can't really get much of anything done. They finally built up to their ultimates, but it's more than 2 minutes off the clock. For Nano Boost, that's like one of the fastest charging ultimates there. Like, Belgium have all 5 now, but Denmark are just not letting them ever set up comfortably. They have to rally just to get out of this room that's like right outside of their spawn, and like that's not a good return on investment there. They still lose Potanova. They're not getting anything for this fight. They're just wasting time.
Molfig is literally already in their spawn, and it's just in and out with these boosters on the D.Va, right? Shockwave is in a pretty bad position, though. Even the Mercy might not be able to heal all of this, but there's somehow not enough focus fire on the Ashe. She does finally go down, and the rest of the team is going to have to disengage without the damage from Shockwave being dished out up front, and Logix is now going to run up and try to capitalize off of the mistake Denmark made, but they're still unable to push past the joke because of all the harassment that Naga is putting on their backline. Finally, they're on the point. They're trying to capture. Kelix is in. Ooh, Kelix is able to survive that actually, but because of the Bob, they don't want to get into the LOS and going to go ahead and give up the point.
Kelix like tried to go in there with Molfig but nearly got caught out, and they had to give up the high ground because of it, and in fact give up the point just to keep Kelix alive. And by the time they come back, Ken is just hitting all the shots right now. The dynamite to prevent the remake from Molfig, the Bob being forced out from Shockwave, it falls, and Belgium capped the point. Denmark got too aggressive and they paid for it.
Yeah, now Ken does fall, and Shockwave is able to trade out, and the Nano Boost was expended to keep the Ashe and get that little bit of damage. Slay finding Logix once again with the Biotic Nade, but Denmark very expensive from them, and they didn't even get the hold the point off of it because of well-placed Shield Bash knocking that Bob off the point. So they have to build up to everything once again. Only thing they have is that Valkyrie, and it isn't even too valuable if you need that amount of sustain in terms of support ultimates, while Chaba has the rally coming up and the self-destruct already available.
Regardless, like Denmark, they still want to play really aggressive. Like Molfig is pushed up all the way to this corner. They're gonna get the DMEC onto Shira and force that self-destruct right out of the gates there. So there's an ultimate down the drain, a forced error. They're gonna try it. They're not gonna let Logix just sit around for free. And meanwhile, Naga was lurking on the high ground, ready to pounce on a target that never quite came. But like, Denmark doesn't care about the ult advantage right now. They only care about making Belgium sweat.
Yeah, they just want to make sure Belgium does not get anywhere. This is not something you typically see teams doing, fighting so up close and personal on this checkpoint and not around a choke here. But now with the rally coming through from Chaba, they're looking to force them back into the room, and Denmark does have to be forced to kite back.
Yeah, and Naga's gonna be lurking with a pulse bomb. Kelix still holding on to that Valkyrie here, but Belgium, like, they're coming up on their DPS ult soon, but you kind of need more than that to force it through here, because this is a point where, like, traditionally on Numbani, a lot of carts stall out. And yeah, you don't have a res for Ken because you're still on this this Brigitte, so Naga just sticks a pulse bomb right on his forehead, calls it a day, and that should be a dead push from Belgium, even more so now that they've lost Logix as well. Yeah, everyone just forced back. Naga wants to go for a stagger, though. If they lose Potanova here, that's disastrous, because that's even more time taken.
Oh, they're able to keep Potanova in. Chaba's doing a great job of defending the Ana, and they just have to go for it and allow them to retreat at this point. But they're in a good position to try and jump on them. Naga really wants to try and sit in these rooms and also get the picks onto Logix, stop them from harassing their backline. The Valkyrie does come through with the anti-nade, was on the supports for a moment, and the Bob comes through from Shockwave, but Shockwave goes down almost immediately. The Valkyrie is still active. A res possible for Denmark, but it doesn't seem like they're going to be using it. Logix, however, wins the Tracer 1v1 with the help of a Pulse Bomb, and Ken has now switched onto the Cassidy as well. Checkpoint is pushing a little bit further. They're only 3 meters away from getting on, and they are being hotly contested by Denmark for every single inch that they want to push forward. Naga not going to let go of this detective easily, and Pulse Bomb stuck onto Chaba even through the shield. That's going to do damage. Now Shira does get a remech through, but the overtime is looking to swing towards Denmark's side. They have so many players on the objective. They have so much damage. Shira has no sustain, and now the baby D.Va, there is nothing to be done. Denmark is able to take this series 2-0.
That is just pure, unadulterated aggression from Denmark across the board throughout that entire defensive phase. Like you said, they wouldn't let Belgium have an inch, and they made them sweat and fight for every single possible inch. There were points in time where you have Kelix on the Mercy damage boosting Naga, the Tracer. Like, how often do you see a damage boosted Tracer But like, that's just the level of aggression. Like, that's how badly they wanted that kill at Patanova there, looking back. And yeah, the great peel from Belgium, but because all they can really do is try to peel for like all the aggression that's coming out from Naga and like trying to duck and respect the angles that Shockwave is holding on the Ashe, they can't ever like comfortably march forward. They're constantly having to check their corners. They're constantly having to check behind them, and they're constantly just under so much pressure. And like, it's just so aggressive from Denmark. Like, what do you even do? Like, you have to try and like, you know, capitalize on a mistake, make them get too aggressive, and that's how Belgium were able to cap point A, but it doesn't stop there. Like, Denmark just doesn't let off the gas there. They stumble at that hurdle, sure, but then they just continue to floor it the whole time.
Yeah, it felt like Ken was struggling a little bit on the Ashe pick as well, just getting so contested by Shockwave at every single angle. And not only that, Naga for every second was trying to mark Logix, refusing to allow Logix to harass their backline, and at the same time putting down a lot of pressure onto Belgium's backline. And it just felt like they had to look this way and that direction at every single second, and they just could not get a word in edgewise.
And it's like, I'm glad you like brought up Ken as well, because yeah, he was kind of struggling on the Ashe pick, whereas we kind of predicted he would be really good on the Ashe. And when he was actually given space to hit shots, he was really good. It was a couple of shots that ended up sealing the deal to let them cap point A on their attack there, but for the rest of the time it was just Mulfig and Shockwave and Naga and Kelix and Slay, and the kitchen sink in his face didn't give him an angle. Nobody from Belgium, except for maybe Logix, was ever able to exist comfortably, but it takes a village. Like, you can't just have Logix on the Tracer do everything, and like, yeah, the rest of Belgium wasn't allowed to do anything.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of that game felt like it was a weight on Logic's shoulders. You can definitely tell he was trying so hard to make sure the Ana didn't get to play the game, the Mercy didn't get to play the game, but he was being marked every single second, both by Mulfig and by Naga, and it was just so well played, and they protected their backline incredibly well, especially since that Ana was kind of left on her own for basically most of the game, but still didn't absorb that much pressure because of the pure aggression coming out of Denmark.
Yeah, there are, like I said, there's a couple times where Denmark leaves Slay behind and Belgium are able to capitalize on that because, you know, Logix is a very formidable Tracer player, is going to come in, and if he's not going to kill you, which he usually just does, he's still going to take up too much of your time and kind of split you and divide you and, you know, kind of harass you, but Slay is still very survivable most of the time and is still able to do enough, and even if they lose Slay, like Kelix with the Valkyries was pretty good. There was definitely enough sustain to keep the aggression up from Denmark, and they just make mincemeat out of Belgium there on Numbani. That was a phenomenal defense there from Denmark. Definitely looked like they were angry at one point, like angry that they even let Belgium have point A, and they wanted to take it out on Ken.
Yeah, it literally just, they were so up in their face every single second. And it's just like, what kind of aggression is this? Because it's not even as if their entire comp was tailored specifically to dive. They didn't have, you know, like a Lucio Brigitte, and they didn't have, you know, the Sombra Tracer, and maybe even a Winston to throw in there, but they were still so aggressive. And even though I feel like the Mercy, even though she doesn't have as much sustain as maybe other supports do, when you see her damage boosting the Tracer, it's very likely she's just getting into the Valk, damage boosting everyone on the team and enabling that kind of aggression, because how are they going to out heal the entire team getting damage boosted?
You really can't, and you could tell, like, there again, like, the peel was there for the backline there. There was some great Brigitte play coming up from Chaba, but it wasn't enough. Like, it just wasn't enough to keep Patanova alive throughout the entirety of it, so yeah, the aggression from Denmark just wins out the day. That's another 2-0. Put the rest of the top dogs in Group A on notice. We've got two more potential top dogs ready to duke it out here for our last matchup of the day. That's going to be the Netherlands versus France on the other side of this break. We'll see you there.
final match of Day 3 of the Overwatch World Cup 2023 EMEC Qualifiers is just around the corner. I'm your host, Jim Basco, joined by Epitomes and CB. Before we proceed to talk about the Netherlands versus France, let's take a moment to recap what just happened between Denmark and Belgium. CB, you lead the way here. For anyone that might just be joining, what just happened?
Well, if you're just joining us, what we just witnessed was a murder of Belgium. Denmark just went so insanely aggressive on Numbani that they just grinded Belgium down into a fine powder. Ken has been a highlight for the Belgian squad for me, but they didn't let him have any angles for free. They were constantly harassing him and his entire support system, and just being one of the most aggressive forces that I think we've seen in a good while, and doing it with a mercy backline. Like the Valks from Kelix on point, the plays from Slay, despite getting caught out a couple times, also on point. And yeah, Denmark still look every bit as strong as advertised.
Epitomes, let's take a look at the schedule now and see how the day has stacked up. Of course, we're in Day 3 of competition here. Day 4, the last day of Week 1, will be tomorrow. Okay, and then we're back next week, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, for the last couple days of competition. The top 3 from Group A will move forward. The top 2 from Group B will be moving forward. And with Denmark taking a 2-0 over Belgium, the rest of the squads on your board right there. We are down to match number 7, our final match of the day, the Netherlands versus France. Now, France, a very stacked team, and the Netherlands have been contenders in World Cups of years past. But Epitomes, what are your thoughts before we head on into this match?
Now we're looking at the Netherlands versus France. France currently in that top spot. You know, they are an incredibly powerful, incredibly strong team. 2-0 record, have not dropped a single map just yet. And the Netherlands, they are moving up in the ranks, certainly. On day 1, they did go down to Spain, who have become somewhat of a dark horse as these matches continue. But the Netherlands, they are definitely on the up and up, and I think they have something to prove.
Absolutely. And should the Netherlands win this set against France, they'll actually be tied with France, who is, like you said, currently at the top of that group. So it'll come down to map differential at the end of the day, but with so many games still to come, the stakes are as high as ever. And with that said, Epitomes and CB, I'm going to leave it to you. Enjoy the match, and I'll catch you guys on the flip side.
All right, thank you so much, Jim. And looking at these two teams, do you have any names that come to mind, any kind of special compositions that you're looking at when you see these two teams?
I mean, like the main player that I want to look at over on the side of the Netherlands is Tap, who I think has been the highlight of this squad. I mean, Don on the tank has also been wonderful to see, but it's mostly been Tap coming through with a lot of these big plays. Again, you know, one of the scourges of the collegiate scene over here in North America, and also a very dominant force in NA contenders. So, like, the talent... let me prepare myself for this. I'm about to steal a line from every Overwatch League caster ever. The talent is there, but can they put it all together? Like, are they going to be able to live up to that? And, you know, going up against France, you're thinking, like, maybe, but maybe not. Also, you know, it's kind of an interesting dynamic.
Yeah, and obviously looking at France's line, you have Ben Best, you got Nico, FD God, very, very prominent name for those who are very familiar with Overwatch League. You know, it is a very stacked roster, and I think everyone fully expects for this team to make it out of groups. So Netherlands kind of has the odds stacked against them in terms of, you know, general perception of what might be happening in this matchup, and also the fact that they did go down a match against Spain during their first day.
Yeah, and so this match, I think, because of that matchup that happened with Spain and the Netherlands, is going to have some pretty wild implications as to whatever the outcome of this match is throughout the rest of this group. Because, okay, so Group A, we got 3 playoff spots, right? If you ask me right now, there's 5 potential candidates. You know, you've got Great Britain, Denmark, and France as potentially numbers 1, 2, and 3. But I've talked to some people who have said that, you know, maybe Spain overtakes France somehow. Like, they can see that as being possible. And meanwhile, the Netherlands is like a team that has the talent to also be competitive. And like you said, if they're able to beat France, like, that just throws everything out of whack, right? There's only room for 3. There's 5 potential candidates. France has to win this in pretty strong fashion in order to silence the doubters and continue to keep their claim. And I also think that, like, of those, like, top 3 teams, like Great Britain, Denmark, and France, France is like potentially the most beatable, which isn't saying much because they're all very formidable. But like, if you have a shot against any of those teams, I would personally, try my hand at France before I go barking up Denmark's door.
I mean, Denmark definitely looks very scary, especially after what we just saw. But the Netherlands, they want to redeem themselves, especially against a powerhouse like France. We're headed to Nepal for our first map, and I'm interested, is this going to be another brawl composition? Are they going to be looking at dive? Are they going to try something with the May Symmetra?
I mean, it's gonna kind of depend here. If we go to Nepal Village, I definitely expect at least one of these teams to bust out the May Symmetra composition here. But like on Shrine and on Sanctum, which, by the way, we haven't seen a whole lot of Sanctum. Like, we're seeing a lot of 2-0s in these control points, and it's usually like, it's usually Village then Shrine. If we get to see Sanctum, it might be a little bit different. But I'm still kind of open to suggestions as to what these teams are going to play. The one thing I will say is that, France is opening up here with Ben Best. They don't have Poco coming out yet, so you can wipe D.Va and I think most of the, what we would call in the days gone by, off tanks off of the field, and you're probably going to go for something a little bit more brawly. You'll go for either the, you'll go for the Ramatra potentially, the Reinhardt, or the Winston. Some of these things that you're more likely to see Ben Best come out here with. And of course, Nico, again, in some circles, definitely known for his Mei, so playing this rush with like a Mei is definitely something that France can excel in, and definitely something that's in their wheelhouse.
Yeah, and I don't know if they're going to stick with the Symmetra, but it definitely could be viable. On the Netherlands side, A10, we saw him on the Reaper before. We saw him on it in the match against Spain. He does play a lot of the Reaper, but I feel like he is more known for, his Zarya gameplay. So the fact that he is playing the Reaper here, it could be a good counter to the Reinhardt, but in team play environments, it is a lot more difficult to get the jump.
Yeah, and so we're seeing another situation, by the way, where Netherlands are playing that really zippy backline that just wants to get like right up in your face with the Lucio Moira, and they're going right into a full charge beam here from Pac, and like France, they're just gonna repel them. Like, they can't comfortably play as close as they want to because France is just pumping out so much damage right now that Netherlands can't sit comfortably, and France just take early capture percentage on the point without even finding a kill yet.
Yeah, the ice block is forced out of Nico, but they are just not allowing Netherlands to get a single toe onto this objective. They're forcing them really far back. Obviously, the May Symmetra, very, very powerful, and the fact that they are playing a Ramatra means a lot of the free beam charge for Pac as well. Now they're just trying to slow down Dawn right in the middle. There's not a lot of places he can go. Excellent fire strike from Ben, and obviously slowed targets against Reinhardt's hammer. What are you going to do there? The Coalescence invested. That's an interesting decision from Buddy so early into the game, only 34% and already a Coalescence, but it's expended so quickly.
I think Buddy thought that the rest of his team would still be alive by the time he was finished casting the Coalescence, but that just kind of wasn't the case, and that ultimate kind of goes down the drain. Coalescence and Animatrix are both like lightning fast ultimates that you get, in no time flat, but Reviews was just a little bit faster on the draw there, and France paid. They took advantage of the damage, and Buddy just kind of got caught out there.
Yeah, France, they're really stacking up the ultimates as well. Now, Annihilation just now coming up for Dawn, but there's the Symmetra wall to come through, and the Shatter as well. Ben Best looking for a good engage. Annihilation to counter. Now the Sound Barrier from FD God looking to disengage, and it does so perfectly. Blizzard, however, also expended almost every single ultimate just to force Netherlands back, but it is worth it for them. They have so much ult charge on the point. Reviews coming up with the Amp Matrix, and that can honestly be a game-winning ultimate. And the Netherlands, they are really looking to reset and regroup. They also don't have too many ultimates in the bank.
I mean, that was such a good beat there from FD God, doing a little bit of limit testing and able to keep France alive in the fight. That's not going to be available for perhaps Blizzard, though, so be on the lookout for that one here, as Don just takes Review down. So now you don't even have the Immortality field for it.
Yeah, the Immortality field going out is a little bit of a sore spot for France here, and now with the Blizzard coming through, FD God doesn't have the Sound Barrier. Reviews that has just started to come up, and Netherlands, they're able to flip the point. They did have to use the Coalescence and the Blizzard in order to do it, but they do hold on to the Death Blossom from A10.
Yeah, and the way A10 has been playing this Reaper kind of historically is he likes to lurk around corners and wait to pounce with the Death Blossom. We'll see if that's the way he decides to do it, this time around. It looks like, yeah, he is just kind of like up there on the ledge, just waiting for France to walk in underneath them. But they are going to go ahead and take the main route there, so I don't expect to see that Death Blossom come out just yet. But in the mid-fight, definitely look out for it.
Yeah, that Amp Matrix now going to come through. We've seen a lot of really nice Amp Matrix Fire Strike combos, but it's going to be an Amp Matrix Shatter combo here. Now it has to be the Death Blossom to try and get something out of this, but immediately FD God drops the sound, drops the beat, and A10 is just charged out of the way of the point. There's no overtime to be found here from the Netherlands. They try as they might. There is nothing. France do secure first point.
For France there, it's just like a game show where it's like, you know, pick which door you want to go through, and behind one of those doors is just a big fist that's going to knock you out. They chose correctly because A10 was lurking behind a completely different door and had to entirely reposition, and then France just, you know, they forced positioning from the Netherlands with their Amp Matrix and with their Earth Shatter, and by the time the Death Blossom comes out for A10, it's like it has to be a hero play. Like, it has to find pretty much a whole team kill on its own, and there's nothing to support it, nothing to keep him alive throughout the entire duration of that ultimate ability. So yeah, he chose an attack route, chose wrong, and France, they just walk up to the point and say, we'll be taking this now. That's ours.
Yeah, not to mention, kind of half of that Death Blossom got unloaded into, like, Ben Best's shield. So he didn't even get the healing that Reaper would typically get if he was able to get more damage onto actual bodies instead of that, like, 100,000 health shield that Ben Best has. So now this time, we're headed to Sanctum. I feel like this is one of the first times we've actually seen this map being played over here in Nepal because there are so many 2-0s in control point, but it's definitely looking pretty interesting thus far. We see a lot of those Lucios coming out, and that was a nice boop from AJ to get Nico. Okay, both of these Lucios are having a lot of fun with this. 2 DPSs off the board right before that control point unlocks, but hotly contested by both teams. However, with the help of Tap, they're able to isolate a lot of France's players. Reviews comes in quick with the Immortality Field and clutches them from the jaws of defeat, but Netherlands is the one to get the first touch.
It's so bloody back and forth, though. It's looking like France might be able to flip it here, but they're not able to, like, fully evict the Netherlands just yet. You still have Moira and, you know, you got Buddy on the Moira and A10, who finally does fall, though, and that should be France capping. But FD God invests the sound barrier to do it, and there wasn't really that much of a threat at that point in time. Like, you only really saw the Moira and the Reaper. Like, you have to know that those two players are gonna, like, they're gonna dip at the first sign of trouble with the Fade and with the Wraith form, and you can easily dispatch them once those are done. So this might be an opportunity for the Netherlands if they can come up on the Blizzard or the Annihilation really quick.
Okay, but they eliminated Pac so quickly, even though the Sim turrets could have been such a threat. They're trying to force positioning from this Amp Matrix. Symmetro turrets are still doing quite a bit of damage, but Ben Best, he's got nowhere to go. So he's going to go ahead and have to go for a reset, while Reviews is left over. FD God still attempting to contest, and they're holding on to this point. Pac has come back in with the symmetrical wall of a lifetime, but the Blizzard from Nico, that's going to be the game breaker and the deal breaker. Now for Fire Strikes and the Annihilation, Pac has once again gone down to this bastion of Dan, and A10 now taking down Reviews. They're missing their burst healing, they're missing their tank. France is just falling apart.
Yeah, like, they invest really heavily in that fight, even though they lose it, but they don't get nothing for it. They're able to cross that, like, 50% threshold. But hey, A10, back up to your old tricks, gonna lurk. There's a 50-50 chance this time. He might still be able to catch them out even if they try and go the other way. And you're also looking at Tap with the Blizzard here, and FD God doesn't have the sound barrier yet.
Oh my gosh, that was a huge Blossom. That was so clean from A10. Usually you don't really see that level of Death Blossom hero play, especially at this level, but the fact that Dan was right there, Nemesis Swarm, following it up, corralling them into Reaper shotguns, it was excellent. And France, they're forced for the reset, and they actually at a deficit.
They chose the door with the fist that time, and this time they're choosing a door with a Blizzard behind it.
This is the sound barrier that's going to have to be invested from France. FD God looking to keep them alive with the overhealth, but Ben Best is taking so much focus fire. Reviews is able to get them back up with his heals, but Nico forced into the ice block as well. Buddy actually going to be the first to find a pick with the Coalescence, and now missing so much of their burst healing once again. A lot of the ultimates coming up for France as they go down, but they're going to have to get back to this point quickly. We're getting into the 90% territory.
And like, yeah, France do have a lot of ultimates, but so do the Netherlands. Like, they have the beat and the annihilation, and you're kind of counting on Ben Best to get a big shatter here, and there it goes. But no, he's actually, he's not able to clean up Dan there. Dan gonna go ahead and pop the annihilation. The beat comes out from A&J, and Netherlands, I mean, they've lost Dan, but Ben Best is also down. Netherlands are holding on.
They need to find a way onto this point. At the last second, Pac is able to contest it and activate that overtime once again. Sim turrets onto the objective, and they're trying to corral them into this very thin corridor at the end. FD God sound barrier just in time. Lots of sustain for the squad, and Blizzard now from Nico could potentially be a game changer. Nico, however, neutralizing tap means that they should be able to flip the point here. Dawn comes back in a blazing glory with the Nemesis form, but now the Coalescence gone from Buddy since they take them down. A nice fight from France to eliminate most of the Netherlands and turn that point.
But look,
However,
look what France has to do here now, though. They have to try and like back up. They can't hold close because they don't have Ben Best. They have to try and like either taxi him back there. Meanwhile, A&J killed Ben Best, disengaged, and now he's taxiing his whole team back into the fight. And now it's going to be kind of a ranged fight, whereas like France's comp wants to fight close, but they don't have the opportunity to do it. So now the door's open for the Netherlands to just swing it up over to the point, where now the fight's going to have to happen. And if A10 pops this Death Blossom, it might be over.
Oh, the Death Blossom comes out in tandem with the Blizzard. That could be huge, but it's actually the Blizzard that's finding the picks. A10 actually holds on to the Death Blossom until the last second. Extremely clean combination of ultimates. France, as soon as they were on the back foot there, they couldn't keep pace with their own ultimates, and Netherlands, they had a combo charged up and ready. They take it 1-1.
And like I said, when it's that close, you need to try and find a pick-off to try and stall things out for the Netherlands. But the fact that they lost Ben Best at the tail end of that fight and A&J was able to head for the hills as soon as the damage was done meant that like France couldn't play close enough to try and go for a play like that. It was all or nothing on the point, and you have two of the best area denial ultimate abilities on the field in the Blizzard and the Death Blossom that like if you're just caught out by those and they find like even one kill at that point, there's not really much left for you to do. And not only that, but I believe FD God had used the sound barrier in the fight prior, so you don't even have that lifeline. And, you know, now we're on the third point here. Netherlands looking pretty formidable here. We're going to Village, and neither team is going to try and take that approach directly onto the point. It looks like France will get there first, but that's because Netherlands is lurking.
France, they are taking a lot of this damage right out in the open. A lot of the players bunched up very close together, and that's just a shooting grounds for A10, taking down Ben Best. And I feel like as soon as you have that Reinhardt isolated into both the Reaper and the Ramatra, there is not much you can do. Team unprotected by the tank. Reviews falls, and without that sustained healing from Reviews, what do we see but France crumbling?
And like France, I think they're playing this composition like slightly incorrectly. Like I don't want to like overcoach this team or try and like, you know, throw my own opinions at them here. But like every other time we've seen this lineup of heroes that France is coming out with, they want to teleport to the point and hold on the point and force the Netherlands to play into them. But the Netherlands is playing that fast comp where they want to just run right at you. And France, like they're not fighting on the point, so they just let that happen. And now they have to be the ones to engage.
And here's the Symmetra wall to try and just dance in and out and get a lot of the damage down very quickly. They have the Amp Matrix. They're trying to force the positioning. The Immortality Field does come through, and the Blizzard as well. So many ultimates stacked on top of one another. Ben Best so close to the Shatter as well, and they're forcing out the sound barrier from FD God as well. Those sound barriers do come through, and the Shatter stuns both on the objective. They're able to flip it so decisively here. And it's just all one person left on the point. Buddy has nowhere to go. But France, they still have a little bit of an uphill battle.
That was a really good attempt there by Tap. I think he telegraphed that the shatter was coming, but was just like a millisecond too late, and BenBest just hops over up above it and comes back down from the top rope with that shatter, and that's what seals the fight here. But now, I want to see him take the fight on point a little bit more. I want to see Netherlands get the heck out. Nico's not going to let them. Yeah, they lose A10 there. The fight's already done and dusted. That was a great wall to like stop the exit, and you can see Dan just sheepishly heading back. And Nemesis form, like,
I'm not going over there. You can't make me.
I'm not taking this fight.
But at the very least, Netherlands has more ultimates coming up than France does. Like, Review should be able to get the Amp Matrix up very quickly, but otherwise, none of them are really on a good pace to an ultimate for this next fight. BenBest, though, going to do his best to soak up all the damage that he can and get as much charge as possible. On the other hand, they have the Blizzard, which is going to come through quickly. BenBest charges out of its range, but it does leave the objective relatively unprotected. Nico able to take down Dan without the tank. The Coalescent does come through, and once again, it's a huge Death Blossom. It's actually the Coalescence doing so much damage, and Reviews, he really has nowhere to go. What a fight from Netherlands. Once again, the coordination of their ultimates is just insane.
Back and forth we go, buddy, hosing everyone down with the Coalescence, and that's another huge Death Blossom from A10, but that's another expensive fight for the Netherlands. France have a lot that they can recontest here, but like it's still so back and forth that like Netherlands will have a chance to recontest even if they lose it, so it's the fight here. I want to see how France expends their ults, and I want to see the fight after next to see what ends up happening, but yeah, France, like they just took the point for free. They just snuck right
There was no contest at all because of that May barrier, and on top of that, as soon as they're coming into the objective, they're like, okay, we have these sim turrets everywhere, and they are doing a good job of defending so far, but Reviews has gone down. They're once again missing that sustain from the backline, but it's the sound barrier that's going to negate that. BenBest swinging the hammer, and okay, Buddy. Oh wait, they're actually letting Buddy escape.
That's going to be a stagger.
Okay.
That's one of their fastest heroes. They only have 5 seconds to try and touch. It's going to be all up to ANJ, and they just wall him off. France just stole that one from the Netherlands entirely.
That was insane. I don't know, Buddy just kind of felt like he was standing there for a second, and then he was out, and then he wanted to come back in, but he couldn't because he was being chased down by the entire squad. But that was a highway robbery in that last round.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, okay, so as I was trying to say that, like, yeah, Netherlands should be able to at least hold this point for a while, make it scrappy, force some ults out of France, but they just don't contest the point. France just take it out from under them, and then the fight happens that, like, yeah, if France just invests everything, they win it, and they get it up to one fight territory, and unfortunately, like, Buddy gets staggered there, so, like, it's twofold. Like, they rob them and then just, like, slash their tires on the way out. Like, that was kind of insane. Like, France should not have been able to get away with that. Netherlands look a lot stronger than I think some people might have predicted going into this, but like, I could tell, like, the talent is there, but that one slip up there on Village just cost them everything.
It's the fact that they were able to get the point for free as well, because they were so focused on holding that high ground, they just couldn't come back around, and then the May wall was there, and it was just too late. It was already flipped, and then if they lose that fight, it's all of a sudden done and dusted, since they don't have anyone that can get back into the fight. And I think this is also coming down to the A10 effect as well, right? Previously, I feel like A10 didn't have as much of an impact, since he does play majority just this Reaper, but if you can get huge Death Blossoms like this consistently, it's going to be scrappy. It's going to be a lot closer, and that's really what they need. They need that consistency from this DPS player.
And like, sometimes like the Netherlands will sub out A10 and go with a different DPS line, but whenever he's in, like, I keep calling it out, that's how he wants to play Reaper. He wants to build up to the Death Blossom, lurk around a corner, and wait for you to come to him. Like, we saw him trying to do that against Spain, and Spain checked him for it. Like, we would see Gala with that huge boop that, like that was a huge play back then. But France haven't identified that threat just yet, and they haven't been able to adequately deal with it. Like, there was the one time where they, like, walked right on through past him, and like, it didn't really matter. But, like, you know, that's still an an ever-present threat that they have to be on the lookout for, and that's why it's kind of, like, a lot closer than I think some people thought this one might have been, because that one was down to the wire, and that's just map 1. Netherlands, it's going to be their map pick here. I want to know what they want to do here, and more importantly, like, how's France going to steal this one from them?
Yeah, that is an excellent question. France, I mean, they literally just made out like thieves in the night with that last round. Like, it could not be any clearer that they weren't even trying to be sneaky, but Netherlands somehow, they just weren't noticing the fact that, oh, they are under us capturing our point. But, you know, who knows what Netherlands is going to bring for us on the next map, which is going to be on their home turf since it's their map pick.
And we'll have that map for you and the rest of this series if we end up going to a map 3. I hope so. But map 2 is going to be coming up right after this break. Don't go anywhere. This is looking like the match of the day.
We are nearing the end of the day here in the Overwatch World Cup EMEC qualifiers. I'm Epitomes, joined by CB, and we just came back from Nepal with France versus the Netherlands in what was basically a highway robbery of a match.
Yeah, I mean, France needs this win to be clean, and the Netherlands need this win like at all in order to continue to be in the conversation for the top spots here in Group A. But France, like I said, They need to win it clean, and they are willing to fight dirty and steal in order to take it. Again, just snaking the point right out from under the Netherlands' noses and locking them out of it, staggering Buddy on the Moira so that they can just get the full cap out right there. If you're the Netherlands, that has to sting, like knowing you were that close and it just got snatched out from you on some chicanery. So like, you're gonna want to take us to somewhere where you're gonna have the home field advantage, where you're gonna get to play your comp, and where you're not gonna let France pull another fast one on you like that.
Yeah, well, France was definitely cooking the Netherlands some delicacies over on Nepal, but here we're headed to Havana, which is the Netherlands map pick, and we've seen a little bit of Havana here in the Overwatch World Cup qualifiers already, and I think a lot of these teams tend to go towards either, I mean, I'd say a lot of these teams, I would say if you have a Pharah player or an Echo player, you play the Echo or Pharah, otherwise it's those sniper comps.
So Havana's kind of like an interesting one, I think, because like you typically go like when you're on the defender side, you go for like the spawn hold rush kind of comp, something similar to what the Netherlands and France as well with the Baptiste have been playing, and like you kind of try to break that a lot of the time with a similar composition. You'll see a lot of Hanzo and sometimes some Widow once that's broken up, or you know the Hanzo sometimes even to find a quick pickoff to like completely break that hold. So like this map kind of like it simultaneously favors those rush compositions and it favors the long range hit scan kind of play. So you might see some Hanzos coming out from either side. You might see, you know, All Reliable. You might still see the Mei. I don't think we're going to see as much of A10 on the Reaper this time around because this isn't a great Reaper map. And so you're not even going to see A10 at all. They're actually going to swap map for Pastor, who is playing the Hanzo. I feel so validated right now.
Apparently he only plays Reaper, so if he can't play Reaper on the map, it's Pastor who's going to be playing a little bit of that projectile DPS, but otherwise a pretty brawly comp from Netherlands side. On the other hand, I feel like, I don't know if they definitely are keeping the Symmetra, but that's really interesting to start off.
Yeah, so they're going to want to like put turrets above the spawn doors or potentially on the cart just to kind of like make it so that the Netherlands are never fully comfortable trying to take an angle. They're going to be taking that turret damage and have to kind of turn around and deal with that real quick. And that might give Nico the opportunity to hit a quick, like, icicle to the dome, maybe a 1-2. But, like, it's mostly just for this, like, close-range beam damage, right? That just melts down A and J. And, yeah, Netherlands already forced back in. You see Pastor with the angle. Finds Pack, though. That's not the most high-value pickoff, but that's still pretty impressive.
Yeah, at least they're able to get the Symmetra out, you know, kind of a pain in the side. Okay, Pastor looking to try and break spawn with the occasional Symmetra pick, but it's not working just yet. They still aren't able to push the payload, hotly contested. Yeah, these aren't really spawn breaker heroes, right? And France, the comp that they're running is so heavily defensive that it's really difficult for them to get out of the way of all of this damage that's being front-loaded at them. They're able to get this amplification matrix out from reviews, and that's going to force a lot of positioning, but the annihilation, because of all the damage that Dan's been taking, it's the mortality field, the only thing that's keeping Dan up, and there is a lot of damage to come through from France's side, but Dan, they're actually able to take down so much because of that immortality field and because of the stain given by Buddy.
I think that's a pretty effective hold, both by France and an effective way to break the hold there from the Netherlands. They just build up that annihilation and just kind of walk forward with it. The Sim TP to also kind of let them get out of the spawn door a little bit more safely, take a more favorable angle is a pretty high value here, but you're going to be looking at France to be able to take a fight at this first corner here. Interesting that they're not approaching from the high ground and they're actually going to take a wide angle, and yeah, Buddy can just use an amp matrix to stop them.
And the Amp Matrix is looking to force the positioning, but the Symmetra wall comes out to counter very, very quickly, so you are just able to kind of stand wherever they want to. Now the turret's going out onto the entrances, trying to stop them from pushing any further. They're still holding around the choke point, but very brawly from both of these sides. The Shatter doesn't find anything, and it's actually going to just be a sound barrier, Blizzard, and Dragon Strike to try and force France back, but it's not working too well. They are able to find FD God, and as soon as those ultimates end, it's actually when they catch them all out of position, and a second team kill from the Netherlands.
So early on in that fight, Nico, he uses the Blizzard, right? And like I said, typically when we see the recontest come through on this point, we see it from the high ground, and because they came from that long angle and got shut away by that Amp Matrix, he didn't get a favorable chance to use it, and no one was able to follow up on it. And now, like, you know, you see France using their Amp Matrix just to try and keep the Netherlands off the point. The pickup onto ANJ, though, might actually be what seals the deal for them, but Netherlands haven't gone away yet.
Yeah, France still is contesting the payload though, and they've got few players that are left dancing around this objective. Another annihilation. They need to be careful. Benbest doing their best to just square away all this damage with the shield, but the Fire Strike does miss, and there's not much that they can do with the Amp Matrix just like ticking through on Buddy. They could use it at any time, just shred all of the players from France. They don't, but still so much damage from Don and ANJ. There's not much to do here. Netherlands find point A.
Yeah, it's not all doom and gloom for France. They bleed a significant amount off the time bank, but now Netherlands have 3 minutes to get through Distillery phase, and because they have the Hanzo, Pastor's gonna want to try and play on top of these boilers and on top of this high ground, and France don't really have a way to contest that aside from Nico with some icicles, so he's gonna have a shooting gallery, and France are gonna have to try and like play around those arrows, play around Benbest's shield, but even still, Pac gets clipped.
Oh, nicely done to take out the Amp Matrix and take down Pac with the help of that Amp Matrix. Now Tap does have the Blizzard. On the other hand, both of those DPSs have those ultimates out. Symmetra with the shield, trying to get some good positioning in and dance back and forth through it. Nico still has that Blizzard ready, but Tap is the one to pull the trigger first on that Blizzard. The Immortality Field is expended, and Reviews capitalize right as it ends with the Amp Matrix, and it forces Netherlands back. They know they don't want to push any further while that Amp Matrix is active.
And this is where it's going to get kind of difficult for the Netherlands because they don't have Pastor up on that high ground anymore. France can play really aggressive. Pastor going to have to use the Dragon Strike just to stave off the aggression, but you can't stave off a Benbest Earth Shatter quite so easily. That's the kind of aggression that's going to win France the fight. And hello, we're investing Annihilation?
Yeah, I mean, this feels like a little bit of a desperate pull of the trigger from Don. They're getting so much damage going out onto them, and Benbest is dishing out so much, especially at close range. Besides, can't just wait out that ultimate with the help of the shield here. So, I mean, France, they do invest a lot into that fight. It's very expensive, but it's expensive for the Netherlands as well, with an Annihilation, Sound Barrier, Blizzard, and Dragon Strike all invested at once.
And no swap coming up from Don. He's staying on the Ramatra, and like, France have like every advantage they could ask for now. We're approaching like a minute left. Netherlands no longer have the positional advantage nor the ult advantage. They burned that all down the drain, and now you've got Pac on the Hanzo from the Raptors, raining down death, and Netherlands have to backpedal.
Yeah, Nico with a pick onto Pastor is huge as well. They know that they don't have that range damage to contest Pac now, and Pac is doing a lot of work here on the Hanzo. Don going into Nemesis form and looking for some good punches, but Reviews is able to shut that down pretty quickly. Now Netherlands looking to regroup once again as we head into 30 seconds left over. Oh, no. What a shot.
Yeah, forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. I've killed a Pastor. Pac just gonna go ahead and take him right down, and like, look at the ult bank for France. If you're the Netherlands, you have 30 seconds to break through this. Like, how do you even do it? Even if you come up on a big ultimate, FD God has the sound barrier.
Oh my
Benbest
God.
with the shatter. Yeah, France are more than happy to spend big here. 10 seconds. Does the Netherlands even get a touch here? Definitely not if ANJ dies.
Yeah, ANJ, I think, can make it towards the payload, but it's just going to be shredded immediately after getting there, and that was basically a correct prediction. There was no overtime activated in round one.
I think his corpse touched, but it was just like a hair too late there. And yeah, unfortunately that doesn't count. Like, once you're no longer alive, your body cannot contest the payload. So a great read there from France to understand that, like, not only did ANJ have to, like, try and stay alive, but he also had to go and grab the mega health pack to do it. You saw that Nico walled off one of the potential entrances to the point, so everyone just knew that he had no choice but to try and come through the other, and they just all say like, hey, it's the welcoming committee, welcome to the point.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, and then it's the firing squad, and it's like, hey, welcome, celebrations.
If you want to call that an honorable death, it's quite the way to go out, though. But again, like, I go back to that Annihilation, and I'm not going to say that the Annihilation would have won Netherlands the point there, but, like, you would have liked to have that, and at the point in time, like, towards the end, with the benefit of hindsight, like, you're looking for something, right? Like, something that can just, like, make France get go away, like make them not be up in your face, like hitting you with shatters and point blank slows from the endothermic blaster from Nico there. Like, you want something, just anything, and they weren't able to build up to anything because they didn't have the time because France bled out so much of it on the first point. They didn't have the ults because, you know, they used a lot of them on that losing fight there. And because they lost that fight, again, France had the positional advantage, and it's really hard to break through. So now Netherlands have to have a damn good spawn hold here, and if France break it, and Netherlands don't, like, recuperate with, like, a second or third contest on point A, they are in trouble.
Yeah, this is a lot of damage that can dish out very, very quickly, but Nico finding Pastor early. Now those long, high angles are not so hotly contested, and oh, what a charge onto Dan. It's a stun, and then very quickly, Netherlands just falls apart. That early pick from Nico was huge, and now they have, you know, all the free reign to push up so much further.
Yeah, that wasn't even a hold. Like, that was just nothing. It looks like Netherlands are also going to try and take that longer approach, it seems, which I agree with because you have Pastor on the Hanzo, but he has to, like, actually find something from this angle. Like, once again, the defenders aren't going to, like, drop in on top of the payload and try and get something done with the Mei. They're trying to play the ranged game, and, like, the Netherlands don't have a lot of space that they can afford to give now.
Yeah, and you can see them pinging this Hanzo. Nico wants to put as much pressure as possible onto the Hanzo, and some decent damage done by Pastor. The reviews is just like completely marking the Hanzo, and there's not much to be done. However, they trade that out for a tank, and there's not a lot of the damage that can be absorbed now since Ben Best is out of the fight, forcing the ice block out of the Mei, though Tap only kept alive by the immortality field. Pack playing around with the shield now. This is going to allow for so much more sustain, and Nico is somehow able to take down Tap as well. Reviews now with a huge kill onto Dan. There was an an amp matrix thrown in there as well that allowed them a lot of damage.
They're going aggressive to try and deter the staggers. Like, you can see that teleporter, and like FD God was up there as well. This is gonna be France just getting the cap. Like, Netherlands can't go in and contest. They're gonna have to try and play for that high ground, but with 4.5 minutes to get, like, only about halfway through the point here, like, this is looking like France's map to win here. Like, as hard as Netherlands fumbled the bag on their attack, France would have to do it twice as hard on theirs to not cap out here. So Netherlands, like, they need something, and they need to stagger their ults out, like, flawlessly from here on out. Pastor still has not built up to a Dragon Strike. They're going to open with the Amp Matrix. That should force some positioning and buy them a couple seconds, but you kind of need a little bit more buying power.
Yeah, now the Amp Matrix does come out, and it forces them to back up a little bit until the ultimate runs out, so some time staved off the timer, but it's still 4 minutes left over, and the Shatter comes through, but it misses because of the shield, and now the Blizzard could potentially come in huge. The Annihilation is available, and it comes out very quickly. There's the Symmetra turrets that's doing so much damage to Dan, though, and the Blizzard freezes Dan completely, but they're still able to get the picks, and the sustain comes through because of the immortality field. Huge play from Buddy there to keep their tank in the game, the Annihilation ticking, and the damage is done. Netherlands, they're forcing France back for another minute.
Don's, like, his, like, toenail was still hanging over the edge of that Blizzard there and got frozen up. I feared for his life there, but the rest of the Netherlands were able to clean up, but it was very costly on both sides. France have time to build up to something, but, like, Netherlands can't allow them that time. They have to stagger these fights out with picks. Pastor, if he can find another shot there onto Nico, that'd be massive, but they're giving France a little bit of space here.
Ooh, forcing them off of the high ground with the Dragon Strike as well, but that still allows them to contest the payload, and Pac doing a lot of damage to try and contest this high ground as well with the switch onto the Hanzo now, and it is approaching just a few meters away from where Netherlands was able to push to. However, still staggering Ben means that the rest of the team looking to reset.
Yeah, Pastor, I mean, the Dragon Strike forced a lot of positioning there, and there was some great cleanup. They were able to finally get that pick off onto Nico, and then Pastor with a headshot onto FD God slows things down. But France, again, they still have time to build up to something substantial. Like, they're going to come up on the Amp Matrix, and they might be able to make Netherlands sweat a little bit with it, especially with the cart so close. Like, they can force positioning and just make the Netherlands play from a suboptimal position and just get the win like that.
Oh, Ben Best getting down so low though. Need to stay out of the fight and retreat a little bit before reviews can get him all the way back up. But there's the Amp Matrix trying to force the positioning, and there's the Annihilation once again from down. It's been built up. It's just taking so much damage here, and they're able to finally take down Dan though from Pack at range, and that is just going to be the game here for France. They are able to take it 2-0. Netherlands failing in the distillery segment of Havana.
That one was less of a highway robbery and more of a mugging from France there, especially on the first point. And I mean, that closing play there where you saw the Amp Matrix from the Netherlands come out kind of early and France just kind of like kite around it and they don't face check it. They know they have enough time to work with to try and build up to something or take a more optimal fight. So they take the high ground. Once the Amp Matrix has expired, they pop their own, somehow find a pickoff onto, I believe it was ANJ, which is one of the worst people that could have died at that point in time, because with, you know, the storm that was coming, like, you wanted to be able to build up that sound barrier at some point in time, but taking out the Lucio means, like, that's completely off the table. You can't really control the tempo of the fight anymore, and France are able to just run right over what remained of the Netherlands there. There was also a good annihilation that came out from Don there, but again, like, too little too late. Too many soldiers had fallen, and there was too much sustainability for France. They didn't end up falling to it, and like, once Don's just been dealt with, like, it's GG. That's the game over.
Yeah, I feel like Dawn had so much value on almost every single Annihilation except one, and that Annihilation could potentially have just cost them that game, because it felt like he was just pulling the trigger in panic because he wanted to stay in the fight, and there wasn't a switch there either. And that Blizzard almost could have done France in as well because of the combination with the Annihilation. It was really well done. There was a lot of good combos from the Netherlands, but they just couldn't finish off the game.
I'm like continually impressed by the Netherlands even in defeat, because a lot of these mistakes that they're making, like even looking back to their defeat against Spain, like I think the reason that they lost that game against Spain was because they blew 2 support ultimates at the tail end of a losing fight, and then you remember like Helve just came back with that Fire Strike Amp Matrix combo and cleaned up, and like this is kind of that same thing but a little bit earlier. It's not quite like 1-for-1, but it is still like they're throwing ultimates into a losing situation where they just end up coming up with like no economy whatsoever, no ult economy to work with, and they spend so much time trying to build back up to it that like France doesn't care. Like they're happy to play around with that time. That gives them time to work and gives them time to act as well. But like whenever the Netherlands are able to play their game, right? Like whenever, you know, whenever Tap is hitting a big blizzard or some icicles to the dome, it's great. Whenever Pastor's hitting headshots, it's great. A10's Death Blossoms, they're great. But like France, they're a top contender, and if you, like I said, if you were gonna try and take down one of like the top contenders for this group, France looked the most beatable, and that was especially true on Nepal. But yeah, the bag was definitely fumbled there a couple times by the Netherlands.
Yeah, I mean, the Netherlands, I feel like when they get under that much pressure, it is a real struggle for them to be able to get back into it. Their pacing gets a little bit messed up, and then all of a sudden they're throwing ultimates no matter what it is. They want to win the fight no matter the cost, and the cost is that for the next fight, they're just not cycling the ultimates well enough.
Well, France, they do make quick work of the Netherlands, not going to move at a snail's pace, no escargot here. They're just going to go on to the next day with their heads held high, still looking like a top contender in this group. And I mean, they're definitely going to be one to continue to watch out for. But watch out for Jim, going to go ahead and come back and join us. We're going to throw it to a quick break. We'll be right back. We should have an interview lined up here shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the Overwatch World Cup 2023. We are wrapped up with day 3 here, and of course we just watched an awesome match between France and the Netherlands that I always get caught up there. CV and Epitomes break it down for us. You know, that was a closer match than it may look on paper, but that second map was definitely different than the first one, right, CV?
Yeah, like, the second map was definitely, like, France being in the driver's seat for the most part. Like I said, on Nepal, like, the Netherlands looked really strong and really formidable at times and were able to take advantageous fights and even catch France making some mistakes that ended up costing them, but it was just the opposite when we went to Havana. It was the Netherlands that were making the mistakes, that were making some of these, like, misplays and, you know, getting some of these errors forced out, and it's just, like, not being able to hold France there when they're going for the spawn, like, the spawn hold there, like, that's just kind of disastrous. France go into not even having to cap the second point with such a sizable time bank that it's such an easy task to do it. It's a walk in the park, and, you know, fair play to the Netherlands. I'm still impressed by their showing thus far.
Right.
But, you know, if they want to be in that top contention spot, they have to show just a little bit more.
Absolutely, and when you're looking at the ways the groups have shaken out, right, some may even say that France has had an easier go than some of these other teams because they have quite a mountain still to climb, but of course that is all conjecture, right? Let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule so we can recap all the scores of the matches that happened today. We had 7 of them stacked up for today. We've got 7 more of them stacked up for y'all tomorrow. Epitomes, looking at the scoreboard for today, what were some of your favorite moments, some of your highlights from today's competition?
Obviously, I thought that the Denmark match, especially when they were on Numbani, they were showing so much aggression, and it was just insane how much they were able to do on the composition that they had. Like, even pulling out like a Mercy, pocketing an Ashe, it was insane. And they were so aggressive every second. Belgium just didn't know what to do with everything that was being thrown in their face, and that's got to be one of my favorite moments. And I think Denmark is not a team that you can scoff at, especially if they look, you know, a little bit angry.
Right. Yeah. Angry is the right word to put it because, man, we are early on in this competition and you can tell the emotions are high. There are teams trying to prove themselves on a global stage here. So with that said, let's go ahead and hop online with France. We've got an interview with their team manager, CB, and Epitomes. I'll be back with you in a quick moment here. All right. Yo, okay, so we're talking to Get Amazed from France. Man, how's it feeling off that victory? That first map was definitely close. The second map, it feels like France found their form. Talk to me about it, man.
So basically, like, first map was pretty tough because we struggled about like our cooldown, like, and ultimate value. So I think we did a lot of mistakes on this point, but then like we have been able to talk about it and fix those issues. And we definitely did way better on the second map.
Absolutely. You are currently at the top of the standings for Group A. Not even dropping a map. That's got to feel pretty good. Talk to me about some of that prep, right? We know your team is stacked with players who have so much experience, but what did the weeks leading up to this event look like for you guys?
So basically we are doing like only 1 block a day at the very beginning. And lately, because we are on break with the Overwatch League, we have like way more time now, so we are doing like 2 blocks a day, VOD review out of like one-on-one coaching because like, I mean, you say like we have a lot of Overwatch League players, but we also have a lot of like players with no experience, so we need to reach the gap between them by working like way more with them, and yeah, I think we are like all working really hard. The players are working really hard, the managers are doing like really good job, and my coaches too, so yeah, I'm pretty happy.
Absolutely, man. It shows in your performance, you know. Everyone watching, I'm sure the French fans tuning in from around the world are astounded at your performance so far. But if we're looking ahead, right, at the schedule, some of your toughest matches, some would say, are still to come, right, in Denmark, Spain, Great Britain. So for your French fans tuning in around the world, what's your message to them about France's appearance at the World Cup in 2023?
Message to our French fans? I would say just like keep supporting us. Keep cheering for us, and we will try our best to go as far as possible. And yeah, I think we are definitely like a dark horse because we have like non-experienced players, and we are like having like really good results lately. So we will just like continue this way and hopefully go really far and qualify to LA.
4-0 on the week so far. The final day of week 1 is tomorrow. Get amazed. Thank you so much for joining us here today.
Thank you for having me.
Tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye.
All right, everybody. Yeah, it's good to hear from France, man. 4-0, no maps drop. They're feeling good. They got some new players, some veteran experience. CB, how are you feeling about how they're shaping up so far and their matches still to come?
I mean, you know, you can. He said, like, essentially, like, it was the coaching staff as well that's coming in clutch to try and bridge the gap between some of these newer talents and some of these veteran talents, and it seems to be working. I don't know if I agree with the statement that France is a dark horse, because I still consider them to be one of the favorites. Like, if that's a dark horse, that's a horse you could ride all the way to the bank with that one. Like, especially if the coaching keeps up this pace, and especially if France is able to keep stacking these dubs, right? Like, you know, getting all these 2-0s left and right. Meanwhile, like, you know, Great Britain, they dropped the whole series to Denmark, and Denmark dropped the map in that series, so France the only flawless team thus far. You know, it's going to get harder from here on out, but if they keep this pace up, they could definitely steal it.
Yeah, Epitomes, talk to me about it too. What are you feeling as we head into the last day of competition in week number 1 at the Overwatch World Cup qualifiers here?
I feel like the standings are, I think this is mostly what we expected. I think really the biggest dark horse in Group A has to be Spain, but France, I feel like they're such a good contender. They're on such good pace. They're 4-0 today, but tomorrow it's going to be 6-0 because they'll have updated those standings. France still at the very tippy top, and almost nobody else has that same kind of record of having 6 games in a row won, no maps dropped.
Yeah, that map differential is going to come in clutch. If you were wondering what the standings are currently in Group A, the top 3 will be moving forward. So we're looking at France, Denmark, and Spain. The United Kingdom's a close 4th there, but they're not making the cut just yet. And in Group B, the top 2 will be moving forward. And so far, we've got Norway and Saudi Arabia. That about does it for us, though. 7 matches down, 7 more to go in week 1 of the Overwatch World Cup EMEC qualifiers. CB, Epitomes, it's been an absolute pleasure having you on the show today. I hope y'all in chat and watching from wherever you're watching enjoy the show, and we'll be back tomorrow with some more Overwatch World Cup action. As for me, I'm Jim Basco, and I'll see you guys next time.
Nice.